At the beginning of the story, on a plane hovering in the air, an announcement suddenly rang out, reporting the situation, receiving an invitation to respond, over. There was an elegant man sitting cross-legged listening to the phone calmly. Next to him were corpses. The target had been solved. The other end of the phone was amazed, as expected of an assassin, top of the organization, completed the mission this quickly. He suddenly changed his facial expression and shouted in panic, "What's going on?" That man was so nervous listening to the person on the other end of the phone that he was sweating. He had always been devoted to the organization, but he knew too many things, that's why. The person on the other side immediately shouted frantically, "Please shut your mouth forever." At the same time, a fire rushed forward as if it wanted to explode the plane. A few seconds later Lam Uwan quickly sat up. It seemed like all the scary things that had just happened were just in his dream. Drops of sweat were pouring down Lam Uwan's face. He raised his hand to hug his chest, seemingly still very scared of what happened just now. Lam Uwan looked around wildly and said confusedly, "This is, where, didn't I explode to death on the plane?" He held his head in pain and thought, "Oh, something seems to be transmitted to his brain." Lam Uwan frantically banged his head on the ground and some strange images seemed to appear in his head. 1,000 years ago, the blood moon appeared, countless cracks appeared in the sky, countless giant monsters fell through the cracks to the human world, humanity faced great danger. Facing giant beasts, all human weapons are useless. 10 years ago, humanity had only 100 million people left, and human civilization was about to be destroyed. But in times of despair, beast soul masters appeared among humanity, humans who turned into beasts through combining with soul beasts. Some people awakened elephant soul beasts, some people became golden crow beast souls, some people it's an evil beast soul. The appearance of the beast soul master has turned humanity's desperate situation around, and humanity has new hope. But beast souls also have level divisions, from the lowest level to SSS level, and me, the beast soul I awakened, is the lowest level, level E. Having no relatives, no friends, wanting to rely on the beast soul to prove myself was laughed at endlessly. His schoolmates kept making fun of him, the only E-level beast soul in this school, he's so weak, he still has the face to sit here. Being trampled on at will by others, I'm just like discarded trash, even people I don't know can hurl insults at me. Don't come close to Demo to it, otherwise I'll beat you to death, waste. After a while of being immersed in memories, Lam Uwan finally understood everything and muttered, "It turns out I was transmigrated. Is this God pitying me because I was taken advantage of in my previous life?" Suddenly a soul appeared in front of him and said, "It turns out we are both the same, we were both abandoned by people." Lam Uwan was secretly annoyed. Damn, the body can't move. The soul quickly continued, "If that's the case, then let's leave this heartless world together." He asked in surprise, "Just leaving like this, don't you take revenge?" The soul immediately replied, "Take revenge, I'm already dead, and you are just a pitiful person occupying my body." Lam Uwan frowned and retorted in a low voice, "Pitiful does not mean weak. Why should we admit defeat to this world? Why don't we decide for ourselves?" That soul heard that and asked again, "I also having been cruelly thrown away by others, can you still face death and live well, without suffering?" Lam Uwan quickly declared loudly that the suffering was because I had no choice before, now I want to continue living based on my will. The soul had to helplessly advise, "Listen carefully, you are in this trash body of mine, sooner or later you will end up like me." He still stubbornly replied, "If you don't try, how will you know, okay?" Lam Uwan continued with a confident tone, "I don't think trash will always be trash, I will prove to the world that my destiny is not in anyone's hands." The soul pointed at his forehead and muttered, "That's right, that weird guy, he's dead again." That soul warned me carefully, "Remember what I said, take revenge on my behalf, from now on you are Lam Uwan." He widened his eyes and was surprised to be able to move. He spoke with a determined tone, "I will definitely avenge you." Lam Uwan looked up at the sky and pondered, but how to get stronger? According to the level of this world, E-level beast souls can only do a few lowly jobs, which is raising a living. It's also difficult on its own. He continued to think, of course, even if he couldn't make a living, he could still practice his old profession and become an underground assassin. The notification system suddenly appeared, realizing that the host had awakened the beast soul. He had successfully bound to the evolved monster system. Black lizard beast soul, young state, E rank, class, short, not 1 meter high, weighs 1.2 kilograms, attack method is biting and clawing. Lam Uwan exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" The little lizard immediately introduced himself, "Hello Lam Uwan, I am Little Black Dragon, from now on I will accompany you, from then on step by step stronger." He quickly asked again, "You are the system?" Little Black Dragon nodded and replied, "That's right, from now on we are people in the same boat who trust each other, we have to live well together." Seeing him turn away and leave, she quickly asked, "Where are you going? Why aren't you curious about what I can do to help you?" However, Lam Uwen replied coldly, "What happens next? I didn't have a chance to ask, and now I have something important to do first." It kept asking, "What's going on? Do you need my help? Just ask me, so I can have some sense of existence." In another place, there was a girl who looked very beautiful and someone was constantly calling her name. To Mo to it, the girl angrily asked, "Where are you running to?" She crossed her arms and asked in a low voice, "What exactly do you want to do?" Li Fan held a bouquet of flowers in his hand and happily replied, "Of course he hoped he could be with me." Mo Tuat frowned and coldly said, "Keep dreaming, do you think I will submit to your power?" He still stubbornly said, "I know Mo Tuat, you are an S-level beast soul master, but you not long after waking up, you specially found a few more B-level guys to come here and are still afraid you won't be able to have me." She exclaimed angrily, "You?" Li Fan also calmly boasted about the evil thing he had just done. "That's right, I forgot to tell you, that classmate who used to hang out with you, I also solved it." Mo Tuat heard that and was so worried that she broke into a sweat and shouted loudly, "What have you done to Lam Uwen? He's still talking nonsense, now it's just you and me, except for respond to him." That guy, Li Fan, held up the bouquet of flowers and said happily, "There was no other choice." At that moment a panicked voice suddenly rang out, "Lam Uwen." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed past, causing his bodyguards to quickly dodge. Just a few seconds later, a hand came and squeezed Li Fan's penis. Mo Tuat saw that and immediately felt surprised and then raised her hand to cover her mouth with tears in her eyes. He glanced behind him and then exclaimed in panic, "Lam Uwen." He slightly smirked and said, "So it's here." The bodyguards with strong muscles were approaching Lam Uwen's direction in a spirited manner. They put all their strength into throwing a punch straight at his back, but Lam Uwen quickly flew out of there like a flash of lightning. Li Fan received the entire punch. He still stood there calmly, ignoring their panic. After being beaten, Li Fan shouted angrily and beat him to death for me. The bodyguards quickly replied obediently, "Yes, the beast soul combined." Immediately, monsters appeared with special shapes. Lam Uwen saw this and immediately said, "This is the combined beast soul, it looks like a monster, so can I also combine?" Little Black Dragon quickly answered, "But your black lizard beast soul is too weak, you must earn evolution points through devouring, or level up rewards through combat." He continued asking, "Battle victory doesn't necessarily have to be through the combination of beast souls, right?" Tu Hak Long exclaimed in panic, "Didn't you want to use a normal human body to fight them? Are you crazy? They just killed you." Lam Uwen turned to look at the beasts and was secretly happy. Now that he is transformed into a beast, he will die even faster. "Luckily, I used to be an assassin." When Fang was angry and shouted loudly, "Why were he still standing there? You guys hurry up, let's go." The beast raised its hand to actively attack. Then a bright light appeared. Li Fan stuck out his tongue and groaned, "Stupid, he was beaten to pieces, ha 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 ha." He stood looking at the smoke in front of him contentedly. At that moment, a familiar foot suddenly stepped on the ground and flew up. It turned out that the owner of that foot was Lam Uwen. He was sitting on the beast's head and used his strength to break its head. His eyes were emitting a fiery spirit. After a few minutes of fighting, he calmly turned around and left, leaving the beast bleeding behind. When Mo Tuat saw this, his eyes widened in surprise and he secretly wondered, he killed a B-level beast soul master with his bare hands. However, Lam Uwen was secretly worried. Even though she still had some murderous tricks from her previous life, this body was still too weak, and Mo Tuat was still constantly admiring. Lam Uwen was so powerful. Little Black Dragon happily announced, "Congratulations on killing the B-level beast soul master. The reward is the Black Iron treasure chest." Hearing that, he was surprised and asked again, "Black Iron treasure chest?" Little Black Dragon transformed into a chest and spoke in a voice to warn him that he could receive items such as top-notch equipment or skill evolution points after opening the treasure chest. Lam Uwen coldly shouted and opened. A few seconds later, Black Lizard suddenly exclaimed excitedly, but it was a random skill book. He could randomly get one skill level from E to A. From low to high, there was only one skill, percentage probability of getting A-level skill. But he nonchalantly replied, "Anything is fine, as long as it's not E-level." Little Black Dragon shouted with joy, "It is a level A skill, White Heat Light. When combined in the state of Beast Soul, it can emit white light at high temperatures, which can melt iron and steel. At the highest temperature, can up to 10,000 degrees." Immediately there was a source of energy transmitted straight into Lam Uwen's body. Black Lizard raised his voice in admiration. A-level skills. Why are you so lucky, so great, maybe we should buy another ticket again. He quickly pointed over there and reminded him that now was not the time to be happy. Li Fan was angry and ordered, beat him to death, I will give you 1 million. Tumotuit also raised her voice and said, Lam Uwen, maybe I should also fuse the beast soul to help you. He quickly stopped, no need, you go away. Inside he was still secretly thinking, she is one of the few people who treated the original owner well, I couldn't let her get hurt. Lam Uwen calmly stood and watched the attacks of the beasts without the slightest fear. He flexed his body to dodge attacks with ease. Then give the beast trunk a powerful blow. Lam Uwen clenched her hand so hard on that faucet that it caused drops of red blood to splash everywhere. He then threw a kick straight at its head. That kick made it fly far away and hit its head on a large rock, causing the rock to crumble and scatter everywhere. Little Black Dragon jumped up and down while announcing the good news. He successfully received the trophy, received a treasure chest. When he heard that, he smiled with satisfaction and thought, don't think I'm still there, Lam Uwen from before. Not long after celebrating, a beast suddenly rushed towards him, but he easily dodged it. When they saw that, they exclaimed in surprise, it was so fast. Lam Uwen attacked 2 beasts at the same time by smashing their heads together, causing blood to continuously splatter. Li Fan raised his hands high and shouted in panic, how is this possible? He quickly ran to hug Lam Uwen's leg and begged with a scared face that made him sweat, I was wrong, please forgive me. But his eyes are gradually losing their humanity. He coldly replied, it's too late. There were a lot of purple lights appearing in the sky at that time. Standing next to Tumotuit, witnessing the entire battle, she secretly admired him, he's so strong. Lam Uwen turned around and called out, let's go. She obediently replied, okay, but inside he felt more at ease, it seemed like he wouldn't come to bother her anymore. Tumotuit trotted along and thought shyly, what a shame, I'm a talented S-level beast soul master and should have gone to save him, but in the end I was rescued by him, and what's more, I didn't expect him to be that strong. Lam Uwen saw the girl staring at her, so she quickly asked, is there something on my face, why do you keep looking at me like that? Tumotuit suddenly became so shy that her whole face turned red. She quickly replied stammeringly, no, just. Tumotuit continued shyly, Lam Uwen, thank you, at first involving you made me feel very guilty, as a result, I still had to bother you to save me. He quickly replied, it's okay, let's as classmates, helping each other is natural. Hearing that, she bowed her head and stammered and said, classmate, I thought we were friends. Lam Uwen asked in surprise, what? Tumotuit immediately changed the subject, nothing, it's so late, I'll go home now, see you tomorrow. Lam Uwen looked at her forced face and whispered wondering, why is she disappointed, that's it. Little Black Dragon, standing next to him, raised his voice teasingly, young man, you're destined for love. He quickly explained, what nonsense, she's one of the original owner's few friends, I'm taking the opportunity, in this case, of course we have to protect her well. He frowned and switched to another topic, now let's talk about the system. Little Black Dragon nodded and replied, okay, but inside he was secretly admiring, worthy of his previous life's background, he's an assassin, his eyes and tone are so scary. After a while, they returned to Lam Uwen's house together, and he loudly shouted, beast soul merged. As soon as he finished speaking, his body immediately emitted a bright, colorful light that looked very magical. Little Black Dragon saw Lam Uwen's beast soul form, immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth to try to hold back his laughter, then spoke with a mocking tone, this form of yours is only worthy of being food in this world with monsters, brother. He also felt disappointed by his appearance, no wonder those people said I was a useless beast soul. Little Black Dragon arrogantly asked if he needed my guidance. Lam Uwen quickly shouted and said. Black Lizard happily said, you can get evolution points through devouring. Evolution points can enhance your strength. The treasure chest you just received can also get evolution points. He immediately asked again, what is considered a village? Tu Hok Long pointed to the refrigerator and said, eat. Lam Uwen didn't seem to understand what was going on, so she quickly asked again, ha. The Black Lizard carefully warned me, I said eat meat. The nature of the beast soul is the same as that of animals, so your urgent task now is to eat more meat. Remember to maintain your state of mind, beast soul when eating raw meat. Lam Uwen stood stunned looking at the plate of chicken in front of her and didn't say a word. Tu Hok Long quickly raised his voice to encourage, eat, you will be stronger. In less than 2.5 years you will be stronger. He clapped his hands on his chest and thought to himself with eyes burning with enthusiasm, no wrong, it's all about getting stronger. Lam Uwan immediately rushed to the plate of chicken and ate it greedily. Black Lizard saw him finish eating the chicken and then lie down on the floor with his big belly and happily announced that he had successfully devoured fresh chicken meat. His evolution score was +5. He said in a low voice, "Consume 5 evolution points, upgrade size." Little Black Dragon quickly answered, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Uwan's beast soul's body immediately became taller and more muscular, and his big belly from before gradually disappeared. He quickly spoke up happily with ambitious eyes, "It's all gone. I want to order some more meat. Today I can eat all night long." Black Lizard heard that and immediately applauded, "Okay." The next day, Lam Uwan suddenly remembered, she ate more than 100 rabbits last night, and also had food stored in the refrigerator. After eating all night, the notification system suddenly appeared and it seemed like today had passed. There are a lot of changes. The state has changed to an adult. The level is B level. The level is 7-star war beast, 3.1 meter tall, weighs 540 kilograms. The attack method is scratching and biting, and the skill is the energy was white heat. After a while of focusing on the notification system, he secretly admired. Now his beast soul state is much stronger than before. Unexpectedly, it's just a level. Even the level assessment has increased. Lam Uwan sat alone at her desk in class. He skillfully rotated the pen with his finger while resting his chin in contemplation. Even though I am no longer food for other species, it will never be enough. I must have more evolution points. Moreover, the shape is also larger, so you have to find a deserted place or an abandoned warehouse. Lam Uwan put down the pen and pretended to write and silently resolved with eyes full of spirit, "If she were reborn in a world like this. So you definitely have to stand at the top to admire the scenery." The 3 classmates who used to make fun of him before suddenly appeared and nothing seemed good. He frowned and secretly thought, "Li Fan, this guy and Giang Loi often bullied Lam Uwan before, and they dared to bully Lam Uwan like that." He stared at Vu Mac Wien's face and vaguely realized the problem was because they were the followers of one of the 2 S-class spirit beasts in the school, Vu Mac Wien. Those guys immediately shouted arrogantly, "You trash don't know how to talk, hurry up, don't make us wait too long. Telling you to do a little work for us means we value you, understand, trash." Lam Uwan heard their nonsense and immediately became angry and shouted loudly, "Get out." One of them rushed forward and threatened, "What did you say?" Lam Uwan still replied coldly, "Don't you understand human language?" Vu Mac Wien put his hands in his pockets and spoke in an arrogant tone, "The weakest E-level beast soul master in this school today is really cool, a black lizard as big as your palm. I could even step on it and stomp it to death. Now, why are you still being bossy in front of me?" He's still rambling nonsense. "You should know that trash should be in the trash. This school has a weak animal spirit master like you. It's a shame. If I were you, I would have found somewhere else to die." After leaving, Lam Uwan replied nonchalantly upon hearing that, "That's really embarrassing. I intend to live well." Vu Mac Wien frowned and grimaced, then uttered threatening words, "Do you believe that I will make it impossible for you to continue living?" He smirked slightly and replied with a look full of disdain, "So you can try." At that moment suddenly a gentle voice said, "Guys, go back to your seats." It turned out that the owner of that voice was homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen. The name Vu Mac Wien suddenly changed his facial expression and nonchalantly said, "Today is considered a lucky number. It's best if you continue to be lucky like this in the future." Little Black Dragon suddenly appeared and spoke carefully, "That guy was too arrogant, but today he was really calm." But Lam Uwan still replied indifferently, "After all, he is a soul-level beast, he has an extravagant attitude, but..." He closed the book tightly and breathed a sigh of relief before calmly saying, "Sooner or later he would die at my hands," but inside his mind he was still secretly worried about his spectacular change, using with such a gentle tone and such cruel words, "It seems like I have an extraordinary master." Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen raised her hand to hold something up and said loudly, "Now she will distribute the school's cultivation resources to the children. The name is Beast Soul Crystal." Lam Uwan immediately saw that, curiously asked what it was. Little Black Dragon crossed his arms and explained in a confident tone, "Beast soul crystals are things created after a beast dies. Blood and flesh fuse with the soil, usually divided into top grade, medium grade, poor grade, extremely poor grade. In fact, it contains a lot of energy, suitable for animal soul masters to absorb, and can enhance the power of animal soul masters." Black Lizard tried to explain with all his understanding, "In this world of beast spirit masters, crystals are equivalent to currency. The higher level beast spirit crystals are, the more expensive they are. Just poor quality crystals are a big deal, thousands of yuan." Lam Uwan enthusiastically replied, "Then it is truly a good thing." Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen slammed her hand on the table and loudly announced that the school will distribute based on the animal souls that the children have awakened. This is also to let them know that the world of animal souls is extremely cruel. Strength is what decides everything. Lam Uwan attentively listened to every word the teacher instructed. The strong are at the top, the weak are eliminated, the strong win and the weak lose. This is the greatest fairness in this world of animal spirit masters. Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen announced a very important matter with a tense face. Vumak Wien awakened the spirit of the reptile king's skull, assessed S-level talents, and gave out 10 top-class crystals. The others saw him step up to receive the award and immediately discussed it. Vumak Wien is one of only 2 S-level beast spirit masters in our school, the other being Beauty Queen Demo Tuit. Formerly there was a senior, the S-level beast soul he awakened was Dainyet Golden Crow. Now he was a powerful 9th star lord, so in the future, Vumak Wien would probably be just as strong. Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen quickly raised her voice to warn carefully, even though you have a very high starting point, but remember not to slack off. With your talent, if you develop sequentially, it will be very difficult, can become a lord-level beast spirit master. He happily replied, "Thank you teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations." Trong Nguyen held the tablet in her hand and loudly shouted the names to receive the next prize. Yang Loi awakened the giant beetle's lava beast soul, assessed level A talent, and distributed 5 crystals. Medium type, Li Fan awakened storm wolf beast soul, B level talent, got 5 low type crystals. But when she read a familiar name, she became hesitant. Lam Uwin awakened black lizard martial soul, talent level E, fat, 5 lowest crystals. Vumak Wien heard that and laughed so excitedly that tears flowed from his eyes and then mocked him. His talent level is E. Lam Uwin is about to break the school record. Isn't there such a useless beast spirit master? Don't be an animal soul master anymore. Go build a wall. Go out and be less embarrassed. Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen sighed and looked tired. Lam Uwin bowed her head to receive the reward and shyly said, "Thank you teacher." She reluctantly replied, "Try your best." As for the guy Vumak Wien, he still hasn't let go of him and keeps saying defamatory words. The lowest quality crystal, 1,000 can buy a whole sack. Inside is radiation, basically not suitable for raising animal souls. I don't even want to give this kind of trash to me, but it is very suitable for some people. Little Black Dragon quickly ran close to Lam Uwin's ear and whispered, "This lowest type of beast soul crystal is the crystal after a beast is killed by a nuclear weapon. The flesh and blood is contaminated with radiation, forming this type of crystal, but the radiation contains enormous energy, which can be absorbed by your devouring energy, is also a very good thing for you." Hearing that, he suddenly realized the problem. It turns out that's it. Homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen took out another special reward while comforting him. "This is fine. She gave me a premium crystal, but Lam Uwin did not accept it but was happy. Thank you, but can I bother you to change this top quality crystal to the lowest quality crystal for me?" The teacher couldn't believe what she had just heard, so she exclaimed in panic, "Do you know what you are saying? I also know that you want to quickly improve your abilities, but you can't use too many crystals, if it's harmful to the animal's soul." Lam Uwin bowed her head and reluctantly accepted it. "Thank you, I'll take it then." He held that big reward in his hand and silently blamed. Lam Uwin's talent was so poor, why was she respected by Ms. Trong Nguyen? Hateful. Little Black Dragon quickly spoke up to explain his questions. "The highest quality beast spirit crystals are worth 10,000. The lowest ones are only worth 100. This one of yours can be exchanged for 100 of the lowest ones. You normally it wouldn't carry that many beast soul crystals." Lam Uwin asked curiously, "So what should we do?" The Black Lizard quickly replied, "After school go to the beast soul hall to change. There will definitely be yes." He immediately admired that. That was also a good way. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "Lam Uwin." It turned out to be Demo Tuit. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" The girl smiled slightly and replied, "Let's go home after school. I have something to tell you." Lam Uwin's eyes widened and said, "Okay." Demo Tuit smiled happily and said, "I just heard the homeroom teacher say that the bastard who was bothering me had dropped out of school. That's really good." The guys following Vumak Wien while massaging him suddenly saw the two of them chatting intimately with each other, so they exclaimed with eyes full of hatred, "Isn't that beauty Demo Tuit? He knows her. You know Lam Uwin." "That's right. Demo Tuit awakened the S-level beast soul. The 9-tailed snow fox is the cold flower of our school. Why is he with that trash?" Suddenly there was a jealous voice. This lucky bastard Lam Uwin was clearly the weakest level soul beast. It turned out that the owner of that voice was Vumak Wien. He was so jealous that he was mad that both Ms. Trong Nguyen and Demo Tuit were so kind to him. After a stressful class, it was finally time to end school. Those 3 bad guys came to Lam Uwin's way and shouted loudly in an arrogant tone, stopping. Hearing that, he frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Vu Macqueen angrily shouted, "What kind of amnesiac charm did you give her, and also the beauty queen? What despicable tricks did you use to approach him?" He continued to talk nonsense. "Clearly last time I told that second-generation rich guy to bother to mow to it, let me perform a heroic act to save the beauty, so that I could hold the beauty in my arms. As a result, that bastard, who didn't keep his trust, played the game of quitting school and disappeared with me." He screamed madly, "It turned out to be you. What's wrong? A beauty like Tomotuit is naturally suitable for a genius like me. Is it worthy of a chicken like you?" He heard the words of he suddenly realized the problem. It turned out that he was the culprit who killed Lam Uwen. Vu Macqueen grabbed his shirt and threatened, "In the future stay away from Tomotuit. Do you hear me clearly? If we show up later, then stay away." Lam Uwen tried to stay calm and I silently thought, "If I do it at school, I will be punished. Trong Naguya treats me quite well. I can't make her feel uncomfortable." Then he touched his face and whispered mysteriously, "I can't do it. I don't want to do it." Vu Macqueen became angry and shouted wildly, "The type of person who doesn't know how high the sky and the earth are, like you. I will let Tomotuit see with my own eyes what a waste you are, but I don't want Tomotuit to think that I rely on the strong to oppress the weak." After saying that, he immediately let go of his hand and smirked slightly with disdain. Then he quickly issued a challenge, "Like this, practice beast. 7 days later, if you can overcome it, I will eat a bag of lowest grade crystals right there. If you lose, then completely disappear for me." Lam Uwen asked again in a low voice, "Are you sure to bet that big?" Vu Macqueen quickly answered arrogantly, "With a trash like you, is there anything you wouldn't dare to bet on?" Hearing that, he smiled slightly and confidently said, "Okay, that's it." A moment later, the sunlight gradually disappeared to make room for the dark night. Tomotuit hurriedly ran over and asked eagerly, "Why are you just coming out now?" Lam Uwen, standing nearby, coldly replied, "There was something that needed to be done. He said he wanted to find me for something." She smiled slightly and explained, "Actually, it's no big deal. My 9-tailed snow soul beast soul is level 5, so the school gave me 10 top-class crystalline beast souls. I want to share them with you." "Half?" Lam Uwen asked in surprise. "What half should I give?" Tomotuit's face suddenly changed and became strangely tense. She said loudly, "What else could it be? Of course it's a crystallized beast soul. I heard it's because you're an E-level beast soul. Only the soul crystal is fierce." Tomotuit raised her hand to her chest and shyly continued, "The last time you helped me so powerfully, it was absolutely no worse than B-level. As long as you practice well, you will definitely have achievements. How can you blame me? The soul crystal is equal." Lam Uwen smiled and replied, "Thank you for caring for me, but I cannot accept your crystallized beast soul." She quickly interrupted with a worried tone, "I heard that the difficulty of animal training is not average. Even B-level can fail. I myself don't use that much. You take it back. Absorbed. Very beneficial for that animal training." Lam Uwen asked in surprise, "You share the crystallized beast soul with me. Aren't you worried that you won't pass the beast soul training?" Tomotuit quickly replied with a confident look on her face, "You underestimate me. I am a 9 beast soul, level 5 snow foxtail. Even if I don't use beast soul crystallization, I can still go through beast refining." He immediately said his thoughts, "Let's do this. Although I can't tell you the reason, I guarantee that you can pass the test this time. If you can also pass, I will accept it. Your good intentions. How about it?" Hearing that, Tomotuit happily replied, "Are you telling the truth? Then we have a promise." Lam Uwen smiled brightly and said, "Of course it's true, but if you specially keep it for me and don't approve it, you'll lose more than you'll gain, so you still have to prepare well." She quickly nodded and replied, "I'm certain." He looked longingly at the girl in front of him and thought to himself, waiting for the day of practice, she would be scared to death by his strength. Tu Hak Long stood behind and witnessed the entire conversation and quickly spoke in a teasing voice, "Yo, that girl really cares about you." Lam Uwen replied in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, take me to the Beast Soul Temple to do business." Hearing that, Black Lizard became angry and shouted loudly. This guy turned around faster than flipping through a book. A moment later, they went to the Beast Soul Palace together. Little Black Dragon quickly explained to him that the Animal Soul Palace is a place dedicated to serving Animal Soul Masters, and is only open to Animal Soul Masters, and is also the place where you will test your future animal training. Lam Uwen replied in a low voice, "Yes, let's go to the place where the Beast Soul crystallizes first." As soon as he took out the reward he received in class that morning, he said in a loud voice that he would change it into a powerful crystalline beast soul. The shopper saw that and immediately exclaimed in panic, "Ha!" Inside his heart, I was secretly cursing, "This person is okay." He exchanged trash for trash with a superior crystalline beast soul. He quickly took out a large bag and said excitedly, 100 crystals of thistle are of excellent quality, but need 500 yuan for the procedure fee. Lam Uwen nodded and replied, "Okay." Chu Hoklong quickly asked in a worried tone. That person wouldn't think we were crazy, but he answered indifferently, but genius and crazy are only a little different, stop. A moment later, the two of them found an abandoned warehouse. The notification system appeared again in front of Lam Uwen's eyes. The giant black lizard beast soul was in adult state, B-level talent, level, 7-star battle level, height 3.1 meter, weight 540 kilograms, attack method is scratching and biting, skill is white heat light. He looked intently at the gem in his hand. Little Black Dragon excitedly said that he had successfully absorbed the radiation nucleus and gained 1,000 evolution points. Lam Uwen heard this and immediately exclaimed in admiration, a chicken only has 5 points, absorbing 1 class soul crystal has 1,000 evolution points, these 100 pills are 100,000 evolution points. He suddenly fell into deep thought. Each separate level from high to low was divided into 1 to 9 stars. Now his level is 7-star War Beast, Royal level. Lord level, after absorbing all the crystals, Beast King level, Beast General level, War Beast level. Lam Uwen was immersed in daydreams. For her, animal training no longer had any difficulties. After a period of hard training, 7 days have finally passed and right now is a very important moment taking place at the Beast Soul Palace. The people present suddenly started talking loudly, making the atmosphere much more bustling. It was so tense. I absorbed all the crystallized beast souls that the school had given me, but I had only just arrived at the 4-star battle. I don't know if you can pass the beast or beast practice. Damn, you're already at the 4-star war beast level, so you're already a B-level natural talent or higher. It's not easy for me to reach D-level natural talent. 2-star war beast, definitely not good. Today doesn't our school have 2 level 5s? Vumak Wien's Ba Trung Skeleton King and Tomo Tu its 9-tails Snow Soul. Don't know who they are now. What level are they at? I'm afraid that today only these 2 people are qualified to be called out by the Yenkeen Beast or the Demon Beast. Vumak Wien quickly stepped forward and spoke up in an arrogant tone. The crystallized beast soul that Miss Trong Nguyen gave you, will it help that little black lizard of yours to become the best battle beast? Lam Uwen immediately turned his head to look and asked curiously, how are you preparing? He crossed his arms and replied arrogantly, my beast soul already possesses the peak 8-star war beast level strength, through beast training. For me, it's as simple as saying it. He shook his head and said, I'm not asking you this. Lam Uwen smiled slightly and continued, I asked him, are you ready to eat a bag of intense sperm or not? Hearing that, Vumak Wien immediately became angry. The people around also gasped in surprise. Is Lam Uwen crazy? Vumak Wien is an 8-star war beast. At that moment, homeroom teacher Trong Nguyen quickly announced, students, pay attention, the practice test is about to start. Please bring your ID card and exam card. In order, enter the exam hall. Vumak Wien shouted loudly with a bitter look on his face, waiting until the animal training was over. He would come find you to settle the matter. Hearing those threats, he turned around and left and nonchalantly replied, oh. A moment later on the 3rd floor of the Animal Soul Palace, which was also the area where the stressful competition took place, the instructor suddenly called out, number 95,821, candidate Lam Uwen, please prepare for the test. He heard. When I heard my name, I said loudly, yes. The instructor read the information on the computer, frowned and then quickly asked again, you awakened as a level E beast soul? He answered with an annoyed expression, yes. The supervisor patted Lam Uwen's shoulder and encouraged him to try harder, but inside he thought differently. Unfortunately, this type of person cannot pass the test. Just looking at his face was enough to admit it. Showed the supervisor's disdainful attitude but reluctantly replied, thank you teacher. As soon as Lam Uwen sat in the exam chair, the speaker from the system immediately rang out, counting down to simulate real combat, 5 4 3 2 1. He suddenly opened his eyes filled with determination. Lam Uwen looked around wildly while thinking silently. The desert was desolate and barren, with no terrain advantages that she could take advantage of. Suddenly there was a very scary, roaring sound. He stood bewildered, looking at the silhouette of a monster slowly passing through the dim clouds and approaching him. A few seconds later, a wolf with fiery eyes slowly rushed forward. Lam Uwen observed it from top to bottom and silently thought, the 3-star war beast, the wild wolf, the first enemy of the test, practice animal. The wolf opened its mouth wide with sharp teeth and then screamed wildly as if it wanted to swallow Lam Uwen. As for him, he was trying to stay calm while sand was blowing in his face while secretly criticizing him for only having this level of skill. Little Black Dragon standing next to him asked in surprise, did he not intend to fuse with the beast soul? But that scary-looking wolf was defeated by Lam Uwen in one fell swoop. He glanced behind at the other monsters approaching and then calmly explained to the black lizard that to deal with monsters of this level, there was no need to fuse the beast souls. Think of it as taking advantage of this opportunity to help your muscles and bones relax a bit. The supervisor standing outside, observing Lam Uwen's entire battle with the monsters, frowned and exclaimed in panic, sweating, this kid actually passed the first gate, so what? He continued to take down other beasts in a single attack. The instructor panicked and called his colleague over. You, quickly come and look at this, he asked in surprise, what's going on? He looked at the screen and secretly panicked. What the hell happened? This kid did not need the help of the beast soul's power, but was able to kill a level wild wolf, 3-star war beast stars. One of the two instructors exclaimed in a tense tone, this guy has not yet merged with the beast soul. Lam Uwen in the desert immediately threw a punch straight into the beast's face. That punch caused it to immediately fly away and blood from the wound also splattered everywhere. He easily dodged another beast's attack. Lam Uwen quickly slashed its face, causing the beast's head to almost separate from its body. The people outside watching the match were so shocked that they gasped and shouted in unison, this brat is truly a monster that, under the circumstances of not being fused with the beast soul, can be defeated, a 3-star level wild beast, this has never happened before. The young supervisor held his head and screamed frantically with a helpless tone. In the situation of not being able to fuse with the beast soul, he was able to defeat a 3-star level wild beast. This happened before, has never happened until now. The older supervisor seemed calmer but still cautiously spoke with a very tense face. It is true that it is a bit inconsistent with the rules, but it still cannot be counted as cheating. It is important to see. Let's see if he can pass the 3rd level or not. If he can't pass the 3rd round of the test, it can't be counted as completing the training. Hearing that, the young man tried to suppress his panic and spoke up, replied, that's okay, the first 2 levels are just for the contestants to quickly adapt to the rhythm of real combat, the 3rd level is the real boundary. The old supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a disdainful voice, if with the help of the power of the beast soul, it would be impossible to pass through the 3rd door, no matter what he said, even with all his strength, he can't do it. It's a pity that this kid's beast soul talent is only level E. If the beast soul were a little stronger, his future will certainly be immeasurable. But inside the Lam Uwen desert, he is still very determined to defeat all the next monsters. Little black dragon standing next to him quickly reminded him, don't be too proud, this is just an appetizer, the real test has just begun. As soon as the black lizard finished speaking, a wolf immediately appeared, thousands of times larger than the previous ones. Little black dragon whispered in his ear, this is the 6-star war beast of the wild Yuan Wolf King. Lam Uwen smiled slightly, raised her clenched hands into a fighting position and said, if you want to defeat the power of the 6-star war beast, the requirements for the beast soul talent are extremely high. No wonder it is said that only A-level beast soul geniuses and above are eligible to pass beast training in the first year. His eyes were burning with enthusiasm. Lam Uwen continued happily, this is the time to discover my true strength. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, fusing the beast soul. Little black dragon standing next to him also spoke up with an excited tone, finally agreeing. Lam Uwen's whole body is gradually changing shape. The notification system suddenly appeared, the giant termite snake beast soul with the state of adulthood, S-level heavenly beast, 3rd star beast general level, height 10.7 meters, weight 3,540 kilograms, method attacks include biting and scratching, and also has the skill white heat light. Little Black Dragon also excitedly announced that he had successfully escaped the beast level, achieved a higher level, and entered a new beginning. Lam Uwen opened her mouth wide and screamed, looking scary. He stared at the wolf in front of him and silently reassured himself, no matter what the weakest snake beast soul was, even if it was just a snake, it could still transform into a tyrannical dragon. The young supervisor who was observing outside quickly exclaimed in a panicked tone, hey, you're mistaken, is this kid really ranked E? The older supervisor also got angry and shouted loudly, damn, I'm not blind, if you don't believe me then come over and see for yourself, on his exam paper it says grade E. They looked at Lam Uwen's entry card and then spoke in a confused tone, what exactly is this? A giant beast with such a body, at least exists below the beast general level, worthy of its scary, it's only been a few days since the awakening of the beast soul, he already has the power of a beast general, this is more or less an S-class fairy. They looked at Lam Uwen's appearance in the desert and continuously made hypotheses about his rank. No, S rank is also very difficult to get, only SS rank, even SSS rank, is possible, that ability is okay. The giant wolf's eyes were burning with the fire of determination to win. It flew towards Lam Uwen and opened its mouth to reveal extremely sharp teeth as if it wanted to swallow him. However, Lam Uwen still maintained her composure and raised her claws to scratch hard at the wolf's body. That seemingly invincible beast was lying miserably on the ground due to a simple attack from Lam Uwen. Its drops of blood spread all over the ground, making the place bloody. The people outside widened their eyes and exclaimed in panic, he had killed the 6-star war beast. The older supervisor hurriedly prepared documents and instructed, you stay here and continue taking notes on his record, I will go tell the examiner. The other person quickly replied, okay, you go quickly. He happily ran away and secretly rejoiced, this time our Tranhai city finally had a cruel genius that shocked the world. As for Lam Uwen in the desert, he still stood tall, looking at the beasts that were rushing towards him, then raised his voice with a bored expression, is he still a wild wolf? The difficulty of training beasts makes me wonder, that's a bit disappointing. Little Black Dragon immediately exclaimed in a tense tone, the first 3 steps are just points through animal training. If you continue to challenge, you can achieve higher results. Because there are many prestigious schools, when recruiting a beast soul master, one must refer to that person's beast training achievements. Lam Uwen looked intently at the monsters that were gradually approaching while raising her voice, 6-star Wild Wolf King, 10 3-star Wild Wolf, it seems this time is a test to test your combat ability, it's a spirit master. He opened his throat to reveal very sharp teeth and screamed in a terrifying way. Inside he was still very confident when fighting those monsters, these things don't count for me, is provocation. At that moment, 3 huge wolves rushed towards him. Lam Uwen immediately launched a fierce counterattack that made heaven and earth almost explode. Then he raised his foot and trampled the other beasts, and they were crushed miserably to the ground. Lam Uwen's eyes were glowing with a fiery spirit as she saw the monsters drowning in pools of their own blood. He screamed fiercely to show off his victor status. Lam Uwen suddenly exclaimed curiously, not knowing how many doors this animal training program had in total. At the same time, in another place, the examiner, Cheu Sun Ha, saw the invigilator rushing towards him, frowned and asked sternly, what happened? Why did he rush here to find me? Don't you know that during the exam, the examiner is not allowed to arbitrarily leave the examiner's area? The examiner quickly explained the situation with a panicked look on his face. Judge Cheu, the story is like this, a candidate's behavior is not quite normal, so I came here to invite you over to take a look. He asked again in surprise, not normal. After that, the supervisor told him as he walked that his talent level and the strength he showed were not very good, but Cheu Sun Ha still calmly replied, here it is there anything unusual? There are also many people whose actual combat assessment abilities will be much more effective than usual. B-level people are capable of surpassing A-level people, you are truly surprised, star. The supervisor quickly interrupted, but he was an E-level talent. Hearing that, he became so panicked that he broke out in sweat and then exclaimed in a tone full of disdain, what, that level talent? Even with this level of talent, he still dares to participate in the animal training test. This kid's courage is truly commendable. Cheu Sun Ha went to the exam area on the 3rd floor and angrily shouted, you beat the drum and waved the gong to call me over. Is it just for an E-level soul beast candidate? The proctor there quickly explained, Judge Cheu, please look at his actual combat photos first, then decide. He frowned and grimaced and replied with a doubtful look, could it be that a beast spirit master of level E talent could still pass through beast training? Cheu Sun Ha began observing contestant Lam Uwen in the desert. That brave appearance was completely different from the rank on his entrance card. Drops of nervous sweat continued to flow down the examiner's face. He pointed his finger at the screen and shouted in panic, are you sure this is a level beast soul? The elderly supervisor replied, now you probably know, why did I drag you over? Here it is. Afterwards, they watched Lam Uwen's battle with the monsters in the desert together. A supervisor spoke up and said, according to my observation, this kid's strength is at least the level of a beast general. Moreover, he is currently at the 10th level of the Shield Battle Beast Training Test. When Cheu Sun Ha heard that, he was worried for him. The 10th level was the final training beast test, extremely difficult, because these 10 wild beasts all had the power of 7-star war beasts. The supervisor also quickly spoke up, if this guy can pass through the 10th gate, then maybe he has the power of a beast, right? He quickly replied with a very tense expression, not only that, he can also become an object for prestigious schools to compete with each other. He can pass the 10 levels of the animal training examination program. Without exception, he is a strange genius. Cheu Sun Ha spoke out all his speculations about Lam Uwen in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid's future achievements will be at least that of a beast lord and spirit master. He can even become a royal beast soul master. Then he walked closer to the screen and curiously said, okay, first don't talk so much. In the end, whether he passed this 10th level or not, it's still not certain. Return to Lam Uwen's battle in the arid desert. He thought to himself with a depressed expression, thinking that in the final round of this beast training assessment program, there would be beast general level monsters appearing, but unexpectedly it was only 10 wild primordial wolf kings. The wolves in this gate are no different from the wolves in the previous gate. Lam Uwen smiled slightly, showing disdain and exclaimed, "Hum." He raised his sharp claws while cursing, "Trash is trash." Lam Uwen saw each and every monster being defeated miserably at his feet and arrogantly said, even if there were more, they would still be just a bunch of waste gathered together in one place. However, they immediately regained their spirit and jumped into a very special fighting position. Just a few seconds later, they jumped on Lam Uwen's body and scratched wildly. But he still calmly exclaimed, This defense is truly terrifying." The three of them outside frowned and shouted in unison, could he actually block the attack of the 7-star war beast? Lam Uwen used her claws to gently knock the wolves away, causing them to fly dozens of meters away. People outside immediately marveled at their attack, defense, speed, resilience, all of it, reached perfection level. He quickly defeated each beast with extraordinary strength. People outside were skeptical and said, "What level of talent is this?" The battle inside was very fierce. The examiner standing outside suddenly shouted, "I could have killed myself directly." Lam Uwen calmly stood and counted the remaining monsters and then muttered, "There are still 6 more left." Then he suddenly shouted loudly, showing off his heroic spirit with his eyes burning with determination. Cheyu Sun Ha curiously exclaimed, "This is the power." Lam Uwen unleashed sources of power that were dazzling throughout the desert and said, "If that's the case." That intense light source was slowly rushing towards the monsters at a terrifying speed. They gradually disappeared in that light. He confidently shouted, then he would completely eliminate all of you in one breath, and then immediately released another light source containing such intense power that it caused the surrounding rocks to roll away, up and splashed everywhere. In just a few minutes of fighting, Lam Uwen defeated all the monsters. He raised his head and screamed to show off his great strength. The people outside were so panicked that they were startled and nervously shouted, "Fuck, what kind of skill is this?" Lam Uwen calmly stood and observed the ferocious beasts from before, and now they were only bloody corpses lying motionless on the ground. At the same time, the loudspeaker announcement from the contest judges suddenly rang out, "Contestant Lam Uwen, you have passed the entire Soul Beast examination program." Lam Uwen heard the announcement from the competition organizers and immediately thought with a depressed face, the difficulty of this animal training assessment program was much simpler than she imagined. He suddenly fell into deep contemplation, but if he can pass this test, he can prove that his performance in this test is not bad. When the results come out, he doesn't know what to do. How many people will be amazed? Lam Uwen suddenly remembered Vu Mak Wien's arrogant expression and secretly predicted his results. Even if Vu Mak Wien was an S-level natural talent, he could not pass the beast test. He smiled slightly in satisfaction and thought about the future with ambitious wishes. I want to take advantage of this exam opportunity to let all the universities see, even if I am an E-level beast soul, can have extremely strong power. The loudspeaker announcement from the organizers rang out again. The examination was over. Lam Uwen slowly opened her eyes to wake up after a fierce battle with monsters in the desert. He turned his head to look at the exam invigilators whose mouths were open in surprise. They carefully read all the information on the system again. Name Lam Uwen, male gender, age 18, awakened beast soul is a snake, talent level E-level, strength test Tam Star Beast General. This data is concluded based on the strength shown in real combat simulation. There is a certain error, used for reference only. The supervisor couldn't believe his eyes and then silently admired. At 18 years old, he had only been awakened for 2 weeks, but he could already use the power of the 3-star Beast General. This natural talent is indeed cruel, truly scary. Cheyu Sun Ha suddenly raised his voice and said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed all the gates of Thu Luan. Do you know what this means?" Lam Uwen smiled softly and happily replied, "I want to say that the achievements I have achieved are not bad." The young supervisor also spoke up with an excited tone, "Not only is it not bad, now the talent and power you have discovered, I am sure whether it is a great demonic beast or a great demonic beast, they will all compete to accept him." Lam Uwen curiously asked, "Okay, so when will my achievements be announced?" The remaining supervisor also quickly replied that if there was nothing unexpected, there would be an announcement of achievements this afternoon, but inside he was still secretly wondering. He was too calm. If it were another contestant, I would have been happy to death. Lam Uwen quickly walked in front of them and respectfully said, "Thank the 2 judges. If there is nothing else, then I will go first." Cheyu Sun Ha quickly said, "Wait." He was surprised and asked, "Is there anything else going on?" The examiner kindly asked, "What is your talent level? Why is it only E level? Didn't something happen when you awakened the beast soul? If something happened, could you do it? You can report it to me, I will help you solve it." Lam Uwen quickly shook her head and replied, "No, when I awakened my beast soul was really weak, so it's not surprising that I was level E. It was a waste of time to be a supervisor." The supervisor asked with a suspicious voice, "The examiner, do you think this kid is telling the truth?" Cheu Sun Ha frowned and replied in a low voice, looking at his expression, "There was nothing like lying, but it made me feel that there was something very unpredictable about his thoughts." Then he loudly said to Lam Uwen, "After achieving such impressive achievements, do well, do not be arrogant, do not do well and do not be impatient. His virtue is very valuable, take his natural talent, combine it with such a mentality. In the future, I'm afraid another beast soul master with great power will appear." A moment later, he went down to the courtyard at the Beast Soul Palace. Everyone was still crowded there. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "Lam Uwen, I'm here." It turned out that the owner of that voice was Tamo Tuat, standing and waving in a deserted corner of the yard. Seeing the girl running towards him, Lam Uwen quickly asked how things were going. Had he overcome the training challenge yet? Tamo Tuat immediately happily replied, "Of course I passed, and my score is not bad." He continued to ask curiously, "So what number of levels did you pass?" She smiled slightly with satisfaction and confidently boasted, "The 9th door." Lam Uwen spoke with admiration, "Oh, that's not bad," but inside he was still secretly surprised. Really, I doubted that she could overcome the 9 levels. It seemed that Tamo Tuyat's strength had improved much more than she had imagined. Lam Uwen looked intently at her face and thought to herself, she wanted to ask about her achievements but didn't know how to say it. After all, under normal circumstances, E-level beast souls would come to the door. It's hard to get over at first. He smiled slightly and silently predicted that he could scare her in a moment. Haha. Lam Uwen winked and said, "Let's go. It's not easy to finish the exam. Don't keep thinking about your achievements. I'll invite you to a meal, also to congratulate you on overcoming the 9 hurdles." To hearing that, Mo Tuat excitedly replied, "Okay, I want to eat a big bowl of malak thang," explaining further that malak thang is a popular Chinese hot pot dish, originating from Sichuan. Lam Uwen suddenly asked curiously, "Why doesn't anyone pursue her? But she's so distracting about eating hot pot. How about you take me to the restaurant we ate at last time? I'm hungry. That shop has been around for a long time." He put his hand on his chin and asked again worriedly. That shop seemed a bit far away. If so, he wouldn't be able to make it to the achievement announcement later. However, Tamo Tuat ignored his worries and held on, grabbed his hand and excitedly told him, "Leave it alone. After all, the achievements had already been determined. The announcement was just a ranking." Lam Uwen hurriedly ran after her and pondered, if nothing went wrong, no one would be able to surpass her achievements, and Tamo Tuat kept urging him to hurry up. "Hurry up, I'm very hungry." Lam Uwen is helpless in the face of that excitement, I know that. After a period of waiting, it was finally 1 p.m. A special moment was about to happen at the Animal Soul Palace Square. Everyone was gathering there. Right at that moment, a voice that sounded very arrogant said, get away from me." The people present heard that and immediately started talking, wondering who that guy was. So arrogant. So, it's Vu Mak Wien of Tran Hai Nyet Trung, Beast Soul Master of S-level talent. The rumors about him became more and more intense. This time he passed the 7 levels in the Beast Training exam, equal to the performance of the poinsettia last year. Upon hearing this, Vu Mak Wien pretended to straighten his clothes and confess, "Cold look." Then he slowly walked through the crowd of people looking at him with admiring eyes and flattering words. "Is it that strong? This Vu Mak Wien will probably be the champion of Tran Hai Ti this year. The Beast Soul of Heaven, S-level rich. It's really scary. This achievement, no matter whether it's the Demon King Beast Great, or the Demon Beast Great, you can get in easily." Vu Mak Wien listened to every sentence and every word. "I secretly boasted that if you are as outstanding as me, you will certainly be noticed wherever you go." He suddenly remembered the moment of preparation before the exam. For this test, he had prepared very carefully, and even asked his parents to buy him a large amount of beast spirits, so that he could develop beast spirits at maximum speed in a short period of time. Vu Mak Wien suddenly looked around frantically and asked, "That's right, why can't I see that little guy Lam Uwen anywhere?" One of the 2 subordinates following him quickly answered in a mocking tone. "Mocking? Why is this still a question? He must be looking for a hole to hide. An E-level talented guy like him dares to defeat our boss. He really doesn't know the height of heaven and earth." The other red-haired guy also smiled contemptuously and said, "I'm already laughing to death. If it were me, would I have the face to say anything more? At that time, I would have already found a hole to hide in." The blonde guy also let go Lam Uwen's insult. "Oh, at first I thought there would be a good show to watch. Who knew that guy wouldn't show his face here? What an emperor." Vu Macwien gave a small smile of satisfaction and then said in a low voice, "Leave, if he doesn't want to show up, then just let him be a shrinking turtle for the rest of his life." Inside, he was secretly happy. Lamb, did Uwin run away? This is exactly what I wanted. It's best to never appear again. At the same time suddenly there was laughter. It sounded very familiar. I said it was a ghost shop. That ladder is very far, but you still want to eat. A feminine voice immediately said, "It's okay. It's just time to announce the results. Hee hee, I'm so full." It turned out that the owners of those two voices were Lam Uwin and Tamo Tuit. The two of them looked very excited and it seemed like they were a match made in heaven. When Vu Macwien saw that scene, he became so angry that his face turned red and he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Lam Uwin, this trash, even dared to appear in front of him with Tamo Tuit. How am I?" Then, Vu Macwien walked up to them and mocked, "Hey, isn't this Lam Uwin? Looking at your relaxed appearance, it seems like your training results are not bad," he said in a low voice, replied but didn't even look at his face. "It's not too bad, at least for me." The blonde-haired subordinate spoke up, satisfied, "You're too modest. It must have been very difficult for you to pass the first round, right?" The other guy also let out insults. "Hey, the first round isn't just if you need help, you'll be able to get through it. Maybe there are still people who can't get through it. No." Then they shouted in unison, causing everyone present to laugh out loud and show contempt for Lam Uwin. "Ha ha ha, everyone don't laugh at him. It's good that the E-rank soul beast dares to participate in the assessment, already." Vu Macwien leaned down close to his face and raised her voice to ask, "Lam Uwin, do you still remember that bet?" He coldly replied, "If you hadn't mentioned it again, I would have forgotten." He smiled confidently and continued, "If you are so proactive, are you prepared for failure?" Hearing that, Vu Macwien immediately became angry and shouted madly, "Losing? Why, I can lose to a useless guy like you." Everyone was looking at the slowly moving clock hands. At that moment there was a loud voice shouting, there was a ranking, announcing the exam results. Everyone was talking excitedly, making the atmosphere more nervous than ever. Let's see what the results were. Who came out on top? Vu Macwien slightly smiled arrogantly and thought to himself, this year's champion is no one else but him. The results finally appeared. He felt extremely shocked when he saw that his name was not ranked first as he imagined. Why was it third place, and there were two people more powerful than him? Drops of nervous sweat kept falling on his forehead. His entire personal sky seemed to collapse when he saw the name ranked second. Vu Macwien continuously raised question marks about that result. Second place was Tamo Tuit. She was able to pass the 9th round of practice tests. Unexpectedly Tamo Tuit's talent surpassed hers. Then he seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. No, that's not right. If Tamo Tuit had safely passed 9 rounds of trials, but only ranked second, then first place, after all, who is that? The drops of sweat fell more and more until it drenched his entire face. The large bulletin board in the center of the Animal Soul Hall Square immediately displayed a very surprising result. Lam Uwin, the final result, passing the 10th stage of the test. The name Vu Macwien seemed dumbfounded when see that announcement board. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Lam Uwin, how could this be possible? Relying only on that level soul beast, how could he pass all 10 rounds? People present there immediately discussed, fiercely, who is this Lam Uwin? How can he be so strong, and be able to safely pass round 10, the animal training test? In total there are only 10 rounds, so that means he has safely passed finally. I don't know what soul beast this person has awakened that can have such power." Everyone quickly whispered loudly around Vu Macwien's ears, making him so embarrassed that he covered his ears. So this is the champion this year, including S-level soul beasts like Tamo Tuit and Vu Macwien also had to give up. Not to mention further, Tamo Tuit's achievement was also very high. Safely passed 9 rounds. Unfortunately he met a monster through customs. I see. The person who lost the most face was Vu Macwien. Before announcing the results, he exploded, but the result was pushed down to 3rd place. I died laughing. Lam Uwin happily walked to his place and raised her voice to say, "Like I said, now the loser is you. Isn't it time to complete the bet?" He lightly smiled brightly and continued, "So this bag of low-quality crystals, do you want to eat it dry, or add seasoning?" The beam of light from Lam Uwin shined straight into everyone's eyes. They immediately exclaimed in a tone full of admiration, "That was Lam Uwin's first class." Only Tamo Tuit still stood silently without saying a word. She secretly thought that his rank was even higher than hers. No wonder when it came to achievements, he didn't seem surprised at all. But, why did he do that? Vu Macwien still refused to accept the truth and frantically screamed, "This is impossible." He immediately pointed his finger straight at Lam Uwin's face and stubbornly shouted, "A useless guy like you who only possesses a level soul beast like you, how could you achieve such an achievement? You must have cheated." When the rest of the people there heard that, they became surprised and started talking. Wasn't it Vumak Wien over there? He was saying that first place Lam Uwan had cheated. Cheated? Really joking? Can you still cheat in the Beast Soul trial? What's going on? The first place cheated. Isn't that Tomo Tuat? The second place Tomo Tuat is also there. Lam Uwan frowned and angrily shouted, cheating? Do you really think I need to cheat to win against a guy like you? He still continued to talk nonsense. You said you didn't cheat, so please explain to me why an E-ranked Beast Soul could safely pass the 10th round. The others were easily convinced by Vumak Wien's baseless words. The Soul Beast was at a low level. Wasn't that the weakest Soul Beast? So how could he pass all 10 rounds of testing? No, maybe he really cheated. No, this is a real combat simulation, completely separate from the outside world. How could he cheat? Little Black Dragon standing next to him saw that the situation had suddenly become incredibly dangerous, so he covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "Hey, you're being suspected." However, Lam Uwan still kept calm on his face. He calmly replied, "Who said level E beast souls cannot pass the test? There is no such regulation in the handbook." Vumak hearing that, Wien felt sad and bitter. "Lam Uwan, don't be too quick to get complacent. I will report this to the referee board and let them publicize your dirty tricks." He asked again in surprise. The referee, Black Lizard, quickly explained that if a contestant's performance had a problem, he could report it to the referee board of the Soul Beast Hall, but they rarely arbitrated scores. Truly a tree is not afraid of dying, Lam Uwan immediately said. "If you want, then go ahead. Once you confirm that I did not cheat, you must definitely accept that punishment." Tu Hak Long shook his head in criticism. "Bae, I couldn't understand. How could someone like him be an S-level beast soul?" Vumak Wien replied bitterly. "Okay." At the same time a stern-looking voice spoke up. "Why was it so noisy outside the voltage? This." It turned out that the owner of that voice was Cheu Sun Ha. He quickly appeared with a very large and powerful beast spirit. All the contestants exclaimed in unison, "The examiner." Little Black Dragon immediately marveled with an admiring look on his face. As expected of a Lord-level beast spirit master, the pressure was so strong. Only Lam Uwan's face didn't change at all when the examiner appeared, his inner thoughts still pondering. Lord-level beast soul master. The other people present once again had the opportunity to discuss excitedly. "Is he Cheu Sun Ha? I heard that his fierce slave has already reached the level of 7-star Lord. Oh my god, he is Lord-level Beast Spirit Master. This person's strength is not small. He is a Beast Spirit Master from Town Sea City. This time he took the initiative to come here to be the main examiner." Cheu Sun Ha frowned and grimaced then shouted fiercely, "Just now someone wanted to report something to the Beast Soul Hall." Vumak Wien immediately ran in front of him, bowed his head and said sadly, "That person is me. I think contestant Lam Uwan's performance is problematic." After that, he pointed his finger at Lam Uwan and shouted angrily, "He only awakened an E-class soul beast. How could he safely pass all 10 rounds of testing? There was definitely a problem in this matter. For this matter, I want the Beast Soul Hall to give a reasonable explanation." However, Cheu Sun Ha replied indifferently, "When candidate Lam Uwan participated in the exam, I was also there watching, but from beginning to end I did not detect anything unusual." Suddenly he frowned and looked angry and shouted loudly, "Or what you mean? You suspected me of helping that contestant cheat." Vumak Wien heard those words and was so scared that he broke out in sweat. "Foul." When he heard Cheu Sun Ha's voice, Vumak Wien stood solemnly, frowned and replied, "Judge Cheu, this is the pride of our entire town. Of course I cannot doubt you, but the snake spirit beast that contestant Lam Uwan awakened is considered an E-level talent. I'm sure everyone here knows what this E-level talent is like. Lam Uwan only used an E-level beast soul but was able to pass through 10 levels. At this time, everyone heard that. The surrounding people immediately gathered around Lam Uwan's place and looked angry, cursing and pointing at the three of them. On Vumak Wien's side, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately showed disapproval and pressed himself close to Cheu Sun Ha's body. His face looked angry and unsightly, and continued to shout and say, "So I let him know that Judge Cheu had to at least compare contestant Lam Uwan's video so that we could admire it." Hearing that, one of the people crowding around behind immediately stood up. A voice of agreement said, "That's right, that's right. We also felt very strange. How could he do that?" Seeing Vumak Wien say such an excessive request, Cheu Sun Ha suddenly frowned and answered this request, asking me to forgive him for not being able to comply, because according to the regulations of the Beast Soul Temple, there is no such thing. In any special situation, judges are not allowed to reveal information about participating contestants. Hearing that, Vumak Wien, who was standing opposite him, immediately bowed his head and smirked, continuing to offer another condition. If he could not broadcast the video recording of the competition, he wanted to prove Lam Uwan's achievements. Whether it's true or not, there can only be another way. Hearing him say that he would give such other conditions, Cheu Sun Ha immediately looked waiting and told him to speak. Vu Mac-Wien lowered his head slightly and closed his eyes, then immediately stood up and shouted decisively, saying that he was letting Lam win and I have a decisive battle. If he won, of course the result would be an achievement, his is no problem. Having said that, he smiled and turned around to point at Lam Uwen and declared that if he lost, then it could be said that the achievement he achieved was basically achieved by cheating. Hearing that, the surrounding people immediately became excited and raised their hands to shout, saying that Vu Mac-Wien wanted to hit Lam Uwen in the face. In the middle, just as he finished speaking, Vu Mac-Wien immediately showed a very calm expression and stood smiling at Lam Uwen. Seeing that, Tumotuit, who was behind him, could no longer hold back his anger and immediately stood and cursed him, saying that he deserved it. Damn, making such a deliberate decision was to humiliate him in front of everyone. Seeing that Tumotuit was angry on her behalf, Lam Uwen immediately waved her hand to reassure him and said it was okay. At this time, Little Black Dragon stood next to him, floating in the air, looking at him and then crossing his arms, continuously analyzing this guy's thoughts very clearly. He was looking for an opportunity to hit him later, proving in front of everyone that he was a trash. Hearing that, Lam Uwen smiled softly and hesitantly replied that it was not right. Let's count the old hatred once. On the other hand, on Vu Mac-Wien's side, while waiting for Lam Uwen to consider, he immediately turned around and glared at Cheu Sun Ha, who had just raised his voice to question and said to Examiner Cheu that he was challenging someone else. It's not within the limited scope of the Beast Soul Hall, right? Hearing that, he immediately replied of course, but he also needed to ask the current master's opinion. On Lam Uwen's and Tomo's side, she was worried and leaned against him, while everyone behind them saw this and immediately showed disdain on their faces, then looked at Lam in turn. Uwen asked Lam Uwen if she would accept Mac-Vu Wien's challenge. Hearing that, another person responded and said Lam Uwen could not control what had happened. The other person just finished speaking. Then the next person said that if Lam Uwen refused the challenge, everyone would definitely consider him a cheater. Then, while the crowd was noisily chatting, Vu Mac-Wien immediately smiled smugly at him and asked if he dared to accept my challenge. Seeing everything, Tumotuit, standing next to Lam Uwen, immediately frowned and immediately tightened her hands, glanced at him and said that if he was not sure of winning, he could choose not to accept his offer. Hearing that, Lam Uwen immediately smiled and replied that if someone touched him, no matter how much patience he had, it would be useless. Only by directly breaking the other person's bones would he be afraid. Lam Uwen immediately raised her hand high, shouting and declaring her agreement to fight this battle. I agree. Seeing that, not only was Tumotuit standing next to him surprised, but it immediately made everyone surrounding him immediately surprised as well. When they saw that, they immediately made noise, each person speaking up one by one. Heaven and earth, he agreed. The battle between S-Class Beast Souls and E-Class Beast Souls has never happened in the history of Beast Soul testing. Hearing that, another person chimed in and said, but the difference in levels is as great as so Lam Uwen will definitely be crushed by the other person. As soon as this person finishes speaking, the other person will continue talking. Lam Uwen was the first person of the Sea Zombie Town to pass 10 levels in the Beast Soul test. It was difficult to say what the outcome would be. On the other hand, this time it was towards Vu Mac-Wien, when he stood from afar and saw it, so he couldn't help but laugh and show disdain on his face, secretly implying that he was looking for a way to humiliate himself. Cheu Sun Ha also saw that Lam Uwen agreed, so he frowned and raised his hand to silently admonish. To be honest, this battle is not really necessary. Two people, one is first class, one is third class. As the pride of Hightown, we don't need to fight for life or death because of this little matter. Having said that, he immediately glanced at Vu Mac-Wien and continued to openly and clearly continue to say that I have already said that. I guarantee that he did not cheat during the Beast Soul assessment process. He heard that. I immediately got angry and thought to myself, why do I have to speak up for this Lam Uwen every time? What exactly is it about that brat that makes them so biased? Feeling so unfair, Vu Mac-Wien heard that, frowned angrily, clenched his fists, turned around and glanced at Lam Uwen stubbornly shouting that if he said he didn't cheat, then just fight me. Judge Cheu, I hope you will take the position of witness for this battle. I will show you how this brat was torn to pieces by me. Seeing that he was still so stubborn about winning or losing, Cheu Sun Ha had no choice but to close his eyes and sigh, agreeing to reply that if that's the case, then I'll let you two stay. On the stage in the Beast Soul Hall, there will be a high and low battle. Anyone who wants to come and watch can just come. Then at the battle platform of the Beast Soul Hall, inside the grandstand area, everyone including people from everywhere flocked to watch. Everyone immediately cheered and shouted, chanting to increase the excitement of the match. In the middle of the front of the stand, 3 people, Cheu Sun-ha, Vu Mak-wien, and Lam U-win, all stood there. Cheu Sun-ha stood in the middle with the main role of being the game manager, and 2 people, Vu Mak-wien and Lam U-win, stood opposite each other and would be the contestant. Seeing that they were both ready, he immediately shouted and announced that if both sides were ready, then now the first battle would begin. Let us first clarify the rules of the competition first. Cheu Sun-ha just observed the 2 people Vu Mak-wien and Lam U-win standing opposite and began to announce the rules of the competition, saying that this is just a competition, you can use all your strength to deal with it, but you are not allowed to cause harm. If there is a fatal accident, as long as one side admits defeat, the war will end. During the battle, absolutely do not receive help from anything from the outside. Breaking the law means breaking the law. With failure, have you heard everything clearly? Hearing that, both Vu Mak-wien and Lam U-win shouted loudly at the same time. Seeing that, Cheu Sun-ha immediately continued to speak, so I would like to announce the official start of the battle. As soon as Cheu Sun-ha finished speaking, Vu Mak-wien, standing on the opposite side of Lam U-win, frowned and said in contempt that he must know that no matter what happens today, it will be his fault. Hearing that, he immediately responded, I don't think you will default on your debt. Of course I will not hesitate to cause such a stir. If you want, you can beg me to forgive you. I can handle it. Remembering to spare an incompetent person like him, Lam U-win suddenly thought that something like him was something she was afraid of wasting. When Vu Mak-wien heard that, he immediately became angry, shouted death, then transformed, performed his body, and continued to utter the spell to fuse the beast's soul. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, he transformed himself into a terrifying growling beast spirit. Seeing this, everyone there couldn't help but be amazed and surprised. One person there who had a little understanding spoke up and said that this giant beast was really scary. The body of this skull-headed reptile king, it must be more than 5 meters, right? This is an S-class beast soul. It's truly an S-class talent that is hard to see with the naked eye. Hearing that, another person immediately praised, as expected of a genius ranked 3rd on the achievement rankings, his strength cannot be underestimated. While everyone was noisily chatting while watching the match, towards the stadium at that time, in the form of Vu Mak-wien's animal soul, he quickly used his tail to launch a vicious attack towards the stadium, Lam U-win, but he was lucky enough to avoid it. Seeing that, Vu Mak-wien's beast soul frowned and angrily asked the trash, why didn't even the beast soul dare to fuse? Hearing that, several people in the audience took turns saying yes, why didn't that guy merge with the beast soul? As soon as he finished speaking, another person stepped in to say that the E-level beast soul could overwhelm 2 beasts, S-class soul. Is this really not cheating? Timo Tuat was also standing in the stands to observe the situation with Tu Hoc Long next to her. When she saw this, she immediately slammed her hands down on the partition wall of the stands, her expression showing concern and deep thought. Lam U-win's snake soul is only level E, although it's unclear how he was able to pass the 10th level of the test. Thinking of this, she immediately decided to continue thinking, if Vu Mak-wien dares to endanger Lam U-win's life, if Cheu Sun-ha doesn't take action, then I will take action. Then saw Timo Tuat worried, feeling so uneasy. Little black dragon standing next to her immediately landed close to her and said that although she couldn't hear, don't worry, Lam U-win cannot lose to that guy. When Lam U-win heard such offensive words, she smiled slightly and said that if you expected me to fuse the beast soul like that, I will pay you. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up and opened wide. Lam U-win immediately flew up into the air to perform transformation and fusion. His mouth also uttered a spell to fuse the beast soul. As soon as he shouted, he immediately transformed into his animal soul form, looking extremely proud and strong. At this time, Lam U-win's animal soul form roared. Seeing this, everyone in the stands couldn't help but be shocked and surprised. Someone cursed and asked if this motherfucker was an E-level soul beast. As soon as they finished speaking, another person interrupted to continue speaking, tell her mother she's crazy. Inside the stands, Vu Mak-wien's beast soul form couldn't help but be surprised, even incredulous, and said it was impossible. E-level beast soul, how could it grow so fast? Hearing that, Lam U-win's beast soul form immediately glanced down angrily and asked what about the E-level beast soul? Lam U-win's beast spirit formed and swung its claws. Then, at the same time, he radiated terrible power towards Vu Mak-wien's beast soul form and shouted, saying who decided that E-class beast souls must be weaker than S-class beast souls. When he saw the danger approaching him, Vu Mak-wien's beast soul form was suddenly startled and looked up. Then, he quickly lifted one of his legs to rush out, dodging the claw attack of Lam U-win's soul beast form. When he saw that fiery claw attack, he missed him and hit the ground hard. In the heart of Vu Mak-wien's beast soul, he suddenly thought that if that claw hit him just now, even if he didn't die, he would only have half his life left. After thinking about it, it observed the hands containing sharp claws of Lam U-win's soul beast form. Thinking for a long time, Vu Mac Wien's beast soul suddenly realized something and was startled to think wrongly. From the power of that claw, Lam Uwen's strength was at least the strength of a beast general. Thinking of this, I can't believe it, but how is it possible? In just a few short days he already has the power of a beast general. While Vu Mac Wien in his beast soul form was standing there thinking the slightest bit, Lam Uwen's beast soul form, standing on the opposite side, immediately removed his hand from the ground and silently launched his next move. Right after that, while Vu Mac Wien's beast soul form was still standing in a daze, Lam Uwen's beast soul form immediately rushed out to attack. Seeing this, Vu Mac Wien's beast soul form suddenly became startled. I secretly thought it wasn't good, I couldn't avoid it in time. Then immediately, Vu Mac Wien, in his animal soul form, frowned and angrily spoke up in a hateful voice. Having finished speaking, he prepared to attack, stepped back, and continued to shout, unconvinced that I am an S-class reptile king skeleton. How could I lose to an E-class trash like you? Vu Mac Wien's animal soul form immediately swung his reptilian tail to attack the opponent. Seeing that, Lam Uwen's beast spirit immediately spoke up, which was unexpected, but he still dared to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, Vu Mac Wien's beast spirit form was startled and quickly showed surprise. So at this moment, the sharp-clawed hand of Lam Uwen's spirit beast form quickly grabbed the tail of Vu Mac Wien's spirit beast form that had just rushed here. Seeing that his opponent had grabbed his tail, Vu Mac Wien's beast spirit immediately became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want to do?" And while he was talking, he did not pay attention to the conflict. Around me is moving rapidly. Immediately in the next moment, Lam Uwen's beast spirit form was holding the tail of Vu Mac Wien's beast spirit form. Hearing that, he immediately threw his body back, and then replied, asking you to tell me what I want. What? After saying that, he immediately threw his body upside down, causing it to crash into large rocks and then crash down. After that, Lam Uwen, in her animal soul form, still felt that it was not enough, so she continued to grab her opponent's tail and whip it continuously from left to right in a powerful and painful way. When being brutally tortured like that, Vu Mac Wien's beast soul couldn't bear the pain anymore and quickly fell backwards. On Lam Uwen's side, in his animal soul form, when he saw Vu Mac Wien's animal soul form lying on his back in pain, he thought he had given up, so he sighed, his eyes widening, his face turned red and he quickly let go of his hand. When they witnessed everything, everyone watching in the stands couldn't help but gasp. One by one they shouted, and yet they crushed Vu Mac Wien on their own. Is this the true power of Lam Uwen? It turns out that teacher Cheu Sun Ha is not biased towards Lam Uwen but is protecting Vu Mac Wien. At this time, Tomo Tuat was also standing in the stands. She couldn't help but be surprised and unconsciously squeezed her hand, thinking to herself that even though she had known for a long time that Lam Uwen was not weak, the E-level beast soul was even that strong was too shocking. Below, right after being made half awake and half asleep by Lam Uwen's animal soul form, unable to accept the truth, Vu Mac Wien in his animal soul form angrily roared and said, "No, no way, I'm an S-class soul beast, how can I lose to an E-class person like you?" Having said that, he immediately launched a tail swipe at Lam Uwen again, but before he could succeed, he was grabbed by the beast spirit and broke his tail. Lam Uwen's hand was holding the half of Vu Mac Wien's tail that had just been broken. As soon as he spoke up and said, "You lost," Vu Mac Wien struggled. His mouth still had the strength to respond, telling someone to say, "I lost." As he finished speaking, a small blood jade pill appeared in his mouth. Vu Mac Wien immediately took the small piece of blood pill into his mouth. His expression was fierce and his red eyes glared at him. On the other hand, in the stands, Cheu Sun Ha was standing from afar watching and suddenly frowned. He suddenly thought of the bloody pill. Vu Mac Wien's mouth was holding the violent blood pill and his whole body emitted a fiery light. Little Black Dragon appeared from nowhere and quickly walked to Lam Uwen's side and explained that he had just eaten the violent blood pill. This thing can increase his level quickly in a short time. It is estimated that his strength can increase from the 8-star beast level to the peak 3-star beast general level. Having said that, he immediately smiled and crossed his arms, continuing to say that strong medicine will have side effects. The sequelae left after taking this medicinal pill will take a month to heal the body. That's right, crazy. Even if he breaks the rules, he still wants to defeat him. Hearing that, Lam Uwen's beast soul form next to him replied with sharp eyes, "Just a clown." At this time, the referee, Cheu Sun Ha, saw this and immediately picked up the mic and pointed towards the center of the match stands. His expression was frowning and his face full of anger, and he immediately shouted, said, "Vu Mac Wien, you broke the rules so you lost, stop it for me." But Vu Mac Wien and Lam Uwen did not stop at all according to Cheu Sun Ha's orders. The two of them got into a position to continue fighting for the next stage. Lam Uwen was standing opposite the opponent and mocked Vu Mac Wien. More trash than I imagined. Seeing that, Cheu Sun Ha above immediately thought about this kid. He glanced at Lam Uwen's beast soul form while continuing to wonder if Vu Mak Wien had already eaten the violent blood pill. Did he still want to fight him again? When he heard that Lam Uwen had just teased him, Vu Mak Wien in his animal soul form immediately became angry. His eyes flashed with fire, and his mouth shouted that I want you to die. Hearing that, Lam Uwen's animal soul immediately glanced at him with sharp eyes. Seeing that, Vu Mak Wien in his animal soul form immediately expressed confusion as to why it was so leisurely. It was clear that his strength was now much stronger than Lam Uwen's. Lam Uwen, on the other hand, didn't care. In her animal soul form, she opened her mouth wide and sucked all the power inside. Vu Mak Wien was still naive and didn't know anything yet, so she continued to ask silently, wondering what energy this was. After that, he didn't pay any attention and just prepared to attack. But now I have no way to retreat. Lam Uwen, you die for me. While he was thinking like that, Lam Uwen had accumulated enough power inside his mouth. Immediately, he unleashed a move that sprayed power from his mouth, then shined it straight at Vu Mak Wien's beast soul form, causing him to be surprised and unable to react. Because she had enough strength, Lam Uwen spewed out a stream of terrifying power from her mouth towards the beast spirit form of Vu Mak Wien. As soon as he was hit, he immediately crashed and fell into the wall of the stands. Then he immediately returned to his original human form, Vu Mak Wien. Because he had just suffered a painful attack, he coughed in pain and even spat out blood. Seeing this, Cheyu Sun Ha immediately stepped down, clutched his palm and shouted solemnly, I declare this match Lam Uwen won. And at the same time, during the competition, Vu Mak Wien used medicinal pills, violating the rules of the tournament contest to strengthen yourself. Now does anyone have any comments on contestant Lam Uwen's performance? While Cheyu Sun Ha was speaking, Lam Uwen also transformed back to her normal appearance. Initially, next to him was Tu Hak Long, standing proudly and smiling. At this time, all the spectators in the stands saw this and couldn't help but gasp in surprise, and one by one they shouted that it was so scary. Vu Mak Wien couldn't even defeat Lam Uwen with medicinal pills, nor could Lam Uwen. That's too strong. In the end, what kind of blind person judged his beast soul to be an E-class monster? Have you seen an E-class crush an S-class like that? Cheyu Sun Ha walked over, picked up Vu Mak Wien's hand, and gave it to the security guard, who ordered him to take him to the medical room. The wound on his body was not fatal, but the side effects after using the violent blood pill were also. I had to lie in bed for 1 or 2 months. Hearing that, the security guard immediately used his hand to support Vu Mak Wien and obeyed the order. He sighed with a tired face and said like this, probably no school would dare to accept this boy anymore. Hearing that, another guard following behind and standing next to him could only close his eyes and sigh. According to this, I can only blame this child for sowing the wind and reaping the storm. After the guards evacuated Vu Mak Wien, Cheyu Sun Ha immediately walked over, stood with his hands on his hips, facing Lam Uwen, and happily said, congratulations on winning this match. Hearing that, he also stood smiling happily. According to the answer, I would like to thank the examiner. Cheyu Sun Ha wondered why he was thanking me. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, of course, thank you for giving me the opportunity to seriously injure him. After finishing speaking, Lam Uwen's mind immediately thought, with great strength, of Cheyu Sun Ha. Surely could have arrived in time to stop him, but he did not. When he saw Lam Uwen looking so decisive, Cheyu Sun Ha immediately smiled affectionately, clapped his hand on his shoulder and told the kid, in fact, I'm not just a judge, I'm also a ghost recruit teacher. Do you want to go with me? Hearing Cheyu Sun Ha's suggestion, Lam Uwen suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then while he was still surprised, Tu Hak Long standing next to him immediately swooped down and also appeared surprised to quickly answer, I like to give you Demon Beast Major. Is the Beast Soul Academy with the same reputation as the Beast Soul Master? These two Beast Soul Master Academies are the top among the most famous academies. People can enter to this school as all geniuses of geniuses. Hearing that, Lam Uwen immediately smiled and stretched out her hand to ask Teacher Cheyu, don't the teacher schools have any sincerity like that? For better or for worse, I am also the protege of the town of Haifan. Cheyu Sun Ha was standing on the opposite side. His expression immediately became speechless as he looked at Lam Uwen. He quickly thought to himself, wondering if this kid was a normal person after all, facing an olive branch that was evil. When the beast came out, his first thought was whether school would give him any benefits or not. Lam Uwen continued to question Teacher Cheyu, since Demon Dojo is a top school, it doesn't mean it doesn't allow any conditions, right? Hearing that, Cheyu-sun stood with his hands on his hips and replied, of course not, just if you agree to enter the magical beast capital, the master can apply for a full resource allowance for you, including 500,000 admission fees, 20 premium beast soul crystals, in addition to a set of beast general level beast spirit weapons. Seeing such an attractive invitation, Lam Uwen brainstormed and thought that 20 premium crystallized beast soul pills were worth 200,000, and 5 spirit beast spirit pills were worth 250,000. Then while he was thinking and calculating, Chu the black dragon next to him immediately lay down and yawned, saying he should take it slow. I'll hide first. Seeing that Lam Uwen did not say anything, Cheu Sun Ha waved his hand and continued to say that this is the biggest favor I can give. These things both show my sincerity and also show the sincerity of the devil, great beast. Suddenly there was a voice from afar shouting loudly that Cheu Sun Ha was truly shameless. It turned out that a man with long yellow hair and a strong body had just arrived. He went to Lam Uwen's place and Cheu Sun Ha said that he hadn't even started recruiting students yet and he was already seducing this kid. You've entered the magical beast capital. Lam Uwen immediately wondered who he thought he was, yet he used this tone to talk to Cheu Sun Ha. Lam Uwen immediately wondered who he thought he was, yet he used this tone to talk to Cheu Sun Ha. Cheu Sun Ha immediately closed his eyes and replied, Trin Nak Ho, you can't talk nonsense like that. Could it be that the good seeds can only go to the big beasts of a few people? Hearing that, he immediately got angry and said less, go. He advised Lam Uwen, don't let him fool you, our Yenkeen Beast Group is always on top of the Demon Beast Group, and as long as you join the Yenkeen Beast Group, you can get 500,000 in subsidies, 40 premium Beast Soul Crystals, 10 Beast Spirit Pills. All the spectators in the stands immediately admired and discussed each other, then one by one they said that it was truly a terrifying beast, what an evil spirit, and as soon as they finished speaking, another person interrupted, oh my, this is the treatment of a super genius, not only is he competing with 2 famous academies, but he is also given all kinds of resources, what a waste of words, if he can pass 10 rounds of beast training, then he received the same treatment. Then, turning back to the front of the stands, when he saw Trin Ko planning to seduce the future student he had chosen, Cheu Sun Ha immediately turned on the anger button and his whole body seemed to radiate animal power, scary brown bear spirit. His eyes were red with fire, angry and inquiring. He even dared to dig into the corner of my mind right in front of me. Seeing this, Trin Ko was not inferior, but his whole person immediately became angry, radiating the power of the blue fire tiger soul beast. His tone full of challenges, he continuously shouted to ask Cheu Sun Ha. He threatened, who is there? I thought I was afraid of you. Then both sides stood opposite each other and competed to radiate the power of their beast souls. Cheu Sun Ha radiated the power of brown bear beast souls with red fire, and Trin and Gu Ho radiated the power of blue tiger beast souls with purple light. Lam Uwen standing in the middle saw 2 people like that and was immediately surprised. He immediately frowned, narrowed his eyes, grabbed both hands to block both sides from that terrible power, thinking to himself that the power was so strong. Was this the power of a lord-level beast soul? Suddenly there was the voice rang out, wait a minute. A man with his face covered appeared, and as soon as he walked, his whole body radiated a kind of beastly power. So strong that it suppressed both the beast souls of Cheu Sun Ha and Trin and Gu Ho. The man covered his face and said he was only recruiting students. What was the use of such explosive fire? Lam Uwen quickly squinted her eyes and thought that if she could suppress the aura of the Great Earth Rage and the Underworld Ghost Tiger, could it be that this fat guy's strength is stronger than that of Cheu Sun Ha and Trin and Gu Ho? The hooded man immediately smiled and said to the little guy, as long as you come to our Sichuan Beast Land, we will give you 3 million in allowance, 50 premium beast soul crystals and 10 beast spirit pill. It turned out that this man was the educator of the Thuchuan Beast Land named Din Lok Sun. At this time, he extended his hand to Lam Uwen and said that every semester he will give you 20 top-class beast soul crystals. It will continue like this until you graduate. I will not lie to you, great beast. Our company attaches great importance to cultivating talented people. Upon hearing that, Lam Uwen immediately thought that Tuk Shuyan really has real money. Then when he turned around to this side, he was immediately pressured by many other teachers because they were also trying to invite him. Many teachers there one by one immediately spoke up. Classmate Lam Uwen, maybe consider Keen Hang Thu Dai Dai. We can offer the same treatment. Our brother Tian Nam Beast Dai is the best choice for you. Tahoa Bok Beast Dai of Let's Go. We are the top 8 school in last year's rankings. Lam Uwen was speechless and thought that even though these teachers want to accept her, this wave is relying on her to promote the school for free. There. Seeing that, Trin and Gu Ho immediately frowned and told everyone not to make a ruckus anymore. What did his classmate Lam Uwen think? Lam Uwen lowered her head and answered. Lam Uwen thanked everyone for their favor, but I'm sorry, except for the Yenkeen Beast Dai and Demon Do Martial Arts, I will not consider other academies for the time being. Hearing him say that, Din Lok Sun immediately touched his hat, turned around and left, telling the boy, if you think clearly, you can always come find me. Hearing that, Lam Uwen bowed her head and closed her eyes and replied yes, if necessary, I will definitely contact you sir. Cheyu Sun Ha and Trin Gu Ho both shouted in unison, asking who he would choose. Hearing that, Lam Uwen immediately clasped her hands together and respectfully said that when the enrollment period begins, Lam Uwen will definitely answer the two seniors. Seeing that he was determined to say so, Cheyu Sun Ha stood solemnly, closed his eyes and said okay. I waited for him to answer, while Trin Gu Ho next to him stood with his hands on his hips, smiling and telling the kid to think carefully. Lam Uwen immediately responded yes. After that, the two of them left but still did not forget to fight with each other. Cheyu Sun Ha immediately said to dig my corner, then Trin Gu Ho shamelessly replied, who dug your corner? Cheyu Sun Ha immediately angrily continued to say that he wanted to fight, then Trin Gu Ho continued to reply, telling him to go up, who was afraid of whom? Then when he saw him, Little Black Dragon happily stretched out his arms and swooped down to say congratulations. Just now Vu Mak Wien was identified by the system as a Beast Spirit Master at the Beast General level and he received a chest of silver coins, saying, then he immediately shouted and urged him to quickly open it and see what's inside. This is the first silver chest you have received. Hearing that, Lam Uwen was about to answer and said to me, then suddenly another voice rang out calling Lam Uwen. It turned out to be Mo Tuat. She immediately smiled and appeared in front of him praising Lam Uwen. You are really amazing. Now you have become the status quo of the town. Many famous universities want to compete for you. Hearing that, he immediately asked which school he was planning to choose. After all, his talent and achievements would be respected by them. At this moment, when she saw him asking that, Mo Tuat, standing opposite Lam Uwen, immediately crossed her arms and thought about it. According to me, she would probably choose one of the two long yen horror beasts or the demon beasts. Then she asked him if he was okay. You must want to go to the same school as me. Hearing that, Lam Uwen immediately replied that if possible, it would be good. It would be considered an acquaintance, but I would consider it myself. At this time, after thinking for a while, Mo Tuat, who was standing with his arms crossed, raised his face, clenched his palms, and continued to say that if we talk about combined strength, the background of the Yenkeen beast is much stronger, but I will choose the big demon beast. Seeing that, Lam Uwen wondered and asked why. Seeing him ask questions, she could only pouted and turned her face away, reluctant to answer because in the wild, there were people I didn't want to meet. Seeing this, Lam Uwen immediately thought that he didn't want to say much, or should stop asking and go to another location, this time in the late afternoon, at the side of the apartment building, at Lam Uwen's house. He was sitting in his room opening the silver chest that was his previous reward. When Lam Uwen opened it and Little Black Dragon saw what was inside, he happily turned around and said it was 10,000 evolution points, and there was more. In the middle of speaking, when he saw Lam Uwen pull out a sharp, sparkling claw from inside the silver chest, Tu Hak Long couldn't help but exclaim in joy that he continued to exclaim that the red flame beast claw was a beast general level divine weapon. Then it happily explained while flailing its arms and legs that when its red claws attacked the enemy, fire would appear on the claws that could cause additional fire damage to the opponent. Hearing this, Lam Uwen was sitting reclining, at the head of the bed, holding the red claw in his hand. He spoke up and said a good word of praise. Seeing him say that nonchalantly, Little Black Dragon immediately looked dissatisfied. He stood with his arms crossed and pouted, continuing to say something that was not bad and very powerful. Okay, beast divine weapons are divided into war beast level, beast general level, level of beast king, level of lord, level of beast emperor. This kind of magical beast weapon of yours must cost hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing that, Lam Uwen suddenly asked why it was so expensive. Seeing him innocently ask that, Tu Hak Long got annoyed and continued to say that this was cheap, that beast soul soldiers like the Beast King level would cost thousands of thousands. With our luck it's impossible to say, it might explode in the future. Hearing him say that, Lam Uwen immediately put his hand on his chin, thinking, and said I must quickly get the Beast King level. After talking about this, Tu Hak Long immediately flew down and sat across from him and asked him what was going on at school. Hearing that, Lam Uwen, who was sitting against the head of the bed, immediately asked him if he had any information. Seeing that, Little Black Dragon continued to say something like this, Yenkeen beasts cultivate strong people, demon beasts cultivate top-level strong people, and I think you will definitely like demon beasts. Listen. So Lam Uwen immediately raised her hand to ask why. Seeing him ask, Tu Hak Long immediately answered. He said that they were martial arts, everything was based on strength as the standard, everyone liked being strong. The school even specially opened 3 tables, the Hidden Dragon Table, Beast King Table, Beast God Table, all resources are based on the list. Then Tu Hak Long continued to tell Lam Uwen that if it is said that the Beast is a suitable environment for strong people, then the Demon Beast Castle is a disastrous beast fighting arena. Hearing that, Lam Uwen could not help but be shocked, surprised. He asked about animal fighting, then in his heart he suddenly thought that if in the end there must be one person standing above 10,000 people, then that person. At the same time as he was thinking, at this moment, Lam Uwen immediately showed determination and smiled and exclaimed that the demon beast would go. Then he continued to think in his heart why it wasn't him. In Cheu Sun Ha's office, Trin Nok Ho kicked the door in and called out to Cheu Sun Ha. He looked up and smiled smugly and said, "What's wrong? Tell me that Lam Uwen has already filled in her application to our school, and you've run out of chances." Trin Nok Ho angrily yelled at him to stop boasting. "I respect that kid's decision. I'm just asking you, is Mo Tuat also applying to your school?" Cheu Sun Ha was surprised and asked again how quickly he received the news. But how did he know that girl? Trin and Gu Ho warned him in advance that it was not just an acquaintance. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. When you come to Ma Du Thu Dai, remember to take care of her a little more. This girl's background is not simple." After listening to Trin Ko's words, Cheu Sun Ha remembered the time when Lam Uwen and Mo Tuat filled out their wishes. Lam Uwen asked Mr. Cheu, "When will Ma Du Dai Thu's resource subsidy be distributed?" He rubbed his head and replied that normally it would be available after the admission announcement, but I asked for it in advance, and it will be given to you very quickly. After responding to Lam Uwen, he turned to ask Mo Tuat and her brother, do they need to give them an allowance in advance? She gently replied, "I don't need it, teacher, it's okay to just give it as usual." After remembering, that girl doesn't seem to be as short of money as Lam Uwen, Trin Nok Ho crossed his arms and said the specific situation is not convenient for me to say, you just need to keep an eye on her. 3 days later, Lam Uwen and the little black dragon were standing in front of the Beast Soul Palace. Then he exclaimed that he didn't expect the school's subsidy to come so quickly. He listed each item he received from the 500,000 subsidy: 20 top-class Beast Soul Crystals, 5 Beast Spirit Pills along with the Beast Spirit Bottle and Black Scripture Armor of the Beast General level. The little black dragon further explained to him that these equipment could help his armor become tougher, and at the same time, his back was also covered with sharp spikes, which could achieve the effect of defense and counter-attack. After a series of explanations, he exclaimed, "It seems like this school also values you a lot." He didn't care about what the little black dragon said, but was thinking that these equipments weren't the important thing. The important thing was that 500,000 subsidy money. That was 50,000 low-grade crystals, 500,000 evolution points. The person who exchanged things for him last time was surprised and exclaimed that he had come to exchange for weak soul crystals. How much did he want to exchange this time? He replied immediately, "I bought 500,000 low-grade crystallized beast souls." The seller was immediately shocked and shouted loudly. Even though he was shocked, he still filled the car for him and said he had finished packing it all. Lam Uwen also politely raised her hand to wave goodbye and said thank you. The seller also raised his hand to say goodbye and said there was no need to be polite. After he left, the seller sighed and thought that he had bought so much. Did he intend to take it all back to feed the pigs? At Lam Uwen's house, he sat in the middle of a pile of poorly crystallized animal souls and said it was inconvenient to tell the driver the secret address of the warehouse, so he had to take it home to temporarily stop it. But with so many crystallized crystals, it was necessary to maintain them. How long does it take to maintain the fusion state to complete it? The little black dragon fluttered above his head and said that you should stay in the house in human form and absorb it. He turned around in surprise to look at the little black dragon and asked if that was okay. Wouldn't he need to fuse with the beast soul to absorb the energy of the crystal? The little black dragon confidently replied that it was usually like that, but he had a system. He could use the system to maintain his humanoid state to absorb. Hearing the satisfactory answer, he shouted happily, "Why didn't he say it sooner?" The little black dragon replied lazily, "But the absorption speed in human form will be a few minutes slower than in animal form, but to maintain animal form it takes an extremely large amount of energy. This is still the case." Boring words. After the little black dragon explained, he immediately flew and jumped everywhere while he sat cross-legged and concentrated to start practicing. His body emitted a purple aura surrounding him. The baby dragon who had been observing all this time happily said congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and receiving 1,000 evolution points. He glanced at the clock on the table and started calculating 15 minutes. It was a bit slower than fusing with a beast soul. On average, he had to absorb 84 pills a day to absorb all 5,000 pills. Hey, okay, gotta seize the time. It was nighttime when everyone was asleep and only his apartment had the lights on. The baby dragon kept wandering around him and congratulated him that his body had undergone a mutation in the process of absorbing radiation and had received an anti-nuclear radiation protection. Absorbing all the rocks in his hand, he asked again about the anti-nuclear radiation mechanism. The baby dragon happily explained to him that after his body acquired this mechanism, he no longer needed to be afraid of any radiation levels. He remembered the past and said that because he wanted to destroy monsters, many areas used nuclear weapons. Now my body has this mechanism, allowing her to enter forbidden areas. Infected, I was not harmed at all. Very good. Thinking that he could resist radiation, he became more excited and determined that with 2 more months to go, he would definitely absorb all of these crystals and quickly increase his strength. The little black dragon next to him was also happy for him and howled. In the conference room of Ma Du Thu Dai, a meeting of those in power is taking place. The man sitting alone at the head of the table is the principal of Ma Du Thu Dai named Vuong Din. He observed everyone and said, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days. Up to now, our recruitment work for Ma Du Dai Thu is considered a complete success." He pointed to the list on the table and continued to say that the quality of new students this year is almost all much higher than last year. Of course it's not just our school, students from other schools the other top are also outstanding. It seems like this year there will definitely be a bunch of evil geniuses appearing. He closed his eyes and thought, then said that waiting for these talented people to grow up is a very long process. If we really had to wait until then, I'm afraid I would have to retire too. After some introduction and exclamation, he concluded that, therefore, we have already discussed with the principals of other schools. Finally, he decided to organize a nationwide exchange competition to see who was the best among those talents. In Ma Du Thu's conference room, the leaders are discussing the principal's proposal. Some people say that organizing a big match is also a good idea. It can gather geniuses from many schools together in one place, competing high and low. Another commenter added that he often borrowed this opportunity to let those self-proclaimed best geniuses know that in the sky there is another sky. Talented people must have more talented people. Then some people wondered, but it's not very appropriate for a new student to just enroll, wasting time on being aggressive and belligerent. The principal interjected and said that the match had actually been decided. I invited everyone to come. Pausing for a moment, he continued that he hoped everyone could come up with a list. Man Trong sat next to Cheu Sun Ha in the council to discuss with Principal Vuong Din how many people were needed for the war list. He replied in a serious tone, "Temporarily there will be 12 people, 10 main people and 2 reserve people." The man sitting opposite Man Trong said that with me, it's better to just base your decision on the Tian Long rankings. Take a break and then continue with the above ranking without any deception at all. Tian Long's ranking is one of the 3 lists of Ma Du Dai Thu. New students enrolling for less than a year are eligible to challenge. The principal continued, if based on the potential dragon chart, how many mistakes would there be? Because it completely depends on actual combat ability, like our Mo Du's protege Tong Lam, his soul beast, 7-colored Liuli Deep as the auxiliary type. He continued that even though his level had reached the 7-star beast general level, fighting alone he would still be at a disadvantage, and might not be able to enter the top 10 of the potential dragon rankings, but this meant his Tong Lam's strength weak. The principal suggested a solution for Tong Lam's case. If he combined with a 9-star level soul general, his abilities could completely compete with the Beast King level. Man Trongan again commented to the principal, I understand what you mean. Take the Tian Long rankings as a reference, but don't stick to the rankings, because in a big battle there will likely be coordinated combat, right? The principal firmly replied yes. He eloquently declared that this is the first big match in the country, will be broadcast nationwide, and is also a model for continuing to organize big matches in the future, so we hope everyone will follow. Think more carefully, take advantage of this big match to show off the style of our Demon Du Beast Dai. Everyone agreed and shouted yes. Man Trong saw Cheu Sun Ha scrolling through the list and asked him, Mr. Cheu, are you very satisfied with this recruitment? Smiling like that, let me take a look. He picked up the tablet containing the names of Mr. Cheu's students, looked at it, and commented that this wasn't very good. Even the talent of this person named Mo Tu wasn't bad. Wait, even someone with talent was not bad. E-level rich people also passed that. Cheu Sun Ha smiled mischievously and told him to scroll down and continue looking. As soon as he scrolled down, he shouted in surprise at contestant Lam Uwin, Godzilla's Soul Beast, E-level Natural Talent Classification, 10-round Beast Training Achievement. How is that possible? Cheu Sun Ha sneered and said if I wasn't there to watch the exam, I wouldn't have believed it, and it was his first time participating in animal training. After regaining composure after the shock, he pushed his glasses back with a serious expression and asked this kid what was so strange. Old Cheu happily replied that maybe this is a genius. I also began to look forward to what kind of power he might have after starting school. On Lam Uwin's side of the apartment, while the lights on the other floors were turned off, only his room emitted purple light. He was still absorbing each of the low-grade crystallized beast souls that he had bought, but the little black dragon was still flying around and said, using your human language, this is ascetic practice, right? Staying in one place, don't move like that for a month. The little black dragon flew closer to him, pointed at the stone in his hand and said that in the process of absorbing radiation, he successfully acquired the S-level skill nuclear breath. After hearing what the little dragon said, he opened his eyes and asked again for his nuclear breath. He happily explained that nuclear breath can release beams of radiation particles and heat rays that can reach 550,000 degrees Celsius. Would you like to use 1 million evolution points to study? He happily replied that of course he would study. While he was happy, he immediately thought that 100,000 evolution points in exchange for an S-level skill was worth it. The baby dragon announced that he had deducted 100,000 evolution points and had successfully learned the S-level skill nuclear breath. The baby dragon flew up to inform him specifically that in this month he had absorbed a total of 2,500 crystals, and now still had 1,500,000 evolution points in reserve. He was looking forward to saying that it would prove that ascetic cultivation was still worth it. Let's see how many levels these evolution points could help me advance to. First, consume 500,000 evolution points and upgrade your body. The young dragon still happily thought that for monsters, body shape is of course the most important thing. It happily flew up and said okay. Without hesitation, he agreed to spend 200,000 evolution points, increase the hardness of scale armor, consume 200,000 evolution points, increase the sharpness of his claws, consume 300,000 evolution points, increases the amount of biological nuclear reactions, consumption. While he was busy spending, he suddenly stopped and looked at the system screen and thought. The baby dragon stood beside him and comforted him, saying that he had now become an excellent person at the Beast General level, one step closer to reaching the threshold of that Beast King level. After listening, he sighed and lamented that he thought that 1,500,000 points could make it all the way to the Beast King level, but the result was only from 3 stars to 7 stars. Really, was I too greedy? The little dragon flew back to the crystal bag to comfort him. He still had 2,500 lowest class soul beast crystals. If he absorbed them all, he could at least convert them into 2,500,000 evolution points. He continued to tell the little dragon that he didn't know if these 2,500,000 evolution points would be enough for me to break through to the Beast King level all the way. I didn't expect that within the scope of Beast General level, leveling up would be calculated in hundreds of thousands. While thinking about it, the Beast King level and the Beast Emperor level behind are just exaggerating. The little black dragon folded his arms and pouted, saying that if he couldn't break through, he would only have to take the top-grade Beast Soul crystals and Beast Spirit pills he was holding and exchange them for the lowest crystals, 10% or 8% certain. He was immediately excited after hearing the baby dragon's calculations and made up his mind. Well, his goal before school started was to become a Beast King. A month later at the station, Lam Uwin was looking for the train listed on the ticket when a voice called Lam Uwin. Looking in that direction were Teacher Cheu and Tamo Tuat. He was surprised and asked Teacher Cheu why he was here. Tamo Tuat waved goodbye to him and Teacher Cheu happily told me to go home to work. Rest for a while. The teacher said it would be a good idea to pick you all up and go back to school to report. Come on, let's get in the car first. He also listens to the answer very well. The three of them walked together in the compartment between the train cars while Tamo Tuat asked where he had been these past 2 months, why he sent a text message but he didn't reply. He looked at her and replied that I was busy practicing during this time, so I cut off all means of communication. He wondered what it was like for you and your uncle. They must also practice diligently, right? She raised her head high and confidently replied, of course, I not only successfully broke through to the Beast General level, but also reached the 3-star Beast General level. After finishing speaking, she said angrily, but 2 months ago you were already a 3-star Beast General, weren't you? You're definitely much stronger now. It's so despicable. Even though I tried so hard, I still couldn't catch up with you. He comforted her that he was also very powerful and that his rank had also risen so high. Teacher Cheu interrupted their conversation to announce that he had arrived. The teacher told you two to go in first. Tamo Tuat did not believe that this place was too luxurious and splendid, but exclaimed that the layout of this place was also too complete. Lam Uwin observed for a while and thought that the normal seats on this train must be more than 100,000. Master Cheu even had his own room, and the treatment of a leader-level Soul Beast Master was truly extraordinary. Teacher Cheu added that if nothing unexpected happened, we would be able to arrive at Ma Du Thu Dai by dusk. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, he asked again why something unexpected happened. The teacher's face darkened and he explained that because this train was running in the middle of the section, there might be a situation where monsters fought. We called it Beast Tide. The teacher sat down on the bed and continued to explain, so the incident mainly referred to the Beast Dynasty or the large number of Lord-level beasts surrounding the train, as well as situations where ferocious beasts of the Emperor level attacked the train. She was startled when she heard the teacher explain and he was worried that it sounded too dangerous. The teacher reassured them not to worry too much. No matter what type it was, the probability of it happening was very low. If it happened, he would risk his life to escort the children and the people of the train to escape. Even if it happened, even if I have to confront an emperor-level monster, I can still persevere for 5 minutes. He secretly wondered about Cheu Sun-ha's strength, but could only stop the emperor-level ferocious beast for 5 minutes. He looked outside to admire the scenery and then thought about it. The existence of the beast emperor level was much scarier than he imagined. Suddenly there was loud screaming outside the room. Master Cheu opened the door and saw the assistant train driver standing in front of the door asking for help. Mr. Cheu, our radar detected that 10 kilometers away, there was a herd of tidal beasts approaching us at extremely high speed. Fast. That man grabbed Teacher Cheu's arms and said in fear that it would be 10 minutes later. Timo Tuat and Lam Uwan also went out to see what was going on. At that moment, the man said he would meet the train 10 minutes later. Teacher Cheu worriedly asked the assistant train driver what the scale of Thu Cheu was. Although the assistant was startled, he still remained calm and replied that there were about 3 beast kings, more than 50 beast generals and 200 or 300 war beasts. In addition, in the car there were 2 beast spirit masters who were approaching here very quickly. After hearing this, Cheu Sun-ha turned around and asked if the 2 of them wanted to go with him. This was also considered a small-scale beast Cheu. Not a big deal, just consider it as practice combat before school started. Lam Uwan and Timo Tuat also seemed to be a little interested in the case, so the 2 of them looked excited. Lam Uwan replied yes and Timo Tuat said so. I also went. Outside the rest stop, there were 2 cars and a group of soldiers waiting. Old Cheu asked the 2 of them if they knew how to ride this thing. Lam Uwan took a look and said there should be no problem, but as for Timo Tuat, she had never ridden it before. Teacher Cheu didn't say anything but drove ahead and said it's okay. It's okay for you and Lam Uwan to share the same car. Pay close attention to me. Prepare to leave. He watched the teacher run away and exclaimed that he had just run away. It was so irresponsible. Immediately after that, he climbed into the car and told her to sit on it. She hesitated for a moment then climbed up and asked Lam Uwan, "Do you really know how to drive?" He started the car and replied that he didn't know, but this toy shouldn't be difficult. Isn't it possible to learn while driving? He stepped into first gear and the car sped away. Once he was able to ride, he chuckled. It wasn't much different from riding a motorbike. At the sand dunes in front, there were loud roaring sounds that gave me a headache. He caught up with Teacher Cheu and asked Teacher Cheu if the front was probably Thu Cheu, right? The teacher told me that before going into battle, I still had to remind the 2 of us that if we encountered a perpetrator we couldn't deal with, remember to immediately keep our distance from him. Compared to the test, our safety would be better, is the most important. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Cheu stopped the car and moved forward, shouting to merge the beast's soul. Master Cheu's spirit beast form is a large and powerful brown bear with iron armor that makes him look invincible against the beast tide. The 2 were surprised by the teacher's beast spirit form. Right after that, the teacher used a special attack called Great Earth Claw. When the move hits the ground immediately cracks. When the move hits the ground immediately cracks. When the beast tide fell, the ground automatically closed again. As he watched the move just now, he exclaimed that it split the earth in half. A Lord-level Soul Beastmaster could actually do this, so wouldn't an Emperor-level Beastmaster be able to move mountains and fill the sea, turning the earth? Those beast tides turned towards the 2 of them. And the 2 immediately called out to fuse the beast's soul. He turns into a Godzilla and she turns into a snow fox. Her mouth spewed ice, causing them to freeze while he used the power of his claws to kill them. A porcupine-like beast tied with sharp thorny armor was sneaking up on him from behind. Timo Tuat was seen from above and was deploying ice spikes to attack. As soon as she attacked, she told Lam Uwan to run quickly. The hedgehog's armor was so hard that Timo Tuat's ice spikes did not harm it. She was surprised to discover that it had absolutely no effect. Lam Uwan used the special move Red Flame Claw to attack the hedgehog. This move causes the hedgehog's armor to crumble. And it also flew some distance away. She looked at the hedgehog that had just been beaten and thought that hedgehog was at least a late-stage beast general, but Lam Uwan could defeat him in one move. What exactly was his strength? The train is still rushing forward without any problems. When the 2 people were driving the train, one of them suddenly spoke up. "Senior, come over here and see if there is any problem with this inspection radar." The senior looked at it and asked what was wrong. How could that be possible? The first person looked at the radar and said logically, "Isn't the purple light spot a Beast King level monster?" The senior seemed to realize something and shouted in panic, "Wait, that's not quite right. This time the Beast Dynasty should only have 3 Beast Kings. Why did 4 points of light appear?" Observing for a while, the person pointed at the screen and said he had disappeared. "No, that's not right. It seems that in the Beast Dynasty there is still a Beast King level monster that knows how to hide its aura. We must quickly send this information to the Spirit Beast Master, front line." At the front line, a strange creature is extracting organs from the body of one of the fairy beast spirit masters. It finished eating the parts just now when it realized the sound echoed from one side. It killed a few and then turned to ask Lam Uwan how many general level monsters we had killed in total. He was also busy killing them and then turned around and replied that he didn't know how to say it. There were probably a dozen of them. Far away from where It was, a vortex appeared from an unknown source. Suddenly a thorn appeared from that hole pointing straight towards It's neck. A dragon-like beast appeared in the hole and growled. The thorn that appeared pointing at It's neck was the claw of that beast. She opened her eyes wide when she saw it and Lam Uwan shouted at her to close her eyes. "Don't let the blood splash into her eyes." As soon as she closed her eyes, the snake's attack was restrained. And blood splattered with screams. The scream startled her and she opened her eyes to observe and saw a monster whose arm had been broken by Lam Uwan. The little black dragon appeared and said that this was a Beast King level dark-clawed beast. It was best to hide. He threw the arm he had just severed to the ground and said it seemed like the news was wrong. There was still a Beast King level monster. When It heard that, she was surprised and asked something again. The monster whose hand he cut off angrily howled loudly while he had a headache and screamed at it. "How dare you, the kind that only knows how to hide its head and its tail, dare to be so embarrassed that it turns angry." As soon as he finished talking to it, it immediately hid itself and played sneak attack. He looked around and told her to be careful, it could appear suddenly. It appeared behind him at the exact moment he noticed it and glanced in that direction. He immediately used the power of the spikes on his back and it was as if the beast had his hand pinned to that claw. And it was as if the beast had its hand pinned to that claw. He looked at it with contemptuous eyes and said, "I said you are scratching my itch." It seemed like it understood what he said, but painfully and persistently pulled out its hand and screamed loudly. Before it could attack, he used both hands to grab it. He looked at it then smiled friendly and said, "Now it's my turn." The beast was startled to see his expression, but before it could understand it, he used both hands to rip its mouth open. The beast screamed in pain. "But I don't care, just taste the taste of nuclear breath." He accumulated nuclear energy in his mouth and sprayed it into the beast's mouth. It could not withstand the might of the force and exploded into pieces. Teacher Cheu was also surprised by the scene just now, but he didn't notice the teacher coming up behind him. He turned back to his human form and collected the crystals, saying he didn't know what price Beast King level crystals could be sold for. Teacher Cheu also turned back to his human form and came forward to ask him, "How did you kill this hidden clawed beast?" He quickly hid the crystal behind his back and innocently replied, "Didn't the teacher see it just now?" The teacher sternly told him, "I didn't care about that crystal of yours. Tell me the truth, what level is your current strength at?" He also did not hide anything and honestly declared that he had just broken through to the Beast King level, and was only at the first star Beast King level. After hearing the answer, Teacher Cheu was surprised and asked how he could do it. When he trained, he was still at the 3-star Beast General level. In just 2 short months, he had already broken through to the Beast King level. The teacher was still gaping in surprise when he leaned into his ear and whispered, "Teacher, this is my secret, don't reveal it. I can actually absorb the radiation from the poor quality crystal." It now returned to her human form and approached Lam Uwan to ask, "Are you okay?" Seeing her running towards him, he raised his hand to signal and said, "I'm okay." When she heard the answer, she stopped and gasped and said that she was lucky to have you, otherwise I would have lost my life. He comforted her that actually his strength was better than that, he was just so scared that he didn't have time to react. Teacher Cheu also turned to comfort her. After all, it was It's first experience with this, so it was only natural that she would be a little confused. She seriously told the two of them that Teacher, Lam Uwan was right, unforeseen things on the battlefield could happen at any time. I should do better so as not to involve my teammates. After speaking, she and he looked at each other and smiled happily as if nothing had happened. Teacher Cheu looked at Lam Uwan with suspicious eyes and thought that this kid is really not ordinary. In the afternoon, dusk falls, the train is running at full speed to reach the station in time. Timo Tuat was tired and lay down to sleep while Lam Uwen still stood looking out and admiring the scenery. Cheyu Sun Ha stood aside, looking at Lam Uwen, thinking that he did not expect that this kid could actually absorb energy radiation. This kind of talent is unprecedented in the world of animal soul masters, so isn't it him? Am I a genius in the principal's words? The teacher walked up to him and gave him a badge, then said that this time I would collect all the spoils of war and store them in the badge. At that time, I would go to the Beast Soul Palace to finish processing and then give you the money. He looked at the object in the teacher's hand and then asked for the stored badge again. The teacher whispered and explained to me that yes, you haven't used this yet. At the Beast King level, you can ask for a bronze storage badge from the Beast Soul Palace, but the 100,000 production fee only takes 10 spaces. A lot of your money was spent on buying poor quality crystals, right? When the time comes, if I need it, I can borrow it from you. He exclaimed and thanked the teacher for letting him know. It was indeed very useful. He would probably consider making one in the future. Cheyu Sun Ha responded in alarm and told me to rest assured, on our powerful side of Ma Du Thu Dai, there is absolutely no shortage of resources. Money is also a small matter. If you can get into the top 10 of the Tian Long table, you will be able to choose yourself, private bedroom, and also have the opportunity to represent Ma Du Thu Dai in the national freshman match. Observing the teacher's face, he happily replied, TM Long, I know. Timo Tuat felt it was too noisy, so she woke up, rubbed her eyes and called the teacher. When she was more alert, she asked if the school had money like that, and the bedrooms weren't separate, so it was very inconvenient for us to practice. The teacher smiled smugly and said that the bedroom is just a place to sleep and rest. Cultivation students can go to the specialized cultivation room, which is open 24 hours free of charge. After listening to the teacher's words, he was secretly happy that he had a practice room. Otherwise, absorbing the crystals in the bedroom would have easily been exposed. He sighed in relief when the teacher added that if he really wanted to stay in a single room, there is also a very simple way. Donate 500,000 to the school, and in 4 years you can have a private bedroom with a private yard. After hearing the price, he was shocked and asked for 500,000. Why don't you just go rob it? She seemed interested and asked again for 500,000. Is that okay? He looked at her in surprise and thought about what background he and his family had. In the student dormitory, where the demon beasts were located, it was dark at this time. Only a few rooms had lights on. Lam Uwen stood in front of the dormitory door, thinking, before entering the top 10 Tian Long rankings, she should still honestly stay in the dormitory. Luckily, Timo Tuat also decided to stay in the dormitory. Dormitory, even if you have money, you can't spend it like that. He opened the door and stepped inside. A tall guy stood in front of the door, friendly greeting him. New roommate, hello, I'm Cheyu Min. He introduced himself with a radiant face. He was a first-year student and his beast soul was an 8-winged snake. Lam Uwen also introduced herself. I am Lam Uwen, from Tranhai City. Suddenly someone in the room asked, are you the best person in Tranhai City? Lam Uwen took the entrance exam. The great demon beast and the E-class soul beast, right? I asked again, do you know me? The fat boy who spoke was now munching on potato chips. He replied, I don't know you, but I looked at your profile. Brother, you're really cool. Lam Uwen was a bit startled. Did you look at my profile? Where did you see it? New student's profile can be viewed at will. The fat boy looked down at him, grinning. Of course I have my own way. In this school, there is nothing that Vuong Kim Trot doesn't know. Cheyu Min chimed in. This fat boy is the best at gathering information. Very much. Vuong Kim Trot chewed potato chips and rubbed his hands, with a smug look on his face. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Of course, news also has a price. The cost of news, of course, indispensable. Lam Uwen asked him, so do you have the list of Tian Long board? He thought to himself, it turns out he is a news dealer. Vuong Kim Trot put his hand down. Big brother, it's only the first day of school. How can the Tian Long board be arranged so quickly? But if you are interested, I can also give you a list of names, book, which records the new students most likely to be ranked in the list of Tian Long rankings. Lam Uwen asked, how is this list sold? He grinned, held up 4 fingers. Because you are my roommate, so I will give you a discount. After a 20% discount, give me 4,000. The card number is, he thought to himself, it's true that he's a well-meaning information dealer, but how did he get these things? Lam Uwen sat in front of the computer. In front of him was a piece of paper. On that piece of paper is a list of people most likely to enter the potential long board. Below is Vuong Kim Trot's seal. He read through the content on the paper that had just been provided, pondering. This demon beast is truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. In the new generation there are so many Beast King levels. Even Cheyu Min looks very cool at first glance, approachable and already an 8-star beast general, a little curious about Vuong Kim Trot's own strength. Suddenly a loud voice interrupted Lam Uwen's thoughts. Our last roommate has arrived. He turned his head and saw Vuong Kim Trot and Chae Min chatting with an extremely tall muscular guy. He introduced himself with an extremely scary face. "Hello everyone, I'm Tong Lam. I hope to help later." All three people without an appointment thought to themselves, "Too fierce." Suddenly Chae Min was startled. "Tong Lam, are you the best person in Ma-Du this year?" Vuong Kim Trot was equally surprised. "Yet I was placed in the same dormitory with the best person, Ma-Du City. This is truly my honor." Lam Uwen quietly observed this new roommate, constantly thinking in her mind, "He is Tong Lam. The auxiliary soul beast type is a 7-colored lapis lazuli. If I remember correctly, rate it. The genius level of this type of soul beast is SSS level." Vuong Kim Trot jumped from the bed in front of Tong Lam and said warmly, "Brother Tong Lam, if you want to know any news, just come find me. I'll give you a 20% discount, or if you have any news, you can also sell it to me. The price is completely fair." Chae Min patted him. Okay. First stop offering any news from you. Everyone is present. How about us? Let's go eat together. What do you think, Lam Uwen?" Lam Uwen agreed. Okay. He stood up from the chair. He thought to himself, his roommates were not simple. They had an 8-star level beast general, a 3-star level beast king, plus a news dealer. The four of them walked together on the school grounds. Chae Min and Vuong Kim Trot were chatting loudly. "Taking the exam to enter the magical beast capital has always been my dream. I have fulfilled this wish. I feel like I am dreaming. It's okay to dream now. Just wait until the final settlement and don't dream." Suddenly two girls appeared in front. Chae Min blushed and stared at the two people dating. Vuong Kim Trot spoke, the girl on the left. He introduced the girl in the hat and green coat first, as Du Tan Thu, whose soul beast was an S-grade snow silkworm. He continued talking about the girl in the pink dress next to him. The more beautiful one on the right was Mo Tuat. The soul beast was an S-class 9-tailed snow fox. Chae Min was startled. "You? How could you know so clearly?" Vuong Kim Trot puffed his nose. "The power of that intelligence, you don't understand." Suddenly Mo Tuat glanced at the four people. She happily waved to Lam Uwen and called out, "Lam Uwen, long time no see." He stepped forward and shook hands with Du Tan Thu, answering Mo Tuat, "What are you talking about? Don't we still meet in the afternoon? We haven't been apart for long." She happily replied, "Hee, that's right, this is my roommate Du Tan Thu. Hello." Vuong Kim Trot stared at the atmosphere filled with heart bubbles of the other two people, extremely surprised. They actually knew each other. Chae Min asked, "Aren't you an intelligence officer? How could you not know?" He replied angrily, "I'm an intelligence officer, not a matchmaker. How would I know what's going on between the two of them?" Lam Uwen, introducing the two girls, "These are my roommates, Vuong Kim Trot, Chae Min, and Tong Lam." Vuong Kim Trot immediately stepped forward and warmly said, "You guys are getting ready to eat. Do you want to go together?" Mo Tuat politely refused and then pulled Du Tan Thu to walk away. "It's not okay today. I have an appointment. Went to dinner with my roommate. Another day." Lam Uwen said, "Okay, then goodbye." He stood behind him and asked, "How did you know Mo Tuat?" It looked like their relationship was very close. Lam Uwen turned around and replied, "It turns out there's still something you don't know. Do you want me to sell it to you? The friendship price is reduced by 20%. He was startled. "Huh? The street lights are on." Lam Uwen thought to herself, feeling that life on campus is quite interesting. 2 hours later, in the elementary practice room, he sat with his hand on his stomach and began to practice, thinking to himself that although he really wanted to return to the room to rest with them, he couldn't neglect his personal practice for a day. Okay, not to mention there are so many powerful characters like that in the school. Little Black Dragon appeared. It happily danced. The energy concentration here is quite high, very suitable for cultivation. Lam Uwen answered it. "This is a free elementary practice room. There are also intermediate and advanced practice rooms for a fee. The energy concentration there is even higher." He thought to himself, "But it's too expensive. Intermediate rooms cost 1,000 yuan per hour. High-end rooms cost 5,000 yuan per hour." Little Black Dragon stared at the system board, looking regretful. Unfortunately, all of his low-grade crystals had been absorbed. Now only the high-grade beast soul crystals and beast spirit pills remained. He pointed at it. "So let me try the high-grade crystal to see how many evolution points I can get." The baby dragon raised one claw, expressing praise, congratulating him on achieving 1,000 evolution points. Lam Uwen looked like he had eaten a rotten egg, grumbling. The effect was exactly like a bad one. It was a waste of tens of thousands. It flew close to him, comforting him. "It's okay, there's still this beast spirit pill." He took the beast spirit pill and put it in his mouth. As he swallowed, suddenly a small explosion occurred within his body emitting golden light. Little Black Dragon flew around, very happily announcing, congratulating him on swallowing the stick beast spirit pill and achieving talent +1. Lam Uwen's eyes widened. On the system's personal attribute table, there seemed to be no talent for this attribute. Could it be that this was a hidden attribute? Little Black Dragon happily told Lam Uwen that talent can speed up his absorption speed. This one pill can increase the speed by about 5 pops. He lowered his eyes and looked at his palm, agreeing with it. Indeed, the speed of energy absorption can be felt faster. The little dragon started to brag, and since I'm here, you don't have to limit yourself to only taking 1 pill a month. Take as much as you can. He frowned, his expression pained, excited. This spirit pill is truly a good thing, but it's too expensive, costing 50,000. The next morning, the sky was clear. Lam Uwen woke up, looked around the dorm room. He asked Vuong Kim Trot what he was doing with his phone. It was early in the morning. Where were the two of them? He answered, they must have gone to the practice room. He sat quietly thinking to himself, it seems I'm not the only one diligently cultivating. Lam Uwen thought to herself, she had to rush to the Beast Soul Hall to buy a batch of low-quality crystals. Suddenly the phone rang. He picked up the phone. Hello. The other end immediately said, hello, Lam Uwen, are you awake yet? Come here and get the money. It turned out that the person called Cheu Sun Ha. He met me outside the dormitory and told me that the crystals collected from the beast hide have all been processed. My total share is 220,000. He was secretly happy. He had achieved quite a lot, and had just reduced his urgent situation. He continued, in addition, I changed 100,000 of them into 10,000 inferior spirit beast crystals. The remaining crystals and money are all in this badge. I will lend it to you for now. Lam Uwen politely said, thank you, Teacher Cheu. He thought to himself, Cheu Sun Ha is really someone I can trust. He smiled and asked, Master Zhao, can you help me with one more thing? I want to change the remaining 120,000 into beast spirit pills. He was a little confused and asked me, this should be enough to buy 24 pills. Beast spirit pills. Under normal circumstances it's enough to last for 2 years. Why did you suddenly buy so much of it? Lam Uwen calmly answered him, Teacher, don't worry, I know how to be reasonable. Hearing you say that, Cheu Sun Ha did not feel comfortable saying anything more. He replied, okay, I will take the opportunity to go to the Soul Beast Temple one more time. Just keep trying to practice well. In a few days the list of potential dragon tables will be announced. He patted me on the shoulder with great confidence and encouraged me, as long as you get into the top 10, I will give you the opportunity to represent the great demon beast in the freshman competition. I replied, I understand. Lam Uwen frowned, determined. Her goal was not to be in the top 10, but to be at the top of the potential dragon rankings. Not long after that, also on a beautiful sunny day, Little Black Dragon happily congratulated Lam Uwen on his quiet practice, congratulating him on successfully absorbing the radiation and achieving 1,000 evolution points. This time it only took 10 minutes. He was a little confused and asked it, could it be that the 5 prized beast spirit pills not only accelerated the absorption of energy in the atmosphere but also increased the absorption rate of crystals? It answered, what you said, actually I don't really know. Wait until the teacher sends that batch of beast spirit pills, you can check again. Lam Uwen raised the crystal, her eyes clearly showing determination. Well, the urgent thing now is to continue absorbing the crystal to improve her own strength. Time passes minute by minute, day by day. Continuing to drift, the pile of crystals that were initially piled as high as a mountain now only have a few left. A few days later, Lam Uwen walked into the dorm room, holding a bag of groceries she had just bought. Seeing all 3 roommates gathered inside, he was extremely confused and asked them, is today a special day? Why are there so many people? In his heart he thought, normally these 3 people go, early and late, except for Vuong Jin Trot who collected information. The other 2 were both kings of the King of Temperance. Vuong Kim Trot spoke up to remind him, today is the new student conference, you practice every day without a face, even this has been forgotten. He suddenly remembered, he really forgot. He grinned, every one of you are cultivating monsters, it seems like you all want to be in the top 10 of the potential dragon rankings. Cheu Min humbly replied, stop it, my strength is that of a 9-star beast general, being in the top 100 is good, but with Tonglan's strength, I can probably get into the top 10 of the hidden dragon list. Tong Lam scratched his head, even though I'm a Beast King level Soul Beast Master, I'm not very good at awakening auxiliary Soul Beasts. Besides, there are many talents in the Demon Beast capital, so I don't have confidence. Lam Uwen thought to herself, it seems this year's competition is very fierce. He was determined to try his best to practice. In the auditorium, everyone was talking loudly. It was said that at the first-year freshman conference, Principal Vuong Din would personally deliver the speech. Principal Vuong Din was an emperor-level soul beast master. He personally came, enough to see his appreciation for us. Don't you know, this year there will be a national freshman-friendly match for those famous schools. We must choose students to represent the ghosts. It's a big city, so the principal takes it very seriously. Suddenly someone patted Lam Uwen's shoulder. He was startled and asked, "Why is Teacher Zhao here?" Cheu Sun Ha replied, "In addition to the freshman conference, besides the new students, we have to participate, and our teachers also have to participate." He looked at the 4 people sitting in the same row as Lam Uwen and said hello. "They must all be your roommates." Vuong Kim Trot warmly replied, "I have admired you for a long time, and have heard of you for a long time." He smiled, pointed to him, and introduced him. "Teacher, this is my roommate Vuong Kim Trot, specializing in intelligence work." Cheu Sun Ha smiled, "Doing intelligence, ha ha ha, it's truly like a tiger father giving birth to a tiger son." He humbly replied, "The teacher praised him too much." Lam Uwen wondered, "Do you two know each other?" He patted me on the shoulder. "Her father is a big man, you will know soon, I have to go first." Cheu Min turned to ask Vuong Kim Trot, "Who is this person?" He immediately replied, "The angry bear of the earth, Cheu Sun Ha, 8-star leader level soul beast master, one of the most expected people to break through to beast emperor level." Suddenly a figure appeared on the stage. Applause immediately rang out like thunder. "Look quickly, it's the principal. The royal principal is here." Lam Uwen suddenly realized something. He glanced at the fat boy yawning next to him, startled. "Wait, Vuong Din, could it be? Vuong Kim Trot is Vuong Din's son, it's unbelievable." Above the stage, the principal began his speech. "Hello to the teachers and classmates of Ma Du Thu Dai. I am the principal of Ma Du Thu Dai, Royal Court, very happy to meet everyone. The people here, you are the new students of the Demon Beast world, and also the future hope of the Demon Beast world." He said with an eloquent voice, "Soon, the ranking list of potential dragons of the great demon beasts will officially appear before all the new students. You will come to the first round. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. The reward you receive will be even more generous." He continued, "Destiny is always in your own hands. Talent is not everything. As long as you fight for it, you can change destiny." Lam Uwen listens to his teacher's teachings. Principal, his eyes sparkled with burning determination. Vuong Din with a serious face encouraged all the new students, "The strong will definitely fight. Our group of demon beasts is the school with the highest death rate, but every student present here, if they choose us." His eloquent voice echoed throughout the hall. "There would be no fools and cowards, do you agree?" All the new students immediately shouted, "Yes." In the schoolyard, the Tianlong board was announced. Everyone gathered in groups to observe. Information appeared on the board of the top 10 people in the Hidden Dragon rankings. The top one was O Wien Company, who awakened the Golden Winged Centipede King Soul Beast, and the 10th place was coincidentally Tong Lam, who awakened the 7-colored Lapis Lazuli Soul Beast. Lam Uwen observed and thought to herself, "It cannot be said that Vuong Kim Trot's information is still very useful, basically completely predictable." He thought to himself, "What about my ranking?" Lam Uwen looked at the ranking board. It said, rank 312, Lam Uwen, awakened spirit beast Godzilla. He was startled, it was so low. The schoolyard is extremely bustling. Lam Uwen looked up at the Tianlong board, thinking, there were indeed countless geniuses of demonic beasts, in a place where demons were rampant. Based on her achievements in passing the 10 levels, she was only ranked in this position. He lowered his eyes and wondered what the specific rules of this potential dragon ranking were. Little Black Dragon suddenly appeared. It grabbed his shoulder, happily said, "I know." It explained while twirling in the air, the first thing is that only low-ranking people can challenge high-ranking people, and the distance between the two sides cannot be more than 20. Secondly, each person only has one chance per day, opportunity to challenge, which the person being challenged cannot refuse the first 3 times. Third, each person has one chance to challenge each week. The ranking gap is widened to 100. This fourth, prohibited drugs are strictly prohibited, and the magical beasts used must be compatible with one's level. Fifth, in the process of challenging, if one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight, then must end immediately. He crossed his arms and told Lam Uwen, based on our current ranking, if we want to get to the top of the potential dragon rankings, it usually takes 16 days. He thought to himself, if we increase our level, the time will shorten, shorter than half. He quietly listened as everyone chattered about the rankings that had just been announced. What kind of god is this Ok Shuang? He was just announced and already ranked first. What does this mean? 7 days later, I really admire him if he is still ranked number 1. I think that in just 3 days, the rankings of the potential dragon board will be mixed. Lam Uwen walked away, thinking to herself, exactly, these days there will definitely be a lot of people competing for rankings, the situation will get more intense, the more I have to put aside all the bad thoughts and continue to focus on cultivating. Chaeyu Min saw this scene. He said, Lam Yuan is truly a strange person. At this time he can still practice calmly. It really makes others curious. Vuong Kim Trot replied to him, I used to want to bought his information for 100,000 but he also refused. He thought thoughtfully about that day. Lam Uwen answered his suggestion very firmly, waiting until I was at the top of the potential dragon table to discuss with me the value of my information. Next. Vuong Kim Trot looked thoughtfully at Lam Uwen's leaving back. It was clear that his goal was to compete for first place in the potential dragon rankings. He was a gentleman who hid his talent, waiting for the right moment to act. This kid's strength was finally determined. How terrible is that? In the practice room, Little Black Dragon asked Lam Uwen, this is the beast spirit pill that Chaeyu-sun Ha sent you, a total of 24 pills, do you want to use them all at once? He held those beast spirit pills in his hand, smiled, and replied, I will try them one by one. Suddenly he used his hand to put all the spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed. The huge source of power it brought made him sweat, frown, and look towards his body emitting golden light. Lam Uwen sat cross-legged practicing. Little Black Dragon happily flew around him, constantly announcing, congratulating him on successfully annexing the Beast Spirit Pill, achieving Talent +1, congratulations on annexing the Beast Spirit Pill, successful, achieved Talent +1, Ting, congratulations on your success in annexing the Beast Spirit Pill. It announced the final result. He had finished absorbing, gaining 10 talent points. His face now revealed a rare happiness. It was too obvious. The speed of energy absorption increased a lot. Lam Uwen reached out to remove the cloth covering the pile of Poor Soul Beast crystals and said, now check the absorption speed of Poor Soul Beast crystals. Perhaps it will also improve. He started cultivating again, purple light continuously entering his body. 7 minutes later, Little Black Dragon emerged from below, squinting his eyes and smiling, congratulating him on successfully absorbing the radiation and achieving 1000 evolution points. The eagle said to Lam Uwen, 7 minutes, before it was 10 minutes, he clenched his fist, happily said, it seems I guessed right, now my absorption efficiency has improved another level. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang, ding ting ting. He picked up the phone. Hello, the other side immediately informed him, Lam Uwen, 10 minutes later, in arena number 3, Oh Wei and Company, the top of the potential dragon list, and Vuong Lan Ho, third, will challenge, come over here quickly. Lam Uwen was immediately full of life. The match between the top and 3-star players came immediately. The third arena of the Demon City was now packed with people. Everyone was looking forward to this match. As soon as Lam Uwen entered the arena, someone called him, Lam Uwen, here. He looked towards the direction the voice had just come from and saw Chaeyu-sun Ha waving at him, next to a man wearing glasses with gray hair. That person saw Lam Uwen coming this way, putting his hands on his hips, teasing, Chaeyu-sun Ha, I'm telling you, do you really consider this kid like a treasure you have to bring along when you go out to watch a match, or just tie him to your belt and you'll be fine? Master Chaeyu is not suitable either, Mon Trongen. If you can't talk with your mouth, you can give it to someone who needs it. He introduced this person to Lam Uwen. This is Mon Trongen, my friend, also one of the teachers of the Demon Do Dai. He bowed his head politely, greeting Teacher Mon. He squinted his eyes, pretending to be thoughtful, continuing to tease, you're Lam Uwen, he often mentioned you in front of me, you still haven't decided whether to be a counselor, or to think about being a student. My game, Chaeyu-sun Ha glanced at him, I called you to watch the competition, not to poke you at the wheel. Mon Trongen turned to ask Master Chaeyu, but also said, Vuong Lan Ho and Oh Wei and Company this time, who has a higher chance of winning? He replied, how do I know? I don't know these two people. Mon immediately asked Lam Uwen, what do you think? He avoided the teacher's eyes and hesitantly replied, I don't understand the two of them very well. At this time, a person with a muscular body and red hair appeared below the arena. The crowd immediately became excited. Here, everyone, look quickly, this person is the third-ranked person. Accompanying his strong body is an equally serious face. This person is Vuong Lan Ho. The crowd continued to stir. Opposite. The number 1 ranked monster, Oh Wei and Company, he had purple hair and a face that looked extremely cunning. The host announced that this match will be Vuong Lan Hui, ranked 3rd in the potential dragon rankings, challenging Wu Huang, ranked 1st in the potential dragon rankings. I announced. The match officially started. The crowd stood up, immediately cheered for the two of them. The host approached the stage. Oh Wei and Company crossed his arms and asked, you're the first person to challenge me, do you think I'm weak? Vuong Lanho clenched his fists, frowned, and affirmed that the top position on the potential dragon list belongs to me. Oh Wei and company looked interested. His face began to change. Is that so? Then I have to teach this self-righteous brat like you a good job. He roared, fusing his beast soul, and a giant centipede immediately appeared. Lam Uwen stood in the crowd watching, startled. This was the SSS-level golden-winged centipede king soul beast. With this power, Wuxuang's strength was at least at the beast king level. Vuong Lanho smirked. His face also began to change. It seemed that in the great demon capital, there was also a worthy opponent. He also roared, fusing with the beast's soul. An equally huge tiger appeared. It roared, its whole body emitting fire. The crowd immediately became enthusiastic. Lam Uwen's eyes widened. The Lion King is also at the Beast King level. In the end, who will win? Teacher Mon continued to add, looking at the current situation, the first hidden dragon in the Oh Wei and company list is more or less famous but has no pieces. Teacher Cheu did not respond but called out loudly, Lam Uwen, watch them fight, fight. Do you feel pressured? You want to climb to the top of the potential dragon list. You can't ignore them. Mon Trong'an thought, this kid's goal is actually to be at the top of the list, although it is not simple to use the results of passing the beast test to enter the demon beast major, but to get to the top of the Tianlong list, the idea is this is too crazy. Suddenly Lam Uwen spoke, this is a trap. Master Mon was startled and turned around to look at him. What did he say? He calmly replied, Vuong Lanho has been tricked. This is a trap set by Oh Wei and company. Mon Trong'an frowned and asked loudly, how do you know it's a trap? He thought arrogantly, just one more blow. But now the incident suddenly happened. Oh Wei and company roared loudly and got out of here. The giant centipede entangled Vuong Lanho. He had no time to react, he could only let the centipede carry him up high. After regaining his composure, Vuong Lanho tensed up and shouted loudly, get out of here. Oh Wei and company's eyes flashed with cold light. He tightened his grip on Vuong Lanho's body, his blood splashing. The giant centipede opened its mouth. From its mouth a stream of poisonous gas flowed out. It sprayed straight down onto Vuong Lanho's body. The giant tiger was stabbed by the centipede's sharp claws and inhaled the poison. Mon Trong'an was startled. He was really hit by what the boy said. How did he know it was a trap designed by Oh Wei and company? Lam Uwen is extremely certain that in the situation of not knowing the entire strength of the opponent, proactively showing weakness is the best way to set a trap. Oh Wei and company was able to climb to the top of the Tianlong table, not to mention whether his strength is worthy or not, but his fighting intuition may not lose to Vuong Lanho. The two teachers heard these words and were extremely surprised. They both silently exclaimed. They did not expect Lam Uwen's eyes to be so meticulous. With the audience's perspective, this detail would usually be overlooked, but Lam Uwen was completely focused on it, without the slightest bit of relaxation. Cheu Sun Ha teasingly patted Mon Trong'an's shoulder. Old Ghost Mon, you are a bit of a cripple. Your ability to judge now is not comparable to that of a young person. Mister, Mon did not reply. You still have face, my nose told me, even you couldn't see it. Teacher Cheu proudly replied, it's true that I didn't see it, but my students saw it. Teacher Mon was speechless. He still considered it a treasure, but he really has this strength. Under the arena, Vuong Lanho's eyes flashed. He frowned, and hummed. Fierce flames immediately burned out from his body, burning Oh Wei and company's body. Finally, Vuong Lanho also escaped from Oh Wei and company's siege. He jumped away, extending the distance with his opponent. Just a split second later, he immediately rushed towards Oh Wei and company, his eyes flashing with determination. His claws once again pierced deeply into the giant centipede's body, causing blue blood to splash. The stands immediately exploded. Damn, Oh Wei and company is about to lose. That situation can still be turned around. Vuong Lan Tiger is too strong, right? Besides Deep VM Viet Tiger is just a beast soul SS level. In terms of talent, is still lower than the golden winged centipede king. Mon Trong'an asked Lam Uwen, tell him if Oh Wei and company lost. Lam Uwen denied it. He firmly affirmed that Vuong Lanho had lost. Mon Trong'an turned to Lam Uwen and said, Vuong Lanho wants to give up. How can you be so sure? Now, no matter how you look at it, you can see that Vuong Lanho has the upper hand. Mon Trong'an said happily, the two teachers couldn't help but see it. They probably wanted to take this opportunity to test me, right? Cheu Sun Ha smiled and praised. His kid was indeed, no matter what, he couldn't get past his eyes. At this time, Lam Uwen explained that although Vuong Lanho's attack power was very strong, he was extremely hasty, yellow, he had been poisoned before, he was probably about to have an attack. On the stage, Vuong Lanho's beast soul form was furious, his eyes emitting fire as he stared at his opponent. On Wing Company's side, he advised him, "Give up, you don't have a chance anymore, now is the time to go to the medical room to remove the poison in your body, maybe there's still time, otherwise I won't, take responsibility." Wang Lanho roared, "I couldn't bear to lose." Saying that, he rushed straight towards Wing Company. Wing Company cried out, "A stupid and unreasonable thing." After that, he only used one move to easily send Vuong Lanho flying away. Vuong Lanho flew away and landed straight on the ground. Looking at the result of the match, Lam Uwen thought, since Vuong Lanho fell into Wing Company's trap, he was destined to fail, even though Wing Company could defend the top position, but behind will definitely be a more powerful challenger. The referee shouted the match result, Wing Company, won. Cheyu Sun Ha told Man Trongen, "What a pity, if Vuong Lanho had not been poisoned, this battle would have been much more interesting." But Man Trongen turned to Lam Uwen and told him, "If he had the ability to judge like you, the outcome of this match would have been different." In his mind, the teacher silently exclaimed, "This kid is clearly a student, new, but has the ability to observe meticulously like an experienced hunter. This talent is truly terrifying." Teacher Ha also turned around at this time. "Lam Uwen, do you know the purpose of calling you here to watch this match? I want to show you the genius power of the other new students." Teacher Ha reminded, "It's right, you must be clearly aware of your true position, understand your opponent's true strength, must strive to continuously improve. If you want to stand at the top of the table, the following things will be necessary. This must not be forgotten." "I understand, thank you very much." An hour later, in the resting room, Lam Uwen sat tiredly against the wall. Little black dragon flying next to him asked, how did he feel about the competition? The strength that Wing Company showed was the standard level of the competition. 4-star Beast King, the power of Wing Company, even if it is not a 4th level Beast King, is still at the highest level of a 3rd level Beast King. He recalled the match. Vuong Lanho was good at attacking, could freely manipulate red flames. As for Wing Company's special ability, which was to release toxic smoke, based on his special points, with this enemy, in real combat, his strength will probably far exceed those of the same level. Little black dragon next to him exclaimed, worthy of being at the top of the potential dragon list. Moreover, that Wing Company can reach first place, surely he has another trump card in his hand. I don't know if Vuong Kim Trot can reach this level or not. The baby dragons are flying around. If they fight together, how sure are you of winning? He thought, 3-7, B3, Vuong Lanho 7, I have the advantage in fighting skills and intuition, but if I fight with him, there will definitely be a difference, let alone Wien, Gu, their beast souls are all S rank or higher, they are truly geniuses, but your system can compensate for the weaknesses, and by then you may not lose to them. Hearing that, Lam Uwen's spirit lifted up, I will work harder to shorten the distance. In less than a month, the national exam will be here, I must enter. The little dragon chimed in. Moreover, right now he still has more than 100,000 unused evolution points, and can at least evolve to level 2 Beast King. I took out the crystallized Beast Soul Stone. Well, let's continue cultivating, okay. 7 days later. At this time, Lam Uwen's practice gradually ended. When he finished cultivating, he breathed a sigh of relief. The system panel appeared. It showed the status of his beast soul and divine beast. Little black dragon happily announced, yeah, too many evolution points. From the moment he broke out to the first level of the Emperor Beast King until now, he has accumulated more than 300,000 points. The beast spirit pill is truly powerful, but before that, he probably wouldn't have accumulated so much. These 3 million evolution points, how do you want to distribute them? Lam Uwen held out number 2, consume 200,000 evolution points, increase the hardness of the armor, consume 200,000 evolution points, increase the sharpness of the beast's claws, consume 200,000 evolution points, increase the sharpness of teeth, consume 20,000 evolution points, increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. Half an hour later, congratulations on successfully breaking through to level 2 Beast King. The remaining evolution points are 175,000. Well, although you can't evolve to level 3 Beast King, that's fine, already. Lam Uwen stood up, he's been in here for so long, he should go out. That's right, he hasn't been back to the dorm this past week, and he's only slept for 2 or 3 hours. You can use the word monster to describe it, already described. In the bedroom, Vuong Kim Trot saw him return and was surprised. Why are you back? Lam Uwen said with a tired face, this is the dormitory, why can't I go back? At this time, Vuong Kim Trot was arranging clothes in a bag. That guy in your family, he had practiced to the point of going crazy. From morning to night, he was nowhere to be seen, and Tong Lam and Cheu Min were nowhere to be seen. Vuong Kim Trot continued to put clothes in his bag. Cheu Min was seriously injured while fighting for the board. I came here to get things for him. Tong Lam, in order to appear for Cheu Min, made an appointment with him. The opponent will fight tonight, and is still cultivating right now. Lam Uwen worriedly asked, what happened? Why did Tong Lam need to appear for the board fight? Could there be some conflict? A big man like Cheu Min wouldn't suddenly have conflicts with others. It was because that hunter who was fighting for the board was too harsh first. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Tong Lam to act like that. Hunter, board painting. Vuong Kim Trot told him, you still don't know. The board hunter was founded by a group of new students, a sect that specializes in using their strength to compete for the board, then losing to weaker members, to make profits and manipulate rankings. Lam Uwen was surprised. Is there still such a thing? Vuong Kim Trot began to explain, first, let the new students with strong strength in the group to compete for the group, get the highest ranking. Next, the organization will proactively admit defeat to the strong members, weak, then the weak will easily get the desired position. Furthermore, to maintain the ranking, members must pay membership dues to the organization every week. If you want to get a high position in the table, you must pay a lot of membership dues. Lam Uwen exclaimed, wait a minute, if that person's own strength is not suitable, and he is that position on the list, wouldn't he quickly be kicked down by someone else? Vuong Kim Trot gritted his teeth and said, their domineering point is this, as long as they pay enough membership dues every week, there will be someone to back them up. If they touch the people they protect, they will be punished. When they were attacked again, Cheu Min couldn't stand their habit, so he challenged them, but was seriously injured by the poisoner. It's really Cheu Min's style. How does the school turn a blind eye to these kinds of things? Have you forgotten that the demon's favorite thing is for students to fight with each other? They won't get involved in this kind of thing. Where? Lam Uwen's eyes flashed slightly. The big demon beast was much more cruel than I imagined. On the contrary, I like this place more and more. Who is the leader of this organization? To establish such an organization, its strength will definitely not be weak. Vuong Kim Trot replied that the person who founded the board hunter was O Wien Company. Lam Uwen was surprised by the name given, O Wien Company, not the top name of the potential Dragon Star list. O Wien Company was no longer at the top of the rankings. In this group of new students, he was truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Vuong Kim Trot held out his phone and looked at the current rating. The phone screen shows the rankings. First place is currently So Tien Duk, second place is Tham Tianj, third place is O Wien Company, then Li Tan Nam and Vuong Lan Ho. He told Lam Uwen that after the potential dragon list was announced on Monday, O Wien Company established an organization called the List Hunter, and also gathered many strong people. Tram Tianj and Li Tan Nam enters. O Wien Company has given them a lot of benefits. Currently, most of the people on that queue list are people from that organization. At most Vuong Lan Ho and So Tien Duk are not among them. Lam Uwen remembered the match 7 days ago. O Wien Company and Vuong Lan Ho were enemies, so it was normal for him not to join. On the contrary, that guy So Tien Duk had not paid much attention to him before. What rank? Vuong Kim Trot said, because he didn't know it. He only used 4 days to climb from the 100th position to the top of the rankings. The funniest thing was that there were many hunters challenging him, but they were all just a stepping stone for So Tien Duk, making O Wien Company very angry. Lam Uwen's mood also improved. I guess O Wien Company will admit defeat. Vuong Kim Trot remembered So Tien Duk's beast soul. Their strength was not much different, but So Tien Duk's beast soul could fly. The poison had no effect at all, absolutely can be overcome. O Wien Company, I'll show you their battle video. Now I have to go see Cheu Min first. I'll go with you. In the hospital room, Cheu Min was lying on the bed, his body covered with bandages. Seeing Lam Uwen two people coming, Cheu Min was surprised. Why did Lam Uwen come here? Lam Uwen placed the orange basket on the table, looked at Cheu Min worriedly. How's it going? It's okay. Vuong Kim Trot exclaimed, what's wrong? If it weren't for those guys poisoning you, how could you be so seriously injured? It's because I'm incompetent. That's right, the battle between Tong Lam and that person seems to take place tonight, right? That's right, it's tonight, it's on Channel 7. Cheu Min endured the pain and sat up. This matter is all my fault. It's because I implicated Tong Lam. If only I had been a little stronger, it would have been okay. Vuong Kim Trot stopped me. Okay, don't mess around anymore, otherwise I have to bandage it again. Lam Uwen asked, is the person fighting with Tong Lam tonight the guy who injured you? Night gradually falls. In the magical beast capital, Stage 7, Lam Uwan and Vuong Kim Trot were seated. Vuong Kim Trot told Lam Uwan the information about the upcoming match. This time the opponent's name was Veen Leiden. Although he was ranked first, his rank is only 25, but he is a martial artist. He doesn't care about rank. When he fought with Cheu Min, you could see that he still hadn't used his full strength. Hopefully Tong Lam can cope with it easily. Suddenly he turned to ask him, "Speaking of you, it seems like you are not interested in your ranking. Do not intend to compete for the rankings." Vuong Kim Trot still calmly said, "I and these geniuses are not the same. Yes, the exam is not easy. Competing for the board is a very difficult task for me. I can only stand in the intelligence aspect." You confidently said, "You wouldn't think that my father took any special care of me." No, I completely rely on my own strength to gather intelligence and then sell it for money. So I have already set a goal for myself. I want to become the biggest intelligence dealer in China. It seems that this second-generation rich position of yours is not easy. Vuong Kim Trot raised his head and confided, not hiding anything from him. "In fact, I have an older brother who is an absolute genius. In order to avoid suspicion, he has already gone to the big beast. I wholeheartedly wish, being his assistant. Gathering intelligence is also because I want to be his assistant in the future." Listening to Vuong Kim Trot's confessions, Lam Uwan's mind was trying to think about the appearance of Vuong Kim Trot's brother. In the end, he still had to shake his head in defeat. It was truly hard to imagine, not knowing what kind of person his older brother was, could cause him to turn into this state. At this time, Vuong Kim Trot reminded, "No more talking, the contest is about to start." On the ring, Yuan Leiden arrogantly said. He wanted to replace that trash. Tong Lam's eyes flashed with anger. "It was because you guys were too much first." Yuan Leiden immediately laughed when he heard that. "Are you talking about that trashy roommate who is seriously injured? Ha 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 ha. That guy himself has no talent. Now he wants someone else to come forward. Why, don't you find it funny yourself? The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it is. Do you group of hunters really have no regard for what they do? Even the school doesn't take care of it, so what do we have to be afraid of? And listen, say what you are, the poinsettia of the devil, right, in my eyes. He's loud, he's just a trash like Cheu Min." Tong Lam was already angry. Hearing that, he immediately began to fuse with the beast's soul. Tong Lam flew up, emitting a dazzling light. The beast's soul merged. Veen Leiden also felt a bit hesitant when he saw this. My goodness. This is it.
Tong Lam's beast soul appeared and Veen Leiden hugged his stomach and laughed out loud. "What about your beast soul? The flower butterfly is so cute. I'm so scared." He showed this evil face. "These sparkling wings, truly suitable for this old man to tear apart."
Yuan Leiden shouted. The beast's soul merged. A giant ape with 4 arms appeared. The current situation is that the beast souls of Tong Lam and Veen Leiden are facing each other. In the stands, everyone was noisy. Is this Tong Lam's beast soul? Why is it so different from its appearance? I heard that this is just a pure auxiliary beast soul, so how can it be fought? No capable of fighting. Veen Leiden's beast soul is a very strong 4-armed ape ghost. This time Tong Lam is not done. Vuong Kim Trot sat in the stands, worriedly asking Lam Uwan. Veen Leiden's momentum is very great. He has a chance to go deep into the top 10. Is there any way for Tong Lam to beat him? Who do you think it is? Will win here? The match had already begun. Veen Leiden made the first move, jumping to Tong Lam's position. Lam Uwan's assessment, still not seen yet, but logically Veen Leiden had the advantage. Seeing Veen Leiden's arm holding him, Tong Lam cried out and rushed. As soon as his big hands reached out, Tong Lam disappeared from that place. Yuan Leiden was surprised. He's angry. What? Tong Lam suddenly appeared behind him, disabled. Then he aimed straight at his nape and stabbed down. Song Lam's blue butterfly-shaped divine beast emitted a stream of power that stabbed straight at the position of Yuan Leiden's ape divine beast, knocking him down to the ground with just one blow. Lam Uwan observed every development of this intense battle from the stands. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. It turned out that this was the growth ability of that Tai Lu Li Deep, and Vuong Kim Trot was also by his side. Nodding, he said that even with the support from the beast soul, that Kai Flowing Butterfly was still a high-level talent. If Veen Leiden underestimated his enemy, he would definitely die. Tong Lam neatly closed the legs of the divine beast, his face showing a look of satisfaction because he had won. Veen Leiden lay flat on the ground. Bitterness welled up in his eyes. He opened his big mouth and shouted, "Tong Lam." After saying that, he jumped into the air, used all his strength to raise his fist towards him, could not control his anger and shouted, "You are definitely dead." Tong Lam immediately realized the attack was coming from his opponent. He turned around to avoid the attack and at the same time swung out a series of arc-shaped beams of light towards the other guy. He couldn't avoid it and was hit by this blow, causing his body to continuously spurt blood. Vuong Kim Trot's expression changed. He worriedly asked this guy, was he crazy? Hearing that, he immediately explained, no, he was trying to force Tong Lam towards the edge of the ring. That place could be limited, prevent space for Tong Lam to attack, otherwise he will have a chance to attack. In the arena, Tong Lam's ability to recognize attacks is even more sensitive. Even though Vien Liden was seriously injured, he still refused to surrender and stubbornly rushed in as if he wanted to devour his opponent. He observed and analyzed, fighting on the ring was different from fighting in the field. Limited combat area is a disadvantage for Tong Lam, so Vien Liden wants to narrow the combat space, gradually weakening Tong Lam's ability. Kim Trot raised his eyebrows and asked again, because he didn't believe his ears, then wouldn't Tong Lam lose? Yuan Lidon's ape divine beast once again raised his fist. His anger had now exploded. His eyes emitted fiery sparks. He raised his voice to challenge. The growth ability of that Kai Li Deep also that's all. Let's see where you can run to. He quickly rushed towards Tong Lam, uttering extremely unpleasant words, go and die. But Tong Lam only cried out. In the blink of an eye, his power was like 100 blades mercilessly stabbing into his divine beast's body. He was surprised and then shouted in pain, what? His movements are slow. You looked at him and said loudly, you have no ability to limit my moves. After saying that, he turned around and shouted, he lost. Although he was attacked fiercely by Tong Lam, he was able to recover quite quickly. It seemed that he had achieved his goal, so his eyes lit up. He was pleased to say, even though he was compared to that trash, that guy is a bit more powerful, but in the end he's still a useless guy. Having finished speaking, he swung his fist forward, his power rolling like waves straight towards the opponent. As soon as he looked at it, he recognized it and exclaimed that it was no good. It was a divine beast weapon. Vien Liden shouted and shot. Immediately the magic stones attached to his hand flew towards Tong Lam. He was attacked by a fierce hailstorm, and for a moment he had no time to react. After that scene, that Tai Lu Li Deep's wings were seriously injured, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Seeing that Tong Lam was gradually losing his strength, Vien Liden immediately felt proud, smiling crookedly, and now, it's my turn to play with you, you stupid guy. He jumped up, then punched Tong Lam's divine beast so hard that he could no longer raise his head. He gritted his teeth, his eyes clouded by aggression. Tong Lam was injured so severely that blood flowed non-stop. The game was now overturned. Vien Liden seemed to have victory within his grasp. He was satisfied and threw another punch, causing Tong Lam to completely collapse. He smirked, pointed to his hand studded with magical stones, and said loudly, so I specially prepared this magical beast weapon for you. Vien Liden violently punched his opponent repeatedly, exclaiming proudly, his tone reeked of contempt, useless guy, how dare he fight with me? He was now completely defeated. The divine beast's body seemed to be stained red with blood, and could only lie flat on the ground, suffering a series of dangerous blows from Vien Liden. Both cruelty and cruelty were clearly visible in his sinister smile. His eyes radiated extremely intense murderous intent. Vuong Kim Trot in the distance couldn't help but shed tears because he felt sorry for Tong Lam. He was so angry that he wanted to swear, damn it, where is the referee? Why haven't you announced the match results yet? For that bastard to act like that. In contrast to his panicked state, Lam Uwen still calmly observed all the developments under the ring. Even though Tong Lam was no longer able to move, Vien Liden still refused to forgive him. He used his hands to crush his divine beast while loudly cursing, damn, auxiliary beast form, soul, honestly hide behind for me, no matter what talent, and still like to show up for others 5 times 7 times. Remember today's lesson, do you know, idiot? Right now suddenly the referee's voice rang out, classmate Vien Liden, you have won. The referee from afar gave the signal to stop the match, loudly announcing that his classmate Tong Lam had completely lost his fighting ability. In this match, Yuan Liden was the winner. Based on the rules, Yuan Liden will replace his classmate Tong Lam's 18th position on the TM Long rankings. Hearing that, he glanced suspiciously and thought to himself, Lord level, huh? The next second, the two appeared in their true human form. He looked down at Tong Lam lying on the ground and proudly provoked him. If you still want to continue challenging me, I'm always willing, but right now, I think you should go to the infirmary and take care of that trash roommate of yours. Ha 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 ha. While he was comfortably picking his nose, a voice echoed behind him, Vien Liden. That voice belonged to Vuong Lanho. He walked up to Vien Liden with an angry look, frowned and said, your group of people are truly becoming more and more unscrupulous in their actions. Lin did not seem to be afraid of Lan Ho's appearance. He disdainfully replied, "Vuong Lan Ho, this is a private matter between me and Tong Lam. What does it have to do with you? If you want to fight, if we're like that, why don't we go find O Wing Company ourselves?" Vuong Lan Ho's eyes became more and more dangerous. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you say one more sentence, do you believe I will tear your mouth out?" Vien Liden held out his long, dangling hands and responded to Lan Ho's words with a sarcastic tone. "Are you threatening me? It's a pity that on the Tianlong board, people with higher positions don't. You can't challenge someone with a low position." Vuong Lan Ho felt uncomfortable when he looked down on him like that. His eyebrows wrinkled tightly, and his mouth exclaimed, "Uncle." Seeing this, Vuong Kim Trot couldn't help but swear, "Damn it." Suddenly, his facial muscles relaxed. He was a little surprised and called out, "Lam Uwin." Seeing that Lam Uwin had now approached Vuong Lan Ho's place, he coldly challenged Vien Liden, "If that's the case, then let someone with a lower position, me, come and challenge you." He didn't even glance at Lam Uwin and opened his mouth to complain, "What kind of trash is this again?" He confidently introduced. The sound of his voice became even louder. "I am roommates with Tong Lam, Lam Uwin, ranked 312 on the potential long list." Having said that, he pointed his finger at Vien Liden's face and frankly declared, "Next time, I will challenge you." Vien Liden heard Lam Uwin challenging him, couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha ha, 312th place in the table, Tianlong." But he seemed to realize that this was a serious challenge. His face changed 180 degrees, he bared his fangs, grimaced, his body emitted a dangerous murderous aura. He raised his voice, "Wanting to challenge me, according to the rules, you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Do you want to die?" Lam Uwin only had a smile on his lips. He still maintained his gentle tone and said, "It's true that I don't have the right to challenge you now, but 12 days later, I will have this right." Hearing that, he frowned in doubt and asked again, 12 days, thinking to himself, with his current rank, he has to challenge a higher level every day to be able to challenge me in the next 12 days. Thinking about it, he smirked and said that if you are so confident, then I will wait for you for 12 days, but if in the next 12 days you disappoint me, I will personally come to your place and remove your bones bit by bit, little by little. He shouted back, "Just wait." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ran towards Tong Lam who was lying motionless on the ground. Vuong Kim Trot couldn't help but panic and exclaimed, "Tong Lam." Tong Lam's body was covered in wounds. He couldn't even open one eye. He weakly spoke, "Sorry, I still lost." His face became even more determined. He warned him, "Just take care of your injuries well, and leave the rest to me." Then he turned to Vuong Lan Ho and said, "Today, thank you for helping Tong Lam." Hearing that, he replied, "Tong Lam and I have always been dissatisfied with the Hunter organization's behavior." He continued, "But you are also bold, yet you dare to challenge Yuan Liden." His face darkened. He just asked him again, "If he didn't dare to do this, then why did I have to go to Ma Du Thu Dai?" "Sorry, we went to the medical room first." Lan Ho watched Kim Trot and Lam Uwin help Tong Lam away for a moment before uttering one word, "Okay." His expression softened, thinking in his heart, this Lam Uwin guy is worth making friends with. At the school health room, in the hospital room, Tong Lam was sleeping at this time. His whole body was bandaged and looked very pitiful. Vuong Kim Trot and Lam Uwin stood next to the hospital bed. He asked him, "Were what he said in the gym today serious?" He didn't answer directly but asked again, "Do you think I look like I'm joking, or do you think I can't deal with Yuan Liden?" He raised his eyebrows and wondered, so now, what is his real strength? He looked at his friend, calmly said, "Wait 12 days, you will know." This statement made him a bit surprised. The next day, Gymnasium No. 57, Vuong Kim Trot sat in the stands to observe how Lam Uwin carried out his words. His opponent today is Tran Hai, S level, Divine Beast is a mutated sea snake, 8-star Beast General, rank 262. He has already taken a fighting stance, excitedly speaking loudly, "My friend, that's really arrogant, challenging Vien Liden, even surpassing 50 people to challenge me." He immediately blocked his throat, and at the same time shouted the command, "Stop talking nonsense, and fuse the beast's soul." Tran Hai didn't wait any longer. He replied, "You are really an impatient guy, so just do as you wish, fuse the beast's soul." In an instant, he transformed into a fierce green snake. Their two divine beasts proudly faced each other. Both sides were filled with fighting spirit. Tran Hai started making moves. He confidently warned Lam Uwin to be careful. Having said that, he used the snake's body to tightly wrap Lam Uwin's divine beast's body, as if not wanting to leave him a way to retreat. When he saw that you weren't resisting, he challenged you, "Are you waiting to be squeezed to death by me?" He was not afraid of his attacks at all, and even gave him compliments and good moves. But then his voice became deeper, his eyes became more dangerous. He bent down to talk to him, but unfortunately, his strength was a bit weak. After finishing speaking, he roared, then threw Tran Hai far away. He was immediately frightened by this magical power, thinking, this is the power of a Beast King level, I am not his opponent. His movements became more decisive. He rushed to strangle him but still maintained a calm demeanor and said, okay, let's end it. Tran Hai was suddenly attacked without having time to defend himself. He panicked and shouted, I admit defeat, spare my life. At this time, the referee's voice rang out. The match ended, Lin Yuan won. The audience couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that and said loudly, what are you doing? It ended so quickly. That guy Lin Yuan is classy. Beast King. Fighting against the Beast General level isn't a matter of every minute. Even Kim Trot had to exclaim, Lin Yuan, you hit it too well. Beast King level. He somewhat indifferently replied, why, you intend to take my information? He shook his head vigorously, his face clearly showing pleasure as he said, no, I thought of a way to make money together. I didn't know if he was interested or not. He asked curiously, how? Had I thought to myself, I'm really short of money right now. Kim Trot said while smiling brightly, yesterday's battle, his story with Veen Leiden was spread, almost half of the whole school was paying attention, so now his popularity is very high. I'm going to open a bet to see if you can win in the next 12 days. After saying that, he leaned close to him and secretly asked, so what exactly is your current strength? Reveal it, so I can prepare better. He hated whispering an answer in his ear, roughly, interestingly, King Level 2 Star Summit. After hearing this, Kim Trot gasped and exclaimed in shock, oh my god, aren't you stronger than Tong Lam? In his heart, he silently scolded him, this kid is clearly pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He excitedly asked him, so how many wins did he have, to win all 12 matches? He rubbed his chin in thought for a moment then replied, probably around 95% or more, ranking outside the top 20 of the Tianlong table, doesn't pose any threat to me. Seeing that his friend had such a high winning rate, he couldn't help but smile. Okay, then after opening the bet, I will bet 100,000, bet you can win all the time, get a profit, we divide it by 6, 4. He asked again in surprise, divided by 6 and 4, is that too much? Kim Trot already had a plan in mind so he firmly affirmed, of course not, if he wants to make money, you are the deciding factor. It seems like he is still bewildered by this move, as if he doesn't believe in it. Ask again in my ear, me. At restaurant number 2, Ma Du Thu Dai. Veen Leiden was devouring his lunch. This guy was always in a bad mood. Even when he ate, he frowned. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out behind him, causing him to stop. He had been having a hard time lately. He turned his head, saw the person in front of him was Wei & Company, and raised his voice. What wind was blowing here? Wei & Company stood tall, speaking loudly. I heard, after your match with Tong Lam that day, passed, someone said they wanted to challenge him. Hearing that, Leiden put his face down and continued eating. He didn't seem to care. He coldly replied, a clown ranked above 300, nothing worth paying attention to. Wei & Company suddenly put his hands on the table, leaning closer to him, sinisterly warning, it seems like you're a bit bad at catching information. That guy has already risen to level 262, and I heard that your strength is high. I am the Beast King level. Yuan Leiden exclaimed in surprise, granting Beast King status. Wei & Company stared at him and continued, I have no other intention, I just happened to hear this information, so I took the opportunity to remind you. I thought he would be worried when he heard that, but he just smirked. His tone also smelled of contempt. Even if his strength is at the Beast King level, don't worry, I will correct it, cut him down, absolutely will not let him bring any trouble to the organization. Wei & Company immediately stood up and left, leaving only one sentence, so I'm waiting for good news from you, completely leaving Veen Leiden angry behind. Although he spoke strongly, in reality Veen Leiden had many plans in his heart. He angrily clutched the piece of tissue on the table. His expression also became more scary, thinking, Beast King level, I want to see, how much courage do you have? Midday on Tuesday, at gymnasium number 53. Lin Yuan was already standing at the stage, with many thoughts in mind. According to Vuong Kim Trot's news, this time the opponent was Tryon rank 242. The Soul Beast was Nguyen Bao, famous for its speed. Vuong Kim Trot looked down from the stands and thought to himself, this kid. He wholeheartedly cheered his best friend on, admiring that he was now full of confidence, even more excited than he was, how to say it, yesterday. He recalled the conversation between the two of them the day before. Lam Uwen asked incredulously, "Opening the bed and still wanted me to act?" He calmly replied, "Then of course, after opening the betting table, the odds will change over time. If you kill indiscriminately, how will we make money?" He still couldn't help but wonder, "What do you mean, let me compete in a fake match?" Kim Trot replied decisively. He analyzed more clearly, No, how can you evaluate? This is a business strategy. No matter what, winning is the most important thing. Just win in a way, a little roundabout, making everyone not believe that you can win completely. That way we will make more money, right?" After saying that, he happily put his arm around his shoulder and patted him a few times. Even though he was a bit helpless, he still decided to listen to his friend and say, "Okay, then do as you say." That made Kim Trot extremely happy. Let's whether you can earn a large amount of money or not depends on you. Returning to reality, Lam Uwen concentrated on mentally preparing for the match and secretly calculated that yesterday she had exposed her Beast King level strength, and after Vuong Kim Trot opened the bet and strongly promoted it, strong, now at least half of the people know that they want to challenge Yuan Liden. No wonder why so many people came. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. He was Lam Uwen. Tryon stood opposite him, adding a sentence with an implicit contempt. It was really unlucky to be challenged by the Beast King level. He was ready to fight. His voice was loud, not high-pitched, "But I won't admit defeat easily. Let me see what your strength is," then shouted loudly and merged, "Beast Soul." In just the blink of an eye, Tryon transformed into a brave and courageous moon shadow leopard, the bright sunlight making his aura more majestic than ever. Lam Uwen was also in a ready position. After just one cry of fusing the Beast Soul, he transformed into a giant divine beast. Compared to his appearance, he could truly overwhelm the opponent. Tryon looked at him and couldn't help but marvel. It was truly the level of oppression at the Beast King level, but his eyes still radiated determination and did not waver. He crouched down on the ground to gain momentum, mentally comforting himself, but he was already a 9-star beast general, so he could still fight. Thinking about it, he immediately swooped in and used his sharp claws to draw a line on Lam Uwen's soul beast's body. Lam Uwen did not have any defense or avoidance, so he took the entire blow, causing blood to flow out strongly. Perhaps because he wanted to follow Kim Trot's plan, he could only endure the injury. Tryon was proud, but also surprised. In his heart he was clearly proud. He was injured. It seemed his speed still had the advantage. He raised his claws, as if to crush him, thinking to himself, "That's what Wang Jin said." Thinking about it, he deliberately tapped his claws on the ground, thinking of playing with him. It turned out that that action was part of the plan he had planned, intentionally missing Tryon to deceive the audience. Of course, Tryon also fell into this trap. He took the opportunity to pounce on him. He was surprised by what had just happened, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the strength of a Beast King level is just that? After witnessing this scene, the audience in the stands immediately commented, what's going on? Even a lieutenant general can't deal with it, let alone fight against Yuan Liden." Yesterday there was also the person who opened the bet on whether Lam Uwen can win in 12 days. With his strength, if he wants to win in 12 days, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Vuong Kim Trot observed everyone's reaction and chuckled. His eyes were somewhat cunning. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. As long as there were many people who doubted Lam Uwen's strength, we would earn money. More importantly, this performance is by Lam Uwen. It's really stable. Down in the arena, Lam Uwen was being attacked extremely fiercely by Tryon, almost unable to resist. Tryon continuously used his claws to make countless cuts on his body, thinking that if he continued to maintain this situation, perhaps he could really create a great miracle, fighting against the enemy, defeat the Beast King level Spirit Master. That thought actually boosted his fighting spirit, causing him to rush even more ferociously at his opponent. Suddenly, Tryon's right cheek was punched painfully. He did not have any defense for this sudden attack. Immediately, he was thrown straight to the far side and his whole body slammed against the wall. The wall cracked a huge chunk. One can imagine how strong that punch was. He fell to the ground, and at the same time returned to his human form. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly became dead silent because the viewers could not expect what had just happened. Tryon lay flat on the ground, weakly turning to look at Lam Uwen, who was still standing there. His beast soul breathed out smoke, his eyes filled with burning fire. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned and asked himself, just now, could it be a coincidence, but that murderous aura? His eyes widened in fear, remembering that he had no way to avoid it. The audience at this moment was even more explosive than before. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they were exclaiming, "Wow, what is the situation?" It seems that there is still an impossible gap between the Beast King level and the Beast Emperor level. After overcoming it, another person immediately said, "What are you talking about?" Mainly because Lam Uwen's strength was strong, coincidentally hitting Tryon and taking half of his life. Another young man also chimed in, "But at first Lam, even though I'm under the power, my strength is still not good enough." Vuong Kim Trot now had his wish fulfilled, and happily winked at him. Right after the match ended, Kim Trot ran right to his best friend, excitedly congratulating him. He's done a lot, he's worked hard, he's also proud of his best friend, asking how he was doing. "That's okay." He smiled from ear to ear, both hands raised his thumbs to show praise. "So good." They said he was a blind cat fighting a dead mouse. Most people doubted him, only a few people could see through it, but does not affect the current increased odds. "Let's continue," he just replied, "Okay." Late at night, in the bedroom, while everyone was sleeping soundly, Lam Uwen was still awake, with many thoughts in her mind. Today, after finishing the game, Tryon gave her 2 chests of silver. In addition to the usual rewards, there is also a Beast Soul Soldier. Just thinking about money makes him laugh out loud, scratching his chest, feeling like he's playing a chess game. He doesn't need that beast spirit weapon, he can sell it, then continue to defeat stronger opponents. The reward will be even more generous, plus the profit sharing from the betting table, and in the end you will become rich. Just 5 days later, Lam Uwen was promoted from 242nd to 142nd, which is an admirable number. He walked into the room tiredly, thinking that these past few days he had even met a few people who had bought ranks, and had not even fought before admitting defeat, and he hadn't even gotten the reward chest. Looking at his gloomy appearance, his friend Vuong Kim Trot was startled and said loudly, "Why are you so haggard? Our odds now are 1 year, extremely great." He put his hands on his knees, looking very careless, indifferently asked, "Did he pass the challenge today? Did he have information about his opponent?" He immediately gave him his tablet, saying that he had prepared it for him early. He took the computer, which clearly stated that his new opponent ranked 92nd in the potential dragon table. His name was Loi Tan Min. The awakened soul beast was the lightning beast. Below was a description of the soul beast and the results. The match results of that person named Loi. Lam Uwen carefully looked at the information for a while and then calmly said, "It seems that this person has some strength." Kim Trot leaned out, pointed to the text on the tablet and said, "Of course," and after beating Veen Lead and failed, he joined the hunter list. Everyone outside was predicting that he would lose this battle. You cheered hard for him, and at the same time sincerely hoped he would win. When you win against Loi Tan Min, everyone will know your true strength, so I will end the bet before this match. You just keep fighting hard, this is your fight. His eyes were now filled with determination. He turned towards Kim Trot, confidently affirming, "Okay, finally I can fight hard." At the time when Lam Uwen was eagerly looking forward to the match, on this side, in the advanced training room, Mo Tuat was closing her eyes and sitting upright. Just as she was concentrating on cultivating, the phone rang and beeped. She touched the screen and asked Tan Thu, "What's wrong?" Tan Thu's image was posted against the war. She announced, "Tonight Lam Uwen will fight Loi Tan Min. Won't you go watch?" Mo Tuat rubbed her chin and did not answer but asked instead, "What was Loi Tan Min's strength?" She shrugged her shoulders and replied calmly, "Ranked 92nd on the potential dragon list, at least at the peak level of a 1-star beast king." Mo Tuat put her hands on her hips and muttered to herself, reaching the peak of the beast king's peak. After that, she just reached up and pulled her arm to relax her muscles. Seeing Mo Tuat's expression so calm, Tan Thu was a bit surprised. He looked like he was completely not worried that Lam Uwen would lose. She happily quickly said, "He is very powerful, I believe he will not lose." Tan Thu glanced at her teasingly, "You have a lot of trust in your boyfriend, right?" The words made Mo Tuat startled, her face turned red and she hesitantly explained, He's not my boyfriend, don't talk nonsense, he's just an acquaintance from the same country." Tan Thu was helpless in the face of her violent reaction, so he changed the subject, "Okay, not now, but also, why don't you go challenge the hidden dragon, at least there won't be one before the top 50, no problem." Mo Tuat sighed tiredly. She said, "Because the teacher said that the challenge has a little reward, it's not necessary, I will make a breakthrough and show my talent later." At this point, Tan Thu would like to raise his hands and surrender. "As a reward, your teacher is also very bad. The high-level training room frankly costs several $100,000 a month, and also uses high-level soul beast crystals to arrange formations, high-level concentration." She raised her hand to say goodbye to Mo Tuat, "So I'll go check on the situation. When the time comes, I'll talk to you again." Mo Tuat agrees, "Okay, thank you." 7 o'clock in the evening, the Magic Beast Arena, the competition area, now number 26, the stands were filled with people, the light of the lights focused on the arena. Lam Uwen looked out from the backstage and couldn't help but be surprised. Why were there so many people this time? Vuong Kim Trot also saw and answered, at least half of the people here were betting, if the rest were of course go get some drama. He was ready to reveal one thing. Why will this match be a bet? Just do your best, he replied with a serious face, just leave it to me. A muscular bald man stood on the ring shouting, where is Lam Uwen? Rank 92 in the potential dragon list, Loi Tan Min. He turned to look east and west looking for him. Lam Uwen slowly walked out, here. The name Loi frowned and asked, it was he who confidently said he would win in 12 days, challenging Veen Liden. He indifferently asked, is that okay? Loi Tan Min's face became grim. Of course it's okay, it's just a pity, you really don't know how much strength you have, let me help you wake up. How could Lam Uwen refuse? Okay. Both of them waved their arms and legs, chanting at the same time, fusing the beast's soul. The two beast souls merged into their bodies. The audience began to whisper. The oppression of Loi Qingdao was too great. Among the new students who broke through to the Beast King level, he was also considered a quite strong existence, although Lam Uwen was also at the Beast King level, Beast King, but the few times he competed were quite poor. Everyone was named the weakest Beast King level. Anyway, I bet that Lam Uwen could not win completely, and I don't know which idiot bet on Lam Uwen to win. What else? He suddenly smirked and announced the news. That's right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I specially bet that 500,000, betting you can't win consecutively. Lam Uwen was quite surprised. You bet me to lose 5 million. Loi Tan Min looked disdainful. Did he want to bet on him to win? He didn't argue but happily said, nothing, just wanted to thank you. He was stunned. Thanking me? Why should he thank me? Suddenly Lam Uwen rushed forward and replied, you will know soon. Loi Tan Min widened his eyes. The speed was too fast. Didn't the news say that this guy's soul beast power was very weak? He also stood still, waiting for death, then activated his magic power, causing smoke and dust to rise around him. He dived in and shook his head. Lam Uwen was thrown out. Loi Tan Min secretly analyzed that although his strength was only at the peak of the first Star Beast King, his speed had already reached the perfect first Star Beast King level, with just 5 claws. If Lam Uwen did not die, he would still be disabled. While thinking idly, he was shocked again. How was this speed possible? Lam Uwen made a quick swipe, but Loi was quick enough to dodge. Loi Tan Min decided to use his trump card. Damn it, this is because you forced me. His eyes glow. Your luck isn't very good. When I didn't need to act, Lam Uwen finished speaking and opened her mouth to gather magic power. Then shoot straight at Loi Tan Min. Goodbye. Scales fell off his body, blood splattered. Loi Tan Min couldn't accept it. How could this be possible? Finishing his opponent in one move, Loi Tan Min suffered a hole in his chest and collapsed unconscious. The announcement rang. The match ended. Lam Uwen won. Everyone witnessed the silence. Everyone has the same expression, eyes shaped like a letter and mouth shaped like an O. After being hit by a blow, Loi Tan Min did not move anymore. The people who bet on Lam Uwen were all in a commotion. They shouted loudly, wow, is it real or fake? Lam Uwen really won. Ha ha ha, that's cool. Luckily I have good eyesight. I bet Lam Uwen 200,000. Even Du Tan Thu couldn't keep his mouth shut. Did Lam Uwen's move directly defeat Loi Tan Min? Even if he was a 2-star Beast King, it would be difficult for him to block this move. No wonder Mo Tuat has faith in her. He comes like that. The little black dragon also appeared to congratulate him. He defeated the Beast King level Beast Soul Master and received a golden treasure chest. After finishing, Lam Uwen returned to his human appearance. He wondered if he could open it now. He quickly replied, of course, inside the chest only you can see it. The little black dragon raised his hand. A reward chest appeared, successfully opened the golden chest, gaining 50,000 evolution points and a Beast King level divine weapon. A sparkling claw appeared, making him stunned. The little black dragon briefly introduced information about this item to him. The Thunder Claw is a Beast King level divine weapon. When attacking the enemy, it thunders. Crazy lightning surrounds the claws, increasing attack speed and causing lightning-based damage to the opponent. It came closer and revealed the lightning attribute. This is even better than the Scarlet Claws. Lam Uwen smiled and said, the Scarlet Claws can be sold at the Howling Hall. After all, they are of the highest level. Beast can also be sold for a good price. Someone's voice called his name. Lam Uwen, what are you so stupid about? It turned out that Vuong Kim Trot was happily running with his arms outstretched. Lam Uwen, he turned around. He looked delighted and complimented, "The victory was great, we are rich now." But he only replied with just 3 words, "That's good." Vuong Kim Trot gave a thumbs up. Someone from afar also exclaimed, "It seems he has some bravery." The sound of applause continued. "The match between you and Loi Tan Min, I watched it, it was really special." Vuong Kim Trot, "If you ask, what do you want to say?" Yuan Liden, he said jokingly, "I just wanted to ask how your other 2 roommates are recovering." Lam Uwen said quietly, "I'm afraid this is not something you care about." He walked forward and replied, "Who said he doesn't care? Anyway, in a few days, you have to go with them." This guy with a chicken crest on his head intentionally hit Vuong Kim Trot. Even so, he glanced back and mocked him, "When I defeated Loi Tan Min, I didn't waste that much time like you." Vuong Kim Trot angrily exclaimed, "This kid is really bullying people too much." Lam Uwen glared at him as he strode. How arrogant he was now. "It will be difficult to see when you die." 3 days later, Lam Uwen's beast spirit had significantly improved. Thanks to his own hard work and serious cultivation, he was able to achieve it. Lam Uwen opened his eyes, blew out the smoke from his mouth and said, finally reaching the middle stage of the 3-star Beast King level, the little black dragon said eagerly, "Tomorrow you can challenge Veen Liden." He clenched his fists, smirked and replied, "That's right, the opponent these days couldn't bring any good rewards. If it was Veen Liden, the treasure chest would definitely be very generous." Early in the morning, the sun shines on the city. Vuong Kim Trot and Lam Uwen each brought a bag of food. He happily announced that yes, just 2 days ago, I opened a new betting table. He was startled and asked, "What are the odds between me and Veen Liden?" Vuong Kim Trot answered honestly, 1.2. After he showed his strength, those people didn't dare to bet big anymore, so the odds weren't really that high. Lam Uwen still wanted to, participating in the bet, then I bet myself 600,000. Vuong Kim Trot was stunned. "You bet all the 6 million profit shares I gave you. It seems you are determined to win this time." He smiled softly and said, "Just waiting for this day." The medical room. The 2 of them walked in. Cheu Min was on the phone when he saw it and was startled. "Why did you guys come here?" Vuong Kim Trot held out his bag. "Take it, the meat buns I just bought for you at home. They're still hot." Cheu Min happily bent down and held out his hands to receive. "Thank you, Godfather." Lam Uwen asked, "How was Tong Lam's situation?" Cheu Min replied sadly, "Not very well. His wound was very serious. Fortunately he was a Beast King level. If it were anyone else, it would have been over long ago." At that moment, Tong Lam woke up and asked, "Why did you guys come here?" Vuong Kim Trot held up the food bag and said, "Give me that breakfast, eat some." Lam Uwen silently observed, in a battle with Tong Lam and Veen Liden, not only defeated him physically but also defeated him mentally. He looked at him from head to toe, everywhere was injured, and his condition was even worse. After experiencing failure, a proud person like him would definitely doubt himself and deny himself. At times like this, there is no way anyone can help him. Rebirth in Nirvana is true talent. Vuong Kim Trot held a munching dumpling and told the 2 of them the news. Today is Lam Uwen's match day with Veen Liden. If nothing unexpected happens, he can replace the 2 of them today. You guys take revenge. They were both shocked. "Huh?" Vuong Kim Trot shouted loudly, "What the heck? Lam Uwen has never lost for 12 days in a row, just waiting for today." They both looked at him in surprise and said in unison, "Lam Uwen is too strong. When did he become so powerful?" Tong Lam said that the last time he fought with Veen Liden, although he used tricks. He trembled as he warned, "But I felt he hadn't used all his strength yet, so you have to be careful." Lam Uwen with steady eyes said, "Thank you for reminding me, but I won't lose." Midday, Gymnasium number 3. After the last match it seemed like more people came to watch. Vuong Kim Trot frowned and raised his hand to point at the guy with his arms folded in front of him. "Hey, look who it is." Veen Liden below waved to him. "He seems confident." Lam Uwen stood up and said, "Even though we and company also came, it seems like you hunters are paying a lot of attention to this match." He laughed mockingly, because he wanted to see how horribly he would die. Lam Uwen glanced up. Oh, we and company looked down coldly. This cock-haired guy suddenly put his hands on his hips, looked out at the audience and shouted, "You came here today to watch the match between me and Lam Uwen, right? You want to know who is stronger between me and Lam Uwen, who is weak, right?" He confidently pointed his thumb at himself and smiled, "But now I can tell you, the ultimate winner is definitely me." Suddenly Veen Liden pointed at him, and he was Lam Uwen. That was the result of provoking the hunter list. Oh, we and company clapped his hands loudly. He praised Yuan Liden, "Very well said." Chae Min went crazy. He clenched his fists. Why did he think he could win against Lam Uwin? These people were too much. Vuong Kim Trot grabbed Chae Min's shoulder to stop him. Don't get excited, don't get excited. The silhouette of someone approaching caught both of their attention. This time many people on the hunter list came. He was just showing his loyalty in front of Ween Company. It turned out to be Vuong Lan Ho. He asked, "Can I sit next to you too?" Vuong Kim Trot was sweating and didn't dare to refuse. "Of course, I didn't expect you to come." Vuong Lan Ho smiled brightly and said, "I bet Lam Uwin 1 million, of course I have to come and see." Both were startled. Vuong Kim Trot wondered, "With so much bet, aren't you afraid of Lam Uwin losing?" He silently exclaimed, "He also has a lot of money." Vuong Lan Ho chuckled, "This bet must have been opened by you, right? Thanks to you, I earned quite a bit in the last few rounds, so this time I still bet on Lam Uwin." Vuong Kim Trot did not expect it, first, but he still managed to slurp part of it. Chae Min looked down and said, "Well, look how proud he is." From the perspective of the three people, he crossed his arms in satisfaction. Vuong Lan Ho immediately recognized that Ween Company was also creating momentum for Vien Liden, conveniently building his reputation in front of the members. No matter what, after stepping on So Tien Duk, Lam Uwin is the highest target. Everyone glared at him. Vuong Lan Ho prayed and hoped that Lam Uwin would not be affected too much. His face became grim and a little curious. He really wanted to see if Vien Liden lost, how Ween Company would react. The rooster-haired man had already taken action. He shouted the command and merged the beast's soul. He turned into a gorilla's, frantically punched his chest with both hands to show his strength, his mouth opened wide to reveal sharp teeth. Vien Liden boldly declared, "In this match, I will break your bones one by one," until he knelt before me and begged for forgiveness. He looked at the small Lam Uwin provocatively. "Come here, show me what kind of ability you have." His magic power radiated heroically. Unable to stand still in the face of the other person's disdain, Lam Uwin shouted, fusing with the beast's spirit. He also transformed into a reptile. The long-awaited match has finally begun. Vien Liden took the initiative before he rushed up and waved his fist, making Lam Uwin startled. 4 arms are equivalent to 4 blows in one go. Lam Uwin did not avoid or retreat, but only used one arm to block. He applied his strength again, but the scales on Lam Uwin's arm were stronger than the iron armor. The moment seemed to freeze. Vien Liden stared blankly. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? This one blow of his could knock away the 2-star Beast King level. The sharp spikes that grew out of him stabbed into his hand and blood just flowed out. Lam Uwin opened her mouth wide to gather magic power into a ball. Vien Liden, he was already uneasy, not okay. He gritted his teeth and turned around, having to escape quickly. As expected, Lam Uwin released a stream of light, or with his quick mind, he was able to dodge it. Suddenly Vien Liden was startled. Once again, I couldn't close my eyes and mouth. Damn it, it was too fast. Greeting him was the next source of magic power that was shot out. He angrily activated a blocking technique through his arms and cursed, "Will you please stop? The rays of light are blocked." Just a little while ago, this cock-headed guy was already satisfied. He didn't expect that I wouldn't block him. With just this little bit of bravery, you still want to deal with me? How naive. Smoke and dust rose. He tiptoed forward, thinking to himself, just like scratching an itch, the black scale fist knife will eliminate most of the energy. If this continues, he won't last much longer. Chae Min was stunned. Vien Liden was moving forward in front of Lam Uwin's molten light. Lam Uwin did not stop but kept releasing magic power. The scales on his head emitted light, showing that this is a good thing, not a waste of hard training. Lam Uwin releases magic power with more destructive power. Vien Liden went straight to embrace him. He was shocked. This energy. Unable to withstand this power, his barrier was broken. Then the light passed through the shield and attacked Yuan Lidan's head. He vomited blood. Then lied down like the previous opponents. Vuong Kim Trot and Vuong Lan Ho had expected it and both smirked, but as for Chae Min, he was surprised. What? Ween Company frowned indignantly. Chae Min hugged Vuong Kim Trot's neck and pointed towards the ring. Damn, that kid Lam Uwin, when did he become so strong? Vuong Kim Trot shrugged and calmly replied, he was always so strong, it's just that because he didn't know. Chae Min felt a little regretful. This Vien Liden was not Lam Uwin's opponent. It's a shame he didn't bet. Vuong Lan Ho advised them not to rejoice too early. He glanced down and said seriously, if he wanted to win against Vien Liden, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. He stomped his feet and spoke, unable to help but speak. After the cloud of smoke, Yuan Liden struggled to stand up. His strength was truly beyond my expectations. He used his thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glancing at Lam Uwen, I still wanted to play with him. Just like that, he ran to him. Lam Uwen estimated that at this speed, Veen Liden would at least reach the 3-star Beast King level. He jumped up and raised his fist again. Lam Uwen did not wait for death. He opened his mouth to gather magic power. I thought this guy was just preparing a lesson plan, but who would have thought that he threw a rock at Lam Uwen's head and interrupted his technique. Next, jump up and put force into your hands. Veen Liden looked at Lam Uwen with contempt and went to die. Boom, 4 fists were landed. Lam Uwen easily used both hands to block it. But Lam Uwen could only stop the upper 2 arms and the lower 2 arms could not, so he was punched in the chest by him. He jumped out and reminded Lam Uwen, don't forget, he has 4 arms. His hands were stained with fresh blood. Yuan Liden, he teased, the taste of blood. It's great, isn't it? Lam Uwen is in pain. Lam Uwen was hit by the attack and blood splattered. Yuan Liden gloated and complained that this was only the beginning. After finishing speaking, he rushed behind him. Lam Uwen was startled. Because his soul beast form is flexible, he cannot avoid it. The scratch was quite deep. Lam Uwen's blood flowed out. He was unsteady on his feet and swayed. Veen Liden watched happily. Lam Uwen smirked. He crossed his arms and stood in front of him in confusion. Why is this guy still smiling? Suddenly, golden claws appeared in his hand, and there were a few lightning bolts around it. Lam Uwen muttered, this magical beast. His claws lengthened. He screamed. He wasn't the only one. Veen Liden gritted his teeth and now realized the situation. It's not good. He intentionally made me come close. This was his trap. He turned to run away, but Lam Uwen attacked him. Hit him on the shoulder. He pressed him down to control him. The scales on the head glow. Lam Uwen opened her mouth to gather magic power into a small ball. Veen Liden screamed in panic, no, no. Lam Uwen raised her voice and said, it's over. The light shot straight at Veen Liden, causing him pain. Boom, there was a huge explosion on the arena with smoke and dust flying everywhere. All 3 people couldn't close their mouths, surprised by this attack. Lam Uwen stood and looked at him lying still without moving. Part of his skin was burned black. Veen Liden refused to surrender. I have not lost yet. He opened one eye, me. Lam Uwen happily said, if you haven't admitted defeat yet, I will continue. He was shaking all over as he tried to sit up. What do you want to do? Lam Uwen glared at Veen Liden. Whatever you do to Cheu Min and Tong Lam, I will do it to you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After finishing speaking, Lam Uwen quickly shot magic light. Yuan Liden screamed in vain, ah! He aimed at his arm, which was also the most seriously injured part. In the stands, everyone was buzzing, praising and blaming each other. Lam Uwen was also too cruel. This was what Veen Liden had done to others before. This is called the ups and downs of fate. If I would say it's worth it. Their list of hunters is the malignant tumor of a large demonic beast. Lam Uwen is truly top-notch. He asked again, have you admitted defeat yet? This is your last chance, otherwise, you won't be able to keep your other arm. You won't even dream of competing nationally. Smoke rose from his arms. Veen Liden angrily cursed, Lam Uwen, you are too bullying people. He crossed his arms and didn't let this guy bark nonsense or bully people too much. I was just imitating his actions. Wei and company stepped out and called, Lam Uwen. He warned me, I advise you not to take it too far. All 3 of them also stood up, crossed their arms and smiled. Vuong Lanho mocked, oh, why is this too much? You list of hunters monopolizing the potential dragon list, is it not too much? Turns out, when you lose, you have sex like that. He turned around and smiled contemptuously, humph. Wei and company used his pinky finger to wiggle in his ear and calmly responded, even though a loser still deserves to stand here and talk. Vuong Lanho's blood boiled, you. He reminded him, Lam Uwen, you better think carefully. Do you want to become an enemy of everyone on the hunter list? He raised his hand to ask. I said, between us, is there some mistake? Wei and company was surprised, confused. Lam Uwen smiled and replied, that's right, didn't I say I would challenge you scum a long time ago? Everyone was frightened by that statement. Both Cheu Min and Vuong Kim Trot were stunned. Vuong Lanho laughed with satisfaction. Wei and company was furious, do you know what you are saying? The sound coming from the speakers made everyone feel uncomfortable and cover their ears. What's the noise? I haven't said the end of the match yet. If there are other actions that disturb the match, don't blame me for kicking you out of school. Competition. Continuing the match, he turned to look at him and thought to himself, the referee is a Beast Soul Master level leader. He is indeed powerful. Yuan stood up and said, wanting to make me admit defeat. Ha 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 ha. He clenched his fist as if to say, I'm telling you, there is no door. He relied on Wei & Company to speak up and shouted a challenge, if you are good then kill me, even if I die, Lin will not. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent away by the magical light from Lam Yuan. He fell down like a clown. Injured enough to return to human form. Lam Yuan looked at him lying unconscious and didn't say anything. Everyone's voices cheered and shouted, Lam Yuan won, he really won. He frowned and stared. The referee announced, I announced, this match. The winner is, Lam Yuan. Wei neck clenched her fists, Lam Yuan. He was so angry that he bit his finger until it bled. Remember this debt. Little Black Dragon appeared to congratulate Lam Yuan. He defeated the Beast King level Beast Spirit Master, and received a golden chest. A sparkling golden chest appeared. He whispered excitedly, getting a chest of gold again, so great. Vuong Kim Trot and Che Yumin ran over. Lam Yuan, following Che Yumin's call, turned to look. Vuong Kim Trot rubbed his fingertips and smiled brightly as if he had earned a lot of money. Che Yumin was happy for him. Before, I didn't even know he was that strong. Vuong Lanho crossed his arms and seriously reminded, you have to be careful, Wei & Company will not let you off easily. Wei & Company is the type of person who is revenge. Once he gets involved, he will like a poisonous snake entwining you. If you don't achieve your goal, you won't give up. Lam Yuan asked, so who do you think Wei & Company will find to deal with me? Vuong Lanho said his feelings, I guess, he will send Li Tan Nam to challenge you. I'm a little confused, why is it Li Tan Nam? Wei & Company and Tham Tianj's rankings are higher than Li Tan Nam. The current order of the potential dragon rankings is first place Tian Duk, second place Tham Duong, third place Wei & Company, fourth place Li Tan Nam. Vuong Lanho analyzed with his hand in his hand. Wei & Company values his reputation, and as the main hunter in the hunter list, it will not be easy for him to stand up and fight, but like Tham Tianj, he only is a name. If it weren't for nothing, Wei & Company wouldn't have sent him, leaving only Li Tan Nam. Finally Lam Yuan understood, it turned out to be like that. Fat boy, do you have detailed information about Li Tan Nam? Vuong Kim Trot raised his thumb and said, as long as you need it, don't say it's Li Tan Nam, even if it's information from Tian Duk, I can get it for you. Vuong Lanho raised his hand to stop, no need to waste effort, just ask me directly, I have fought with Li Tan Nam before. Che Yumin was stunned, the two of them fought, so who won in the end? Vuong Kim Trot said, don't you guys go look at the rankings. Che Yumin scratched his head and laughed, ah ha ha ha, that's an insult. He admitted to himself, of course I lost. Vuong Lanho revealed one thing, Li Tan Nam is not only strong, but the beast soul is also extremely strange. Lam Yuan was surprised, strange. To make it easier to understand, Vuong Lanho asked the three of you, have you ever heard of plant-based animal souls? In the monitoring room behind the gym, he was rubbing his chin and thinking about something when Principal Vuong Din came and spoke. This match was truly very satisfying. For those who haven't noticed yet, this is the referee. He looked back and shouted, Principal, why are you here? Vuong Din seemed satisfied and replied, I watched the match just now. That student named Lam Yuan was okay. The referee turned back to look at the computer screen and agreed, yes, his fighting experience was also very rich, displaying a level of determination and ruthlessness that normal new students could not have. Vuong Din asked curiously, he heard that his talent was rated as level E. He punched himself in the head, that's right, I almost thought the information was wrong. His strength showed that his beast soul talent was at least S level or even mid-SS level. He was worried about reporting the news. It reminds me of it. Surely you know the situation on the hunter list, right? Lately they have been very aggressive and unruly, not only dominating the potential dragon board, but also putting pressure on them. Everywhere there is force on the students. The students are complaining to heaven and earth. Vuong Din leisurely replied, I know, but Wei & Company did not violate the school rules. The students might feel unfair. But how can the world be fair? Besides, this world is already very cruel. These children do not know. The referee frowned. He hinted at something. The pressures that people now face have become increasingly greater. This is a peaceful place, a place to practice. I'm here, holding my card up to the machine. Ding! New student Lam Yuan. You're ranked 18th on the potential dragon list. The advanced cultivation room will give you a 50% discount this time. The cost is 100,000 yuan. The cultivation room is 116. Please come in 5 minutes. When he entered, he realized that there was still this advantage. No wonder everyone dreams of having a higher rank in the potential dragon list. Little Black Dragon eagerly urged him. Hurry, hurry, see what's in the chest. Is anything good? Lam Yuan sat down and watched the chest open. The little black dragon was surprised. Wow, it was 50,000 evolution points and a Beast King level divine weapon. A sparkling gem flew up. Lam Yuan looked up and asked in wonder, "What is this?" The little black dragon gave information about the item. This magical weapon is called an energy storage crystal, equivalent to the Beast King level. The user can pump his or her energy into it. When the energy storage inside the crystal reaches its maximum level, the energy of the user's subsequent attacks can increase by 50% in power. You can fuse the beast soul to try it out for a while. Lam Yuan agreed to shout the command, "Yes, merge the beast soul." He looked at his body and exclaimed, it was worthy of being the training room of a great demon beast. It was truly like four-dimensional space. No matter how big its figure was, it was not affected. The crystal was in his hand. Lam Yuan's tail stood up, his scales also glowed. He poured magic power into the crystal. It glows. Then it's back to normal. Little Black Dragon was surprised, it had already reached its maximum. He brought it to his chest and at the same time felt a bit regretful. The crystal was so small that I had to spend half of my body's energy to fill it, and it also took half an hour, so it seems. In the battle to refill it is almost impossible. The little black dragon put his hands on his hips and said, maybe it's suitable for preparation. Suddenly a battle occurs. If combined with nuclear breath, it can definitely cause a fatal blow to the enemy. His hand holding the badge storing and collecting crystals, and Lam Yuan had the same idea as little black dragon. Yes, I also intend to use it like that. While he sat upright and seriously practiced, the little black dragon flew around chattering, successfully absorbing the radiation, gaining 1,000 evolution points. At night, the only thing in the academy was his practice room with the lights on, the announcements ringing, ding ting ting. Tu Hoc Long and Lam Yuan both looked at the equipment on the floor. He pressed the switch, the image of Vuong Kim Trot appeared. He put his hands on his hips and said jealously, "Oh, life is so good, you can use the high-class training room." He used his bright and handsome face to respond, "Isn't this money earned? It has to be spent anyway." Vuong Kim Trot returned to a serious state, no longer joking. Just as Vuong Lanho predicted, Li Tan Nam had declared war on him, but his rank was higher than his, so he needed him to challenge him. What do you think? Lam Yuan also planned ahead. Of course I won't refuse. From the moment I defeated Vien Liden, I and the hunter list have decided not to die without stopping. By the way, I also intend to continue to earn some money from them. Vuong Kim Trot was shocked, looking for some money. Do you want to open the betting table? He sinisterly raised 2 fingers. This time, I want to bet myself 2,000,000. Vuong Kim Trot clenched his hands in surprise. 2 million. Then I also want it. I bet 3 million. I thought Vuong Kim Trot would be very shocked when he said that, but who would have thought that the shocked person would be Lam Yuan? You bet too much. Aren't you afraid of losing? He seemed to be on fire, putting all his trust in you. Damn it, if you bet big. I believe you won't lose. If you lose, this guy will lose everything. Lam Yuan is helpless, bound feet. Vuong Kim Trot ran and pointed at him and said, your match time is 7 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll go open the betting table now. I'll come find you tomorrow. Lam Yuan's face darkened. Little black dragon, looking at me. He pointed at me and said, oops, just talking. It seemed like he didn't even take a breather. Lam Yuan calmly said, just let him arrange it. Believe that tomorrow the hotness will be no less than Vien Liden last time. On the night of the second day, Vuong Kim Trot was happily running somewhere. This group of people are big and small together, the blonde guy said. This time it's not certain that Lam Yuan can win. After all, Li Tan Nam is ranked in the order of potential dragons. It is said that he is also a rare animal soul and plant. The guy next to me has the opposite way of thinking. It's not easy for someone to stand up for us new students. If we are always oppressed by people on the hunter list, I really can't bear it. I don't care. I support Lam Yuan household. The blonde guy offered a price, specifically bet 100 yuan. The other guy immediately started to riot. What the hell, even 100 yuan? Vuong Kim Trot accidentally overheard this conversation. He clenched his fists and thought, the odds are now 1.5. He hurriedly continued running, proving that most people still did not have a positive view of Lam Yuan. Oh Lam Yuan, whether or not we can make money this time depends on you. Vuong Kim Trot sighed and said to Lam Uwin, I really admire you. You have to fight at 7 o'clock, but you are in the room practicing until 5:30 o'clock. Lam Uwin, he waved his hand, so it doesn't matter. It's not enough to practice too much. What harm? You angrily turned around and left. You've never seen anyone practice as crazy as you before, so let's go to the gym first. He pointed at himself and confidently said, Of course I'll go eat first, I haven't eaten yet. You were suddenly startled, huh? At Ma Du Thu Dai, restaurant number 3 on the 2nd floor, there are all kinds of delicious and beautiful dishes. Lam Uwin and Vuong Kim Trot sat eating together at the same table. He bowed his head while eating and asked in wonder, Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why were you in such a hurry to pay? I'm your great-grandfather now. What's the point of this little food money? You eat more, you're full, you're good. Lam Uwin chewed and asked, After all, he is the son of the principal of Ma Du, so why does he look so short of money? Vuong Kim Trot smiled and said, You don't understand, the money you earn and the money your family thinks are two different things. I have to rely on my own ability to make a career. Let my father know, Vuong Kim Trot is not useless. He asked him curiously, That's right, that reminds me, until now I still don't know what your soul beast is. He avoids it, don't mention it, you'll know later. At night, Gymnasium number 1, this place is like a Roman arena in the gymnasium, everyone is shouting loudly with excitement looking forward to the match. Lam Uwin and Vuong Kim Trot entered the gym. He was surprised, there were so many people. He replied, Of course, the match with Veen Leiden was very attractive. This time it was also a match against a member of the Hunter list, who is ranked 4th in the potential dragon list. It's strange that his hotness is low. Before the match, he shook hands in determination. You go to the field, I'll go find Cheu Min and Vuong Lan Ho. He replied, Okay. Suddenly he saw something. Lam Uwin was surprised and looked up to see clearly. There was someone in the stands looking down at him. Vu Mak Wien. He stared down at him. He made a throat-cutting gesture to threaten Lam Uwin. He looked up at him and thought to himself, Do you want to push yourself to death? Too bad you chose the wrong person. In front of him, a person came. He walked over and asked Lam Uwin, Are you the one who defeated Veen Leiden? He despises you, frankly speaking, at this level of yours. Tien loves Ivy. Li Tan Nam lifted his glasses and smiled arrogantly, Not yet mature enough to catch my eye. He crossed his arms and told Lam Uwin, giving him sincere advice, Don't arbitrarily get involved with people who shouldn't be involved. Lam Uwin replied, Thank you for your advice, but it's of no use to me. The match is about to start, it is announced, both sides are present on the field. I announce, the match officially starts. The host's voice just ended, followed by everyone's cheers. Lam Uwin transformed into a beast soul, merging with the beast soul. Seeing that, Li Tan Nam, he lifted his glasses arrogantly, Then he also transformed, fusing with the beast soul, he transformed into green vines. Those vines covered with thorns linked together and she rushed towards Lam Uwin. Li Tan Nam launched a move at him. Before the upcoming attack, he stood there. Lam Uwin felt disdainful when she saw this. A bit of a talent. Having finished speaking, he strengthened his hand to create sharp claws. With one wave of her hand, Lam Uwin cut all of Li Tan Nam's vines. Looking at the broken vines, everyone shouted, not even one attack could stop them. Cheu Min was behind Vuong Lan Ho cheering, Great fight, Lam Uwin. But Vuong Lan Ho is worried about you, don't be too happy too soon, this is just a test attack, Li Tan Nam's strength is not just at that level. Li Tan Nam continued to launch vines towards Lam Uwin. And he always gently cuts it off, can you block this move? Suddenly, the vines cut under his feet began to heal and grow longer. They grew bigger and formed a pile at my feet. Li Tan Nam confidently said, I have almost grasped all of your strength. On the arena, his vines surrounded him, he arrogantly said, the day of his death has come. Suddenly, the vines under Lam Uwin's feet gathered and stabbed straight at him. Seeing this scene, everyone in the stands was extremely surprised, those rattan trees had come back to life. Seeing this, Lam Uwin thought about it. Previously, Vuong Lan Ho had talked about Li Tan Nam's ability to regenerate. As long as he accumulated enough energy, he could regenerate these rattan strings indefinitely. He launched more rattan strings from his body towards him. These thorny and sharp rattan vines coiled above his head along with the vines below, attacking Lam Uwin. Li Tan Nam screamed, Go to hell, Lam Uwin. Seeing that, Lam Uwin despised, at this level, he can't even die. After speaking, he accumulated a ball of energy in his mouth. He sent a blast of energy towards the rattan strings, causing it to freeze and break. In the stands, everyone was talking. This Lam Uwan is also amazing. With so many rattan vines, they all immediately withered. What about the plant-based soul beasts? Is that all there is to it? Hearing the gossip about him, Li Tan Nam angrily thought to himself, dare to embarrass himself in front of everyone. He shouted, you have completely angered me. Lam Uwan quipped, oh, what new move is there? Bring it out so I can open my eyes and see. He angrily launched countless rattan strings at him. The number of strings now doubled as before. Countless rattan strings surrounded him. Seeing this, Vuong Lanho and everyone else were worried. He said, the situation is not very positive. This type of density attack, Lam Uwan may not be able to defend. Che Min wondered, if you can defend, will Lam Uwan lose? He said, it's hard to say. With Li Tan Nam's ability, once he hits her, Lam Uwan's situation will be very bad. I mentioned this to Lam Uwan before. Che Min is worried. This type of attack, even if warned in advance, is very difficult to completely defend against. Vuong Kim Trot was worried and thought silently. You silently pray, Lam Uwan. On Lam Uwan's side, he is preparing to receive Li Tan Nam's move, Li Tan Nam's killer rattan move, a full frontal attack. Lam Uwan also released energy from her mouth, breaking the wire. However, there were too many rattan vines and he couldn't fight them. Even Lam Uwan would find it difficult to sweep them away in one breath. Suddenly, a sharp vine flew from behind. The rope stabbed straight into his back, but was stopped by his spikes. Seeing that, the other rattan strings changed direction and stabbed into his ribs. Lam Uwan glanced at them. When he lost power, countless rattan strings pierced his body. Vuong Kim Trot opened his mouth in extreme surprise. Li Tan Nam is arrogant. Are you ready to ask for my forgiveness? Lam Uwan stood before this situation and thought, these evil green rattan vines were sucking energy from his body. Looking at Li Tan Nam, he thought, this is Li Tan Nam's second ability, absorbing energy. Li Tan Nam looked at him struggling. He shouted, come on, if you don't want to be sucked dry by me then quickly ask for forgiveness. Lam Uwan replied that, why beg you, you are not qualified. Saying that, he raised his claws. He slashed away the vines on his body. In the arena he was resisting his attack. Seeing him resist like that, Li Tan Nam confidently said, humph, wherever he goes, he will die. Saying that, he controlled the ropes again and stabbed them into his body. Lam Uwan suddenly rushed closer to him. When the distance between him and you was close enough, the vines loosened. Only then did he accumulate energy and unleash a move. He thought, this is the nuclear breath move that defeated Yuan Liden. Unfortunately I have already researched countermeasures. Li Tan Nam recovered his rattan rope. He curled it up to form a shield in front of him. His attack flew towards him and he used his shield to block it. Lam Uwan put her 4 legs on the ground and used the momentum to release her huge source of energy. That energy flow rushed towards Li Tan Nam but was stopped by the shield. Everyone in the stands was almost blown away. They were surprised. The killing move was so powerful. Just based on the power of the nuclear breath, Lam Uwan was definitely qualified to be in the top most talented freshman. People doubted whether the sky blue rattan barrier could really stop it. Lam Uwan's attack made a hole in Li Tan Nam's shield and his attack could not hurt him. However, after blocking the attack, his blue shield also burst into flames. Li Tan Nam was surprised. Fortunately it absorbed so much energy, so after meeting the resistance of the blue shield, its strength dissipated, but unexpectedly, the power was still so strong. Looking at Lam Uwan standing there, he thought to himself, but his strongest killer move was blocked by me, with his current physical strength. Li Tan Nam thought, there was no longer any threat to affect him, victory would still belong to him. Lam Uwan told him, ha 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 ha, to be honest, your luck is not very good. When he heard that, he shouted angrily, what do you mean, stop showing off? He thought to himself, his current physical strength can only use one more nuclear breath at most, I can also be blocked. Lam Uwan replied to him, if there were no crystals to store this energy. His eyes turned red, his whole body emitted a rich source of energy. He said, I'm afraid I really can't win against you. He laughed at him, unfortunately it wasn't like that, so I said your luck is really bad, and then he released the energy surrounding his body. Li Tan Nam raised his hand to block it. He was surprised and wondered, what was going on with this energy flow? Lam Uwan shouted, go to hell, then he unleashed a huge move. He asked, what kind of joke are you making? Saying that, he twisted the rattan rope into a large circle to shield himself. The barrier he created was larger than it was at first, enveloping him. However, Lam Uwen's attack shattered the shield and hit Li Tan Nam directly. Everyone in the stands was extremely surprised. His attack hadn't finished yet and it sent him flying away. His body flew and hit the wall, creating a hole. Li Tan Nam gradually slid down the wall. He lay flat on the ground. The audience in the stands gasped at the result of the match. Lam Uwen was the winner. Wow, he really beat Li Tan Nam. The referee announced, "I declare, the winner of this match is Lam Uwen. From now on, Lam Uwen ranked 18th will move up to 4th on the potential dragon table." Vuong Lanho was surprised by the match. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, Lam Uwen actually won against Li Tan Nam. When the referee said the match was over, Lam Uwen transformed back into her human form standing on the field. Behind Vuong Lanho, Cheu Min and Vuong Kim Trot hugged each other and jumped with joy. Lam Uwen won, Lam Uwen won, 4,500,000, 4,500,000. Vu Mac Wien looked down at Lam Uwen from the stands. He frowned angrily. On the ring, the unconscious Li Tan Nam returned to his original state. Lam Uwen looked up and said to Vu Mac Wien, "Oh Wien Company, this is the first gift I gave you, do you like it?" He stood on the stage and said angrily, "Lam Uwen, you acted without any mercy, without thinking about the consequences." He was surprised and wondered, "What are the consequences? Did you think about the consequences when you acted?" He remembered and said, "My roommate Cheu Min, just because he was dissatisfied with your rules, proposed a challenge and was seriously injured by being leading in your organization." Remembering that Tong Lam was still lying in the hospital bed, he continued, "Another roommate of mine, Tong Lam, who chose to show up for him, was also seriously injured by Vien Liden, and is still lying in the room now, medical." Lam Uwen's eyes were sharp. "When you guys attacked, did you think about the consequences like now?" Vu Mac Wien replied, "Ha, I think maybe you misunderstood." He wondered, "Misunderstood?" He replied, "About your roommate, I'm very sorry, maybe it's because I'm not strict with house arrest, leading to the members of the organization being too unruly, competing, some people get mild, some get serious, is inevitable." He waved his hand and said, "If you are angry about this, I can apologize to your roommate on behalf of the entire organization." Vu Mac Wien extended his hand to welcome Lam Uwen. He invited, "At the same time, I also sincerely invite you and Tong Lam to join our organization. In fact, I appreciate you guys very much, maybe we can become friends." In front of Lam Uwen, Vu Mac Wien opened his arms to welcome us. "As long as you are willing to join us, you don't need to do anything, you can receive the same treatment as Tham Tianj." Everyone was surprised by his words. It turned out he wanted to attract Lam Uwen. Lam Uwen's strength, wouldn't being his opponent mean looking for death? This is called one more friend and one less friend. Although O Wien Company's conditions are so sincere, I don't know what Lam Uwen will think. Lam Uwen replied to him, "Initially when So Tianduk defeated you, did you also give him conditions like this?" The smile on Vu Mac Wien's lips disappeared. He wondered, "What do you mean?" Lam Uwen looked up at Vu Mac Wien in the stands. He said, "Oh Wien Company, you take money from oppressing ordinary new students to manipulate others without shame. This is the difference between me and others, people like you." He sarcastically wondered why So Tianduk rejected him, because lions don't go with wolves, and fairies don't even bother to be friends with insects. Vu Mac Wien was very angry when he heard that. He glared, gritted his teeth, and looked down. Lam Uwen continued to talk to him while his juniors sat behind him in the stands. He provoked, "You guys are just a bunch of blood-sucking leeches, indiscriminately sucking blood and crawling on the new student's body. It's just normal. Do you really think it's some powerful organization? In my eyes, it's even more childish and ridiculous than a family game." When Cheu Min and Vuong Kim Trot heard him say that, they were also extremely frightened. This devil, how brave he was to say that. His words stabbed straight into the heart, but Vuong Lanho was very confident, proud. He crossed his arms and said, "Before someone said I was too crazy, compared to this guy Lam Uwen, I'm nothing." In the stands, everyone also cheered for Lam Uwen. Lam Uwen is right, that gang created a group to profit, bad money turned into good money. You take a look to see if those people in front are worthy of that rank. The original purpose of the potential dragon board was to motivate everyone to try to move forward, but now, it's just a ranking board that is dominated by resources. Vu Mac Wien was bitter at what he and everyone else said. He grimaced and thought to himself, "Oh Wien Company, I've never been humiliated like this until I've grown up like this. Who is Lam Uwen to show off like that?" Edge. He looked at his appearance as he raised his hand to wave, looking at his appearance as if he was very unconvinced. Lam Uwen turned around and said, "It's okay, whether I send Tham Tianj or go to battle myself, I will defeat you guys." He turned his head and glanced at him with his sharp eyes. "The game has already started, think carefully, then make your choice, O Wien Company." When Vu Mac Wien heard that, he was extremely angry, but standing in the stands, he couldn't do anything. Lam Uwen could only think back and bitterly watch him turn and leave. In the evening, the lights at Bakvan private restaurant are brightly lit. In the restaurant, Lam Uwen and her friends were gathering to celebrate. It was the first time she had been to such a luxurious place. Tong Lam was a little worried. "This restaurant was my first time coming here. It didn't seem cheap." Vuong Lan Ho replied, "Don't worry, Boss Vuong will take care of everything today." Cheu Min raised the menu to read: braised dragon meat, black fire dragon spine meat, black leopard's moon shadow legs, fire lion's legs. He was surprised, even royal level food ingredients were there. There were exaggerations, too bad, but Vuong Kim Trot waved his hand and said, "Relax, don't be polite, or buy all the lord's items at once." Cheu Min turned to Vuong Kim Trot in surprise and asked, "Fat boy, you are so generous today, it's really interesting." He smiled and replied, "This is all thanks to Lam Uwen, 4,500,000, this little meal cost is a little sincerity." He raised a glass of wine to invite Lam Uwen. "Come on, good brother, I have to honor you with a glass," but you refused. "No, today I have to go to the practice room, I can't drink alcohol." Hearing him say that, Cheu Min was surprised. "No, you still want to practice tonight, surely you're not practicing like crazy," and Vuong Kim Trot said, "If you don't drink, I don't see us as brothers." Finally, under the pressure of the two people, Lam Uwen resignedly picked up the glass of wine to drink. Okay, I'll drink." After he finished drinking the glass of wine, Cheu Min suddenly came and hugged his shoulders and told him that was right, while Vuong Kim Trot smiled and poured wine into the glass for him. Vuong Lan Ho also stood up, held the glass in front of him and said, congratulating him on winning Li Tan Nam, achieving 4th place on the potential dragon board. He humbly replied, "It was just luck." "That's right, thank you for your reminder," he happily said. "Don't be modest, your strength is too obvious." Tong Lam also came to raise a glass with him. "My wound hasn't healed yet, I can only get tea instead of wine. This time, thank you." He also replied, "Roommates, there's nothing polite about it. Besides, if I wanted to improve my ranking on the potential dragon board, it was destined that I couldn't avoid this group of people." Hearing him say that, Tong Lam seemed worried. He reminded, "Today you humiliated O Wien Company in front of hundreds of new students. He will not forgive you easily. I am worried that he will stay. In the dark, things get in the way for you." Vuong Kim Trot heard that and confidently said, "Don't worry, in the big demon capital, it's not that easy for him to play dirty." He smiled and looked at Lam Uwen and said, "I count on your protection." In the restaurant, the atmosphere is once again vibrant. Dishes up, come on, let's have another drink. In the medical room, the demon beast is large. Vien Lidan lay on the hospital bed grumbling to Vu Mac Wien who came to visit. Li Tan Nam had already lost. How could that be possible? He asked worriedly, "So what should we do next? If we don't drag him into the organization, he and So Tien Duk are the same, even more hateful than So Tien Duk." Vu Mac Wien took out a bottle of blue medicine and gave it to him, saying, "I will take care of Lam Uwen's matters, you don't need to worry. This is a bottle of special healing essence, effective in regenerating limbs. If it was severed, he applied it to the wound and it quickly healed." He was so surprised when he saw it that he didn't dare to accept it. No, this thing was too precious. However, Vu Mac Wien said, "When is the time to still pay attention to these things? Hurry up and recover well. In the national exchange match with new students, I still have you fighting side by side with me." After speaking, he turned around and waved his hand to leave. "You rest well, I'll go first. Vietnam is very grateful, boss. Thank you very much." He walked out of the hospital room and closed the door. Vu Mac Wien's face darkened with anger, thinking that 1 and 2 were useless trash. He came to the door of the vice principal's office and knocked on the door. "He's in the calling room, come in, he looks like he's worried." Entering Vu Mac Wien's room, he saw the principal standing there with his back turned. He called, "You." Li Hongqi turned his head and glanced at Vu Mac Wien and said, "Li Hongqi, I don't have a useless nephew like you, cough cough." Li Hongqi scolded Vu Mac Wien, "Your mistake is that you are too arrogant. You think that you are an outstanding character who can be expanded, but in reality you are a brainless idiot." In his fear, he scolded him. After all, it was because he was too weak that someone sat on his head. He said, "You provide me with the best resources, and also help me make a list of hunters. I should be at the top of the list. 3rd place is basically my disgrace." Li Hongqi thought angrily. Since he graduated from the demon dojo, he has never dropped out of the potential dragon rankings, so why does this kid have no hope now? The two of you stood facing each other. He asked, so now you ask me for help, what do you want? After hearing his uncle's scolding, Vu Mak Wien replied, no need, uncle, I will personally fight Lam Uwen and regain my dignity. Hearing that, he was not satisfied. If he is not sure of victory, then stop torturing himself. In just a dozen days, the national new student-friendly tournament will begin. Li Hongqi advised Vu Mak Wien that this is the first national-friendly tournament for new students, so famous schools will pay great attention. When that happens, the geniuses of all schools will gather. Yen Qin, do you understand what I mean? He continued to teach him, as long as you try to shine in this tournament, you will be able to prove to everyone that you are a true genius. At that time, there is no need to worry about humiliation. Now, he finally understood what his uncle said. I understand, uncle. He sat at his desk and instructed him again. Okay, you will handle the next thing, go back and practice well. He replied, thank you for your teachings, we and company know. In the high-level training room, Du Tan-thu spoke on the screen. She praised him. He guessed correctly. Lam Uwen really defeated Li Tan-nam. Mo Tuat talked with her, and she happily said that he had never done anything that was not certain. Through the virtual screen, Du Tan-thu's image appeared and faced her, saying that now he had successfully broken through. After leaving customs, he had no other intentions. She replied, well, the National Friendly Conference is about to start. In fact, there are only 12 people in reserve. I have to get into the top 10 to have a chance. Du Tan-thu wondered, with his strength, there would definitely be no problem. Who would he challenge to get into the top 10? Mo Tuat replied, of course it was O We and Company, Du Tan-thu. She wondered why, because he offended Lam Uwen. Mo Tuat replied angrily, he was targeting Lam Uwen, I won't let him go. She thought to herself, this girl is so defensive. Return to Ma Du in the city of soul beasts with towering skyscrapers. Lam Uwen looked up, he was surprised. Wah, it is indeed a big city's beast soul hall. On such a large scale, the little black dragon on his shoulder explained, the demon soul hall has a real battle area, a commercial area, industry, mission area, entertainment area, consulting area, beast soul talent testing area. We have to go to the commercial area to buy things. He and the little black dragon entered a large shopping center. An employee came out to help, greeted him, asked if he needed anything. The employee thought to herself, she's so young, she probably can't earn much. Lam Uwen asked if they sell hoarded badges here. The employee was so happy that her eyes lit up. She had a badge, of course she had it. Please follow me, she thought to herself. The orders were hundreds of thousands or more. On the 12th floor, the badge store counter, on the shelves there were countless beautiful sparkling colored gemstones. Lam Uwen looked at a yellow stone and said, when I asked for the bronze general level bronze beast spirit emblem, the little black dragon replied, it's still too small, just buy a bigger one. He turned to ask the employee, is there any type with a space of more than 10 square meters? She replied, of course yes, if possible I would recommend this one. Having said that, the employee smiled brightly and showed him a stone and said, this ring is similar to a storage badge, has enough storage functions, has a space of 20 square meters, and can easy to carry, not easy to lose, extremely suitable for young people who often go out, introducing the product. But she thought, but this costs 5 million, no matter how you say it, it's difficult, isn't it? He saw that and immediately agreed, then take this, that's right, I also want to buy some low-level beast soul crystals, maybe you have them somewhere. The employee replied, low-level beast soul crystals, sir, how much she needed. She was surprised in her heart, so excited, and her hobbies were also very strange. He replied, 10,000. At this time, the employee wondered, why do you need so many low-level beast soul crystals? Because there are so many, I also need to inform the manager. Lam Uwen worriedly said, haha, I'm a student of the demonic beast world. Recently my teacher has been doing an experiment, wanting to research monsters that use low-rank, long-range beast soul crystals. What will happen? There were no changes, so I went and bought it for you. He thought to himself, personally observing long-term use, it's not considered cheating. The employee was happy to hear that. It turns out she's a student of the demon capital. Please wait a moment and we'll prepare it for you right away. Lam Uwen added, that's right, we also need another 100 beast spirit pills. The employee happily thought to herself, she is money, is a good student, and is also luxurious, it's so perfect. The little black dragon asked him, that's already spent 2,000. Do you still want to buy anything? Sir, replied, it's all over, I still have 8 million left on me, I should still leave a little bit. Suddenly he saw something interesting. Lam Uwen looked intently at that object. It was a Beast King level divine weapon, Wind Spirit Rune, Wind Attribute, selling price 2,000. He was surprised. Wind Spirit Rune, what is this? The little black dragon explained that this is a type of magical beast rune weapon that can provide additional attributes to the beast soul master. Moreover, it does not take up the position of attack and defense equipment. The Wind Spirit Rune will be able to increase adding agility to the body. He asked, would be like Tong Lan increasing the speed buff, right? Little Black Dragon explained, it can be understood like that, but when fighting alone, there may not be Tong Lam around to buff you. Lam Uwen understands, saying that is very suitable for me. After all, I also have more strength and breakthrough than others, but I also change shape, weakening my speed. Having said that, he was sad, but it's too expensive, I only have 1,200,000 left. Little Black Dragon said, I can borrow money. Hearing that, he was immediately happy. That's right. Then he called Vuong Kim Trot. On the other end of the line he replied, hello, what's wrong with Lam Uwen? He asked, can I borrow 1,500,000, or not? He wondered, it's rare to see you open your mouth to borrow money. Where are your other 2,000? Lam Uwen replied, bought all the equipment. He laughed, poof, that's really your style. Okay, wait a minute, I will transfer right away. He turned off the phone and said, thank you brother, the employee behind me called me, this guy. Then she happily gave him the bag. 100,000 low-grade crystals were already in the ring. She thought, God of wealth, I love you. Lam Uwen pointed to the Fondling rune. I bought this too. The employee was surprised to see that. She happily ran and jumped around. It's just the beginning of the month and she's already achieved KPI. Thank you. Lam Uwen left with 2 bags of groceries in his hands. He thought, after being a rich man in less than 2 days, he already became a debtor. He spent money like water. Behind him, the employee was bowing. Mr. God of Wealth, what are you doing? Be careful, welcome back next time. Lam Uwen returned to the dormitory in the afternoon. He was surprised. He saw everyone there. Cheu Min said, you came back at the right time. I'm preparing to go to the lecture. Do you want to come with me? He wondered, aren't we mainly cultivating, auditioning at the Demon City's Great Master Temple? We don't need any study points. Tong Lam explained, that's true, but this lesson still has to be heard, especially for Beast King level. After speaking, he turned around and left the room. He asked, is it so terrible? What is the content? Cheu Min said, don't people say that the Beast King level and the Beast Lord level have a separation that is difficult to overcome, right? There are so many people who only stop at the Beast King level. Vuong Kim Trot said, so this time it was teacher Cheu Sun Ha who personally taught the class. He said that he had broken through to the Lord level, so Lam Uwen was very surprised. Lam Uwen and his teammates came to class and saw a lot of friends coming here. He was surprised. Teacher Cheu Sun Ha has such good reputation. Cheu Min replied, of course, teacher Cheu is still young and has already achieved Lord level. Of course it will be praised by everyone. Looking forward, he said, he looked at the seats in the front row and there were none left. How? However, Vuong Kim Trot very confidently said, don't worry, just leave it to me. If there is a shift here, we will definitely get to sit in the front row. Having said that, he came in front of the 2 new students and said, hello, I'm so embarrassed, we're unfortunately a bit late. If you agree to give up your seat for us, I can give each of you 10,000 as a thank you fee. Hearing that, everyone raised their hands to volunteer. Me too. Vuong Kim Trot and his companions sat in the front seats. He proudly said, this is a superpower, something as small as a rabbit. Teacher Cheu Sun Ha slowly walked up to the podium. He glanced at Lam Uwen and thought to himself, this kid Lam Uwen actually came to listen to the lecture. He stood on the podium and said, I'm very happy that today so many students came to listen to my lecture. I'm sure they all want to accumulate experience to break through to the leader level, right? I also know very well, many of the students sitting here have already reached the Beast King level, but as their levels increase, they will gradually discover it. Everyone in the classroom was talking loudly. The teacher said seriously, it seems like we are stuck at the Beast King level, stopping in front of Bintrong and unable to move forward. This is the most important and difficult point when we want to break through from Beast King to Lord. The Beast Soul Hall specifically conducted research on this matter and finally came to a conclusion, because most people cannot comprehend their own way. Lam Uwen was surprised. Everyone was talking, what do you mean? They didn't understand anything. On the podium, he continued, the so-called Tao is the perfect combination with the original animal soul, making the animal soul truly become a part of you. Cheu Min wondered and turned to ask Tong Lam, why is it so vague? Tong Lam, do you understand? Tong Lam replied, it seemed like he understood a little, but I don't know if what I understood was correct or not. He explained, it's normal for everyone to feel a little confused right now. Let me give a more specific example. In the past, in order to break through to the leader level, I spent half a year, while walking through the mountains and great rivers of Huaxia. He remembered that time. Cheu Sun-ha said, my animal soul is the mighty earth, so I have to feel the weight and power of the earth, and also learn what the actions of a wild bear are like. His face darkened, until one day, I also felt something very different. His eyes flashed, so the force of the earth, the force of the bear, became my own force. He roared and the whole class was surprised. Wow. Lam Uwan was surprised, the pressure of the Lord level, every time he felt it was something that surprised people. Looking at his hands, he said, of course the beast souls are different. Dispel your pressure, the teacher said, then each person's religion will be different. You must comprehend the religion that best suits you, and not be too hasty. Cheu Sun-ha reminded that one of the current Beast Emperor level Beast Spirit Masters is Gang Duong. That year it took 3 years to attain enlightenment. Lam Uwan was surprised. 3 years, Vuong Jintrot said. That's right, and I heard that the next day when he enlightened, he broke through from an S-level Golden Bird Beast Soul to become an SSS level, Great Golden Bird Beast Soul. The level also jumped from 9-star Beast King to 6-star Lord. Cheu Sun-ha said, before enlightenment, he was just a soul master with normal qualifications. A soul with such determination is what you guys are lacking. So say, enlightenment, it's not as difficult as people imagine, but it can't be said to be simple either. Lam Uwan thought, the way is also very abstract. If you want to combine perfectly with the animal soul, does that mean you need to reach the state of the soul plus men? After finishing the lecture, Lam Uwan and his companions sat down. Cheu Min asked, what religion did Master Cheu say? What kind of soul? I didn't understand anything. Do I have to go catch some enlightened snakes? When Cheu Min was reeling in confusion, Buong Kim Trot patted his shoulder and said, me too, I don't understand anything. Tong Lam thought, I understand a little. I used to be very resistant to my beast soul, so I tried to create all kinds of attack skills, but last time I fought with Veen Liden, I suddenly realized, my halberd is unlikely to gain the upper hand. You're determined, so maybe I have to accept the supporting characteristics of my soul's soul to truly find my way. Looking at Tong Lam, Lam Uwan thought to herself, Tong Lam's understanding is very high, it can really be called a genius. He thought about it, quickly found his direction, when suddenly someone called, Lam Uwan. Cheu Sun-ha walked over and asked him, how is it, do you understand? He replied, it's true that I have a deep understanding, but you still don't know what the religion you need is. The teacher comforted me, don't worry, I just broke through the Beast King level not long ago. Being an E-level Beast Soul, growing so fast is unprecedented, even ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon, the board. You give it back to the teacher, it's okay to not make the teacher lose face. That's right, teacher, I'll give this to you. He took it and praised it, it's not bad, now I have money to buy equipment, it seems like I've earned quite a bit. Lam Uwan and Vuong Kim Trot created an inviting heart, teacher, you can also participate in the bet. However, he shook his head, so maybe it's not possible. If you still want to challenge that Oween company, then he has been sent out to carry out the mission. It will take another week or two to return. Vuong Kim Trot told him, it's a crucial time to go out again. Lam Uwan, he's intentionally hiding from you. Cheu Sun-ha crossed his arms and said, this kid is not afraid to make a big deal out of something. He even causes trouble. He is the vice principal Li Hung-kui. Perhaps this time it was also Li Hung-kui who came up with the idea. Vuong Kim Trot said, it turned out to be that teacher, a beast soul master of the Beast Emperor level, and difficult to deal with like his father. No wonder he dared to do things without any taboos. He patted Lam Uwan's shoulder and advised, but don't worry, Li Hung-kui is not at the point where he will take action himself. If something really happens, I will not leave my students without worry. Competing nationwide, it's about to start. During this time you can rest assured to practice. I appreciate it. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Time alternates day and night. Lam Uwan is sitting in a room inside a circle with piles of crystals on both sides. He is cultivating. He opened his eyes. The little black dragon next to him approached the treasure. The effect of 100 beast spirit pills was truly powerful. 500 soul crystals only took 5 days to absorb. Now he has successfully increased to 4-star Beast King. However, he was sad and unfortunate. He wasted 5 million evolution points and still could not break through to the 5-star Beast King. Perhaps it was like what Master Cheu said, because he had not yet realized his path. The little black dragon gives you a suggestion. 2 is to try the actual combat training model. I remember the advanced training room has this function. Lam Uwan was very happy to hear that. Let's check it out, he said and clicked. Suddenly countless notifications appeared. The giant octopus swamp, the peak 3-star beast king, had a knack for fighting in swamp environments, and had extremely strong vitality. The terrifying golden wolf, the 4-star beast king, the extremely cruel and bloodthirsty beast. Monkey with golden iron scales, 5-star beast king, his whole body is covered with a layer of scales like iron and steel, his defense ability is extremely strong, his eyes are golden in color, looking at them will cause him to fall into illusion. Spiral demon monkey, peak 5-star beast king, short body but with terrifying power that completely does not match his body shape. Little Black Dragon said, the rehearsal function simulates real combat, you can choose an opponent with appropriate combat power based on your strength, simulate the scene 100% realistically, without worrying, injured. Lam Uwen clicked on the screen and chose, so I chose this too, 5-star beast king level, iron-skinned monkey with yellow eyes. Suddenly he was transferred to another place. He transformed and stood on an open field. The system announced, the simulation of the iron-skinned monkey with yellow eyes was successful, and the simulated actual combat training began. Lam Uwen curiously looked around to see where she was. Suddenly before his eyes a huge monkey jumped up. It punched him but Lam Uwen blocked it. He was surprised to be overwhelmed by the monkey, the force was so great. He was surprised, this was the power of a 5-star level beast king. The monkey was about to throw another punch at him. And Lam Uwen has already strengthened her claws. He grabbed the yellow monkey's neck. He grabbed its neck but was surprised, what? Its weak point was not its neck, the places covered by fur were also scales as hard as steel. Lam Uwen thought to herself, the grass of the spear was injured. The monkey smiled at him, he thought to himself, completely stuck. The golden monkey punched through his chest. Lam Uwen was once again surprised, how could this speed be so fast? At the demon doll, the training room at this time. There was a loud scream, what? Lam Uwen's beast spirit form was fighting with Fuing Xi's beast spirit form, each blow had blood streaks across it. They fought until they bled, brutal punches were thrown, causing Lam Uwen's soul beast form to lie flat on the ground. That's why Lam Uwen also fell to the ground. At this time, a sound sounded, the actual battle simulation exercise was completed, the challenger died, the challenge failed, and next to him was a little black dragon. He struggled to sit up, he thought to himself, this painful feeling is too real. Suddenly he screamed in panic, causing the little black dragon to startle and come closer to him. If this was a real battle, I would be dead, he said while panting, his hand still on his chest to check his heartbeat, again. He grimaced and said, I have underestimated the enemy too much, the opponent's speed and strength cannot be underestimated, moreover, he also possesses flexible fighting intuition, but I take it for granted and anticipate it, misjudged its disadvantages. Hearing him say that, the little black dragon panicked and said, do you want to try again, or should we change to another opponent? His face turned sharp and he said, the difference in strength between me and him is not big, I want to try again. After speaking, the rehearsal space appeared again. This space successfully simulated the iron-skinned yellow-eyed monkey. The simulated actual combat exercise began. The system sound rang again, and Lam Uwen's soul beast form appeared. Right now, in front of it was Fuing Xi's iron-skinned, yellow-eyed, soul beast-like monkey. That thing stood fiercely in front of it. It did not hesitate to roar loudly at the other monkey. A sound came out, a preemptive attack. The power from Lam Uwen's soul beast's mouth went straight towards the monkey. That monkey quickly dodged the preemptive attack. Its hand scraped the ground. That monkey also began to use moves to fight Lam Uwen's soul beast form. Lam Uwen's soul beast form looked at the monkey and said, this old trick no longer works on me. After saying that, his face showed great satisfaction. That monkey angrily jumped straight into the sky. A punch went straight to Lam Uwen's soul beast form, but luckily it dodged in time. It stood in front of that monkey and roared. A powerful stream of power flew straight to the monkey's face, leaving it unable to react. That blast of power was so strong that it sent the monkey flying into the air. The powerful blow was so great that Fuing Xi's soul beast form spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was proud, the corner of his eyes lit up even more and said, goodbye. Then gave that monkey a powerful blow. From the mouth, the monkey's body gushed out blood. After that powerful punch, there was a large hole in the monkey's stomach, from which blood poured out continuously. Lam Uwen finally returned to normal after practice. His eyes were extremely sharp as he listened to the sounds from the system. At this time, he stood up, the system sound rang out, the actual battle simulation exercise was completed, the iron-skinned monkey with yellow eyes died, the challenge was successful. Hearing that, both the little black dragon and he were very surprised. Amazing. He happily said, "This is my true strength, if there is intelligence support." The little black dragon jumped up very happy when he heard that, his hands clenched tightly to show his determination. He said, "Even if the star rating is higher, we can still win." At that time, outside the demon capital, the great beast. In the meeting room, Vuong Din put his hands on the table and said, "It's almost time, let's go." At this time, Li Hongqi suddenly walked in, coughing. His body was not comfortable, so he was late. Hearing the noise, everyone looked in his direction. His face full of cunning said, "Don't delay everyone, right?" After speaking, he went to his seat and sat down. Then he continued to say, "Principal Vuong Din, please continue, don't pay attention to me." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Vuong Din, signaling him to continue talking. Then he continued to say, "Okay, except for Vice Principal Li, maybe no one is late anymore, so let's continue talking." As he spoke, he placed his hands seriously on the table. He said, several times, "Hey, we have to come up with the final list of contestants. I don't know if you've thought it through yet. I would like to recommend Tong Lam first. There is probably no need to introduce more." The principal said this and suddenly Li Hongqi's phone rang. This made everyone look at him. He waved his hand and explained, "Oh my god, look, I forgot to mute it. Ha ha ha, sorry." After Vice Principal Li finished speaking, the entire meeting room became unusually quiet. No one said a word to each other. At this time, everyone was silently discussing that this old man named Li was still upset with Principal Vuong Din. At this moment, Cheyu Sun Ha thought to himself, is he being blatantly provocative? In that quiet space, Lang Suong Nguyen spoke, "I agree with the principal's recommendation, and at the same time I recommend Tomo Tuat. Tomo Tuat is the S-level nine-tailed snow fox." She continued to say, "Besides her soul has partially merged with the Emperor-level bloodline, and has now evolved to the SSS level. Lang Suong Nguyen is Tomo Tuat's teacher, a Lord-level beast soul master." Hearing her say that, Cheyu Sun Ha thought, unexpectedly, Lang Suong Nguyen, who even refused the position of vice principal, would agree to accept a disciple, and is worthy of being someone who is about to enter the Beast Emperor level, so quickly. Thus, it was possible for Tomo Tuat to break through to the SSS level. Hearing Lang Suong Nguyen's nomination of Tomo Tuat, Vuong Din replied, "Does anyone have any comments on the person that teacher Lang Suong Nguyen nominated?" At this time, someone raised their hand to speak. "Principal, I nominate So Tien Duk." Seeing that, Cheyu Sun Ha turned around in surprise. He thought to himself, "You are too cunning. The top person on the ranking list potentially need your nomination." At this moment, Principal Vuong seemed very satisfied and said, "Well, so the three people have been identified." Having finished speaking, Vice Principal Li spoke up, "I nominate O Wien Company. O Wien Company is currently ranked 3rd in the Hidden Dragon list, is also an SSS level spirit beast, completely qualified to represent the Magical Beast University. Our team participates in the competition." Hearing the Vice Principal recommend O Wien Company, everyone was talking to each other at this time. Not bad, not only has strength, but also leadership ability, can only be considered a small leader of new students. That's right, that's right. Principal Vuong heard him and said that he was the top hunter in the ranking, right? A few days ago I went to watch a match and saw that kid. He looked just like him when he was a kid. Young man, no wonder you like and use him so much. Hearing Vuong Din's praise, he made a face that said nothing to him. Haha, that's too much praise. Then he thought to himself, this sinister name Vuong Din, why is he pointing his nose at me? Look what you got. No matter how long it takes, the Magical Beast University will sooner or later be mine. After a while of nominations, Cheyu Sun Ha also spoke up. Everyone, I nominate Lam Uwen. Not long ago he won against Li Tan Nam, who was ranked first in the potential dragon rankings. His strength is so clear. Obviously, you should be eligible to be on the list. Hearing Cheyu Sun Ha say that, someone suddenly protested. Wait, it seems Lam Uwen is your compatriot, right? And at the same time, I heard that she is still your student. That person continued to talk. The most important thing is that she is still an E-class beast spirit. If you put your own person in like that, he said while mocking him. He continued to sit and talk, clapping his hands at the same time. That's not quite right. Don't let outsiders laugh that our Demon Beast University doesn't have any talented people, so even E-levels let them go on stage. Suddenly, a hand hit the table very hard. It was Cheyu Sun Ha. He stood up and said loudly, what do you mean by Limo? She is a talented person, so why can't I recommend her? At this time, Li Hongqi spoke up, his finger moving slowly on the table as he spoke. Mr. Cheu, please calm down and don't be impatient. He continued to say, her growth rate is indeed amazing, but can you guarantee that the growth rate of other geniuses is not as good as his? This is related to honor and achievements of Demon University. Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly looked up at Cheu Sun Ha and said, let an E-level occupy an important position. If you lose the match, can you bear the consequences? At this time, Cheu Sun Ha spoke up, Vice Principal Li. I just called Vice Principal Li. For some reason, I suddenly shouted angrily, are we just relying on natural talent to decide the participants? Lam Uwen's ranking in the rankings is also potential dragon, proves that she has enough strength to break through, doesn't it? Hearing him say that, everyone around now agreed and said, well, that's right. At this time, Li Hongqi spoke up, his hands bowed and his face bowed seriously as he said, I am not denying Lam Uwen's strength, just expressing my concerns. Having said this, he suddenly raised his face, pointed his finger in one direction and said, after all, his talent was only E-level. Hearing this, Mr. Cheu pondered and thought, compared to the troublesome old Li Mo, Li Hongqi was truly the old fox, he was clearly targeting Lam Uwen. Seeing them arguing, Principal Vuong also started to raise money. In my opinion, Vice Principal Li's opinion is also very reasonable. Hearing Vuong Din agree with Li Hongqi's opinion surprised him and others. He secretly thought, what was Vuong Din thinking in his heart? Why did he agree with Li Hongqi's opinion? Principal Vuong continued to say that the school should think about the risks. This is the first national freshman competition. Regardless of any school, it is a very important opportunity that absolutely cannot be missed. Principal Vuong said this when Mr. Cheu suddenly stood up and looked towards him. Vuong Din still paid no attention and continued to say, but for the sake of the school's reputation, to throw away a student's opportunity would be too selfish and cruel. It would be better to add that student to the list. Reserve, what do you think? Hearing the principal say that, Mr. Cheu couldn't help but be happy and said, thank you, principal, for giving my students such an opportunity. The principal's words just made the person sitting next to him surprised. Principal Vuong continued to say, okay. On Vice Principal Li's side, he was very angry, looking at the two of them and silently saying, don't be complacent. Outside the training room, sunlight shines down on the classrooms. A young man was standing against the balcony and said, the world outside the training room, it's been too long. Suddenly a voice came from far away, Lam Uwen, when did you leave the customs? When I was looking for you. A fat voice ran to Lam Uwen, making him surprised and asked, what's wrong? That fat guy ran over and said before he could even breathe, Mo Tuat had just left the customs to challenge Tham Tianj. You should quickly go to arena number 1, maybe there's still time. Lam Uwen was now standing upright and talking to that fat guy. Isn't that right? Mo Tuat's ranking can directly challenge Tham Tianj. That fat guy replied, you probably didn't pay attention. Potentially Long Table also has a rule. To encourage fighting, students in the top 10 are required to accept the challenge unconditionally. Hearing that fat guy say this, he felt a little unsteady on his feet and wobbled, he said, then he was stuck winning for 12 days in a row. Having finished speaking, Lam Uwen quickly ran away. He left a sentence for that fat guy, quickly, let's go there quickly. The fat guy who didn't realize the situation just replied in bewilderment, wait for me. Vuong Kim Trot thought to himself at this time, Lam Uwen said she had nothing to do with Mo Tuat, but this clearly means she values her very much. If something happened to Mo Tuat, I really don't think Lam Uwen would do anything. What happened? At the Great Demon City Beast University, the number 1 arena. Lam Uwen and Vuong Kim Trot were now sitting in their positions to watch the match. The screams of the people behind kept shouting, it's too strong, the strength is terrifying, this feeling of pressure, I only felt it on So Tian Duk's body, that's right, and this is also a female student, it's really embarrassing. Hearing those discussions, the two couldn't help but think, are you talking about Mo Tuat? At this moment, he looked down at the arena and realized that it was the beast soul of Tham Tianj Tham Tuat Bak Nya. Tham Tuat Bak roared loudly, the sound echoed extremely far. At this time, the nine-tailed snow fox said, who allowed you to raise your head to look at me? SSS level 9-tailed snow fox. At this time, the snow-tailed fox waved its stinger, creating a special blue aura. At this time, the nine-tailed snow fox's face became terrifying, it's just an ice blade, don't try to stop me, After saying that, he screamed loudly. The nine-tailed fox rushed quickly towards Tham Tuat Bak Nya. The nine-tailed fox's sharp claws scratched the animal's body with a deep scratch, so deep that blood splattered. It screamed when it had a chance. At this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. The beast turned around and said, "Goodbye, challenger." It froze the nine-tailed snow lake and made the nine-tailed snow lake's entire body stiff and unable to move. Then it landed from above with a terrifying thud. The nine-tailed snow fox unexpectedly spoke with a heartless tone, "Since when?" Then a stream of purple power emitted from the beast and rushed towards the nine-tailed snow fox. A powerful beam of light descended, causing rocks and soil to scatter into the air. The nine-tailed snow fox was trampled under the feet of Thamtiange's soul beast, Thamtuat. It didn't have the heart to say it, it was disgusting, it screamed in anger. Thamtuat slowly said, "If you don't want to die, then don't move." At this time, the nine-tailed snow fox was speechless but still tried to forcefully say, "I admit defeat." Lam Uwen was surprised at this moment because he couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself, when did her strength become so strong? With just one move, she was able to defeat the 5 Soa Beast King. At this time, the whole audience shouted loudly, "I didn't expect that the beautiful female soul beast would be so strong. I don't know the strength of Mo Tuat and So Tian-duk when they fight each other. Who will win? I feel like seeing that So Tian-duk will be stronger. We must know that many geniuses are only qualified to challenge him at his doorstep." Lam Uwen was now thinking to himself, what a genius So Tian-duk was. While he was thinking, a girl waved to him, "Lam Uwen." It was Mo Tuat's voice. She ran to him and laughed hi-hee. She stood in front of him with one hand clasped behind her back, the other hand pretending to say, "Originally intended to challenge O Ween Company, but that guy escaped, so I can only challenge Thamtiange." At this time, her hands were firmly clenched to show certainty. Then she said, "Who told them to bully you? How about it? I did well." Then Lam Uwen stood up, rubbed her head and said, "You are very powerful now." Seeing his and her actions, the people behind were jealous. They talked to each other. What was going on? Mo Tuat knew Lam Uwen. I heard that the two of them were high school friends, and their relationship was still very good. Again, I'm lost in love. Seeing them keep looking at each other affectionately, Vuong Kim Trot couldn't bear it and spoke up, "I say, can you two think about my feelings?" After he finished speaking, the two of them turned to look at him. At this moment Mo Tuat spoke up, jealous, making him not know what else to say. At this time, Lam Uwen suddenly said, "But fortunately, I was also planning to challenge Thamtiange." Mo Tuat was a bit surprised and responded, "So instead my good intentions have ruined things." Seeing her say that, he was afraid she would misunderstand, so he immediately replied, not blaming him, "Even though Thamtiange had lost to you, I would change to someone else to challenge him." Vuong Kim Trot couldn't help but say with surprise at this time, "It wouldn't be." He shouted loudly, "So Tian-duk." He responded calmly and accurately. At this moment, the two looked at each other and neither said anything. Suddenly Mo Tuat thought to herself, does Lam Uwen really want to challenge So Tian-duk? I remember what she said. Thinking about this, she thought about the scene when she talked to the teacher. She nonchalantly said to her teacher, "Teacher, if I challenge the top 10 of the potential dragon list now, it won't be a problem." She said seriously, "With your current strength, even if you meet anyone on the potential dragon list, it will be fine, except for So Tian-duk," she said, shaking her finger. Hearing the teacher say that, she couldn't help but panic. Suddenly she shouted loudly, "Lam Uwen, I respect your decision and absolutely believe in your strength, but So Tian-duk's strength is not ordinary." At this time he happily replied, "Actually I'm not sure of winning." He continued to speak with a bright expression, "But I want to try it once, even if I am forgiven. It will help me clearly understand the gap between me and the strong. If it comes to fighting bravely, I don't even have a strong person, so what qualifications do I have to become a strong person?" She looked at him silently. At this time, Cheu Sun Ha came from behind and said, "Very well spoken, worthy of being a student of Cheu Sun Ha." He continued to say, "As expected, there is nothing that makes me fail." The person walking behind Master Cheu also spoke up, "Old dog Cheu, you have truly gathered a great disciple." At this time, all three of them said hello to Teacher Cheu, Teacher Mon, and Cheu Sun Ha. "Okay, they are all my people, no need to be so polite." He happily continued, if he really wanted to challenge So Tian-duk, it wouldn't be this time. He was confused and asked Teacher Cheu why. He said as he handed him the piece of paper he was holding in his hand, the reason was very simple, the competition list was already there. The school did not want them to participate in meaningless wars and get injured. Lam Uwen slowly replied, "I understand." Lam Uwen held the paper in her hand and read, So Tian-duk, O Wien Ya, Vuong Kim Trot, Thamtiange, Mo Tuat, Tong Lam, Li Tan Nam, Vien Kietan and yes. On the last row were some words, Reserve, Lam Uwen. He couldn't help but be surprised when he read the paper he was holding in his hand. Teacher Cheu opened his mouth and said, he had already nominated me, but Li Hongrekui used the reason that I was only an E-level spirit beast, and rejected his proposal. In the end, Principal Vuong Din handled this matter, put me on the reserve list. Teacher Mon continued, Lam Uwin, even though it was just a reserve position, your teacher tried his best to give you this position, don't blame him. On this side, Tamo Tuat suddenly said loudly, on what basis? This is clearly unfair. Li Tan Nam and Veen and Leet were both defeated at Lam Uwin's hands. On what basis do they have name on the official list, while Lam Uwin is in the reserve position? Having finished speaking, she ran up the stairs. She ran up and said, no, I have to go ask clearly, otherwise, I will give Lam Uwin her position. Lam Uwin deserves this position more, me. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my hand and pulled it back. She turned her head back in surprise. It turned out that it was Lam Uwin holding her hand. He pulled her hand and didn't let her go. Then Mr. Mon said, this list has been approved by the school's senior council. Even if you don't participate, that position cannot be passed to Lam Uwin. Hearing what Teacher Mon said, Lam Uwin turned around and said, if I remember correctly, Li Hongkui is Wien Ya's uncle, right? Teacher Cheu now responded to my question, yes, but this is only a small part of the reason he sent me a message. His main goal was to compete with Vuong Din for the principal position. Lam Uwin calmly said that, it could also be said that I was just a sacrifice in his plan, right? I understand. He continued to say, Teacher Cheu, I am very grateful for what you have done for me, you don't need to blame yourself. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, just being able to participate in the competition, even if it's a reserve position, is still an opportunity for you. His hands clenched tightly to show certainty. He continued to say, whatever things are yours, you will definitely use all your strength to take them back. Teacher Cheu couldn't help but think in surprise, Lam Wien, how could he accept this so quickly, and even so calmly? Vuong Kim Mok spoke up at this time and said, Lam Uwin, when I find an opportunity, you will talk to my father and see if there is a way to put you on the official list. With your current strength, leaving you on the reserve list is truly a pity. Lam Uwin still happily said again, there's no need. If the principal has personally put me on the reserve list, then he certainly has his own thoughts. At least it can be seen that he doesn't intention to turn against Li Hongkui. After speaking, he gave the paper he had just read to Vuong Kim Trot. He said, compared to these things, I think you will be more interested in this list. Holding the paper Lam Uwin gave him, he was overjoyed. He said, I know what's going on. The people on this list, I can guess the bottom with my feet. Come on, let me see. So Tien, Duk, Tham Tianj, Wien Ya, Tamo Tuat, that's right, there's also Tong Lam. Suddenly he shouted in panic. He stammered, here. His actions made Tamo Tuat curious. She leaned closer to him and looked at the paper wonderingly. She said, what a surprise, Vuong Kim Trot, if even you were chosen, your father must have gone through the back door, right? She said, pointing at the piece of paper. He suddenly shouted loudly, what the hell, if my father wanted to open the back door for me, why didn't he assign me a reserve position as well? She turned back to look at Mr. Cheu and said, it's probably not what he suggested. Cheu Sun-ha said as he walked down the stairs, the teacher's eyes could not be that big. It was Li Hongkui's suggestion. He said Vuong Kim Trot had great potential, so he specially recommended her. When hey there's a voice, there's a lot of potential, the sun is already rising in the east. Lam Uwin said, he proposed Vuong Kim Trot's name, intentionally causing difficulties for Principal Vuong Din. If he did not agree, then he would secretly admit that his son was not worthy. If he agrees to this request, he will only have to wait to see a good show. Lam Uwin went to Kim Trot and patted him on the shoulder and said, don't be so tense, if the principal has agreed, it shows that he trusts you very much. Kim Trot replied, but it's interesting, my soul is not originally a beast soul with fighting characteristics. He continued to say, so what exactly is your beast soul? He shook his hand and said, secret. Teacher Cheu suddenly laughed and said, when has it been and you're still in the dark? Okay, don't worry too much, it's beneficial to be on this list. Having said that, Teacher Cheu raised his hand and pointed to the large amount of money and said, the resource allowance for the participating players, the reserve members and the official members are the same, the resource limit is 4,000,000. Lam Uwin suddenly shouted with joy, 5,000,000, can you discount it? Right now I'm not short of resources, but I owe Vuong Kim Trot 1,500,000. Teacher Cheu spoke while imagining the attractive resource scene. He continued to say, the value of the 5,000 resources that the demon beast provided, including crystallized medicinal pills, and also divine weapons. Surprisingly, there are even good things that are not available on the market anymore. This is truly a rare good opportunity to enter the school. If it were you, I would advise you not to discount. Until then, just choose the best one. Lam Uwen said at this time, we understand, thank you teacher. At the demon castle, inside the principal's office, Vuong Din was standing and looking out the window. He suddenly said, Mr. Khan. Next time, before entering, could you please knock on the door first? That guy covered his face to reveal nothing and was wearing a black cloak. It was a habit. That mysterious person continued, perhaps it was just a trap for Li Hongqi, not a wise choice. When Vuong Din heard that guy say that, he replied, Mr. An, I understand my son very well. In fact, Vuong Kim Trot's strength has reached the 4-star Beast King level. Participating in the competition will not be a problem. As for Li Hongqi, I don't have him in my eyes. When Mr. An heard him say that, he was a bit surprised but still calmly said, so isn't his strength equal to Tham Tianj's? Why is he not confident? That guy couldn't help but wonder. Principal Vuong then sighed and said, of course it's because his brother is too outstanding, but his beast soul is really strange and inconvenient to use, but fortunately he has the effort. His strength has never hindered the team. This competition is considered the last chance I give him. He suddenly changed to another topic. He asked, don't just say how is my son, Lam Uwen. Mr. An said, he was very calm, giving me the feeling that he didn't look like a new student, even when I looked at him. Speaking of this, Mr. An's eyes turned red. He said, there was a feeling that we were the same kind. Hearing him say that, Vuong Din could not help but be surprised. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. Principal Vuong said, it's rare for you to give such a high evaluation. It would be best if you accepted him as a student after the competition ends. Seeing Vuong Din's proposal but he still did not agree. No need, I am not interested in accepting students. Hearing his answer, the leader was a little disappointed and said, it's a pity. Suddenly his face turned pale and he thought, Lam Uwen. A few days later, the Magical Beast Museum warehouse was filled with sunlight shining through the glass doors. There was an old man sitting. That was Tran Lao. He spoke and pointed forward. These students are all members on the list. All three of them, including Lam Uwen, Vuong Kim Trot, and Tong Lam, in response to Tran Lao's question, all three of them stood silently without knowing what to say. At this time, Mr. Cheu walked over and bowed his head, handed the stack of papers in his hand to him and said, yes, this is the document the principal signed, please look at it. He took the stack of papers and said, okay, come in. Suddenly at this moment Tran Lao's eyes narrowed. He said, time is up. Under the sunlight, there was a voice that immediately went out. At this time, Cheu Sun Ha came over holding a bottle of wine and said, don't worry, Tran Lao, I understand the rules, I will take good care of these kids. Seeing the bottle of wine, Tran Lao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but be surprised. Teacher Cheu continued to say, Senior, this is some good wine, I specially bought it for you, please try it. Hearing about Tran Lao's wine, he jumped up to Master Cheu, put his hand on his shoulder and said in an amused tone, not bad, little Cheu, you still understand. Cheu Sun Ha happily replied, of course, I still miss you, I go in first, you drink slowly. Having said that, Teacher Cheu led the group of them inside. Still surprised, Tong Lam opened his mouth to ask, who was the senior from before? Teacher Cheu then turned around and asked, have you heard that 20 years ago, there was a beast spirit master who single-handedly stopped the beast tide, killed a beast emperor level demon beast, and saved our entire city? Under Teacher Cheu's question, all three of them were extremely shocked and said in unison, the teacher said yes. Teacher Cheu continued to speak. He imagined that scene as he spoke. Don't see him like that, he was once one of the top beast emperor level powerhouses in China. Speaking of this, Lam Uwen wondered again. Once upon a time, Teacher Cheu slowly explained when he saw this, well, it's just a pity that after single-handedly stopping the beast tide, he was seriously injured and the beast's soul was damaged. Having said this, Master Ice put his hands on his waist and continued, if he did not calm down and recuperate, he could live another 30 or 50 years, so he stayed here to take care of the treasure. Vuong Kim Trot spoke up. He happily said, Teacher Cheu, I heard that the old senior has a strange temperament and is not easy to approach, but just now he seemed to like you very much. Hearing someone compliment him, Cheu Sun Ha turned around with a bright smile and said, of course, you and Senior Tran Lao are very compatible, he must have recognized you as a talented person as soon as he saw you. Kim Trot said as he held out his finger to show his certainty. Yes, 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 it must be because the teacher often brings delicious wine and delicious meat. Suddenly, an unexpected punch fell on Kim Trot's head, causing his head to swell to a very large lump. Everyone was surprised by Teacher Cheyu's actions. He said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense here. Take advantage of the time to find treasures in the museum warehouse. Don't forget, you only have half an hour." The museum warehouse contained valuable and powerful treasures. He spoke up and began to choose. Lam Uwen started looking around to see if there was anything suitable for him. Tong Lam looked at the colorful and ornate ceramic vases. At this time Kim Trot spoke up. "The first floor is just normal dishes. I think we should go directly to the second floor to choose." Hearing that, both of them said in unison, "Thank you for reminding." Lam Uwen here is looking for treasures, he thought to himself. Medicinal pills, secret cannons, magical beasts, special ingredients, although everything is there. Unfortunately the resource points are only 5,000. How can it meet your requirements? After walking for a while, he said that according to Master Cheyu, to gain enlightenment, you should still choose special treasures that can enhance the soul's power. Suddenly a question appeared in his mind. Before his eyes was something extremely strange in shape. He slowly walked closer step by step. It is a square box emitting blue light, full of magic. The name of this treasure is Small Nuclear Reactor. Its code is C23942. It is worth up to 3,000. Information about its introduction is nuclear reactor, also known as atomic power reactor or reactor, a device that can maintain restraint of the nuclear fission chain reaction. To realize the use nuclear energy, the energy produced by nuclear fission is extremely large. Please use it with caution. He felt a little curious, so he reached out to touch it. He thought to himself, a small nuclear reactor. He was extremely excited and reached out with both hands to take it out. He thought to himself, nuclear energy is extremely large. Isn't this made for myself? Half an hour later, in the museum, Teacher Cheyu was standing against the wall when he suddenly got a little surprised. He said, "Where have you used your resource points?" Tong Lam answered first. "I took 4,500 in exchange for a set of beast spirit weapons that suited me very well, and some high-grade beast spirit pills and spirit crystals." Vuong Kim Trot also spoke up. As he spoke, he raised his hand and scratched the handle. "I also took a set of magical beast weapons for 5 million. When I got out, I sold it back. At least I made 23 million. At this time, Tong Lam asked him, "Why don't you choose the beast spirit weapon that suits you?" He waved his hand and replied, "If you want to find a set of beast spirit weapon that suits me, it's even more difficult than going to heaven. I can't either. Wasting resource points. This is the most effective use of resource points." Hearing Kim Trot say that made Tong Lam helpless to say anything more. Teacher Cheyu now turned to Lam Uwen. He asked, "Lam Uwen, you also chose the beast spirit weapon?" Lam Uwen looked at him and smiled happily. He replied to him, "No, but it is also a good thing in the world." Hearing him say that, Kim Trot was surprised and asked again, "What is that?" He calmly answered, "It was this," he said as he took out that thing. As soon as he took it out he introduced it to everyone. He said, "A small nuclear reactor." Seeing that treasure, Kim Trot was extremely scared and shouted, "Fuck, bullet, nuclear bullet." He explained to everyone about that treasure, while talking and imagining it. There is a difference between a nuclear reactor and a nuclear bomb. For example, a nuclear bomb is equivalent to gunpowder. It will explodes as soon as it is ignited, which is very dangerous. A nuclear reactor is like coal. Once ignited, it will only burn slowly and radiate heat continuously and slowly. Hearing that, Kim Trot calmed down and spoke, "Scaring me to death. This thing probably isn't very dangerous, right?" he said while placing his hand on his chest to reassure himself. Tong Lam patted Kim Trot's back, said, "If it was really that dangerous, would the wall house still put it in the museum warehouse? But why would you change this thing?" In response to Tong Lam's question, he said, "It works for me," he said while looking at that treasure. Teacher Cheyu walked up to him and asked, "How many resource points did he spend?" He replied calmly, "Not much, 3,000. He said, "It's not too expensive, except for me, probably no one uses this." Vuong Kim Trot also said, he said as he put his hands on his hips, "Your kid is getting more and more powerful. How much more do you have left? There are so many surprises that we don't know." He turned to you and said, "Do you want to gather intelligence about me?" Kim Trot looked annoyed and said, "I understand very well the difficulties of weak people, but in the Intelligence Academy, you are the most difficult to collect. Obviously you are my roommate." Teacher Cheyu then came over and said, "Okay, what are you guys going to do next?" As Lam Uwen spoke, one hand was placed on her hip, the other was held up and said, she would continue to practice. Tong Lam also continued, so did I, and Kim Trot remained silent. Teacher Chaeyu suddenly pointed towards Kim Trot and asked, as for you, making the three of them startled and look towards him, especially Kim Trot. On the outside he was smiling and laughing happily, so was I, but on the inside he was full of tears. Mr. Chaeyu said aggressively, very well, 3 days later, Friday, we will meet at the school gate at 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's start the bus to Yanqing Thu Dai to prepare for the competition. Don't come late. Hearing the teacher say that, all three of them were filled with enthusiasm and shouted loudly and clearly in unison. Outside the school at this time, the sun was shining down through the window. Lam Uwen was sitting on the grass. He took out the treasure and held it up high. The little black dragon saw the treasure he was holding in his hand. It said, wow, that's a nuclear reactor. He said, yeah, but I still don't know how to use it, like star soul absorption. The little black dragon happily said that it was like the spirit soul and it was also a one-time consumable item, but the absorption method was different. He asked again, confused, why? The little black dragon seemed to be gaining momentum, so he explained very thoroughly, if you want to absorb its energy, you must absorb it while in the state of beast soul fusion. Speaking of this, it reminds you of the stomach inside your body. Continued, his stomach was like a giant atomic reactor. Even if a large amount of nuclear energy was released, it could be completely absorbed by the atomic reactor. Hearing that, he asked it, so now I absorb it. The little black dragon lying on his shoulder slowly said, no, after swallowing, your strength will immediately increase a lot, but it can only be done, maintained for a period of time, then the remaining nuclear energy will be converted into evolution points. At this moment he suddenly realized, his eyes were extremely certain. He said, I understand, only increase my buff for a short time, then provide evolution points, then I have to be careful when using it. The little black dragon raised his small hand and happily said, this is the secret king card. 3 days later, the participants in the competition all gathered in the schoolyard. Suddenly a group of 4 people looked at him. Not to be outdone, he immediately looked back at them. He looked in the direction of the vice principal. He thought to himself, he was the vice principal of the demon capital, Li Hongqi. He still looked at them, especially Li Hongqi. At this time, Wei and company pointed at him and told Li Hongqi that it was Lam Uwen. He was also thinking right now that he was the reason why he couldn't be on the official list. This debt would be returned many times over in the future. Li Hongqi looked at him and couldn't help but think, this kid's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said to Wei and company, you poked him like a wolf. Wei and company said at this time, don't worry, I will find a chance to deal with this guy myself. Suddenly there was a voice calling, Lam Uwen, I'm here. It turned out to be to Mo Tuat waving her hand and running over. He politely greeted the person behind Mo Tuat, greeting her. He thought to himself, she is to Mo Tuat's teacher. Lang Suong Nguyat looks really young. Hearing his greeting, she replied, Suddenly there were footsteps coming. Didn't it say 9 o'clock? Kim Trot yawned and said, why did you guys come so early? At this moment, Vuong Din looked quite angry. He was so angry that he blew smoke out his nose. His whole body was on fire, but he still asked his son, it's such an important thing, I don't know how to get there early. Look at how you look. Are you going to participate in a competition or go on vacation? Kim Trot sighed and said, Dad, carrying luggage is very troublesome. We can wait until Beijing arrives to buy clothes. He said as he raised his hand to touch his head, and you're not late, isn't there someone who hasn't arrived yet? Speaking of this, Vuong Din was extremely angry. There was the sound of footsteps running quickly, followed by a voice apologizing, sorry, I'm late. He was a very elegant young man, making everyone around him talk non-stop. Let's see, that person is him. It turned out that he was the person ranked first in the potential dragon list, So Tien Duc. Lam Uwen saw this and secretly thought, he is So Tien Duc. Kim Trot was talking at this time, his hand pointing back, there, Dad, I said someone hasn't arrived yet. Because he was so angry, he punched Kim Trot's beans and said loudly, he is the #1 injecting flong board. Being late shows that he spent all his time cultivating. What about you? You were surprised. Before his attack, he thought to himself, why is it so strange? Principal Vuong walked to a place, extended his left arm and said, everyone has arrived, let's prepare to leave. They stood behind and shouted, yes, but Kim Trot was still holding his head, but cry. On the bus, Principal Vuong said, before leaving, I want to say a few words. He said very seriously, if you want to achieve good results in the National Freshman Friendship Competition, each person's strength is of course important. Lam Uwin and Mo Tuat sat on their chairs and listened seriously, but as people often say, know yourself and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. The other students also listened attentively. Suddenly Principal Vuong spoke and pointed at Kim Trot. Vuong Kim Trot, next, it will be you who shares with everyone the intelligence you have collected. He couldn't help but be surprised by his father's suggestion, me. He panicked and pointed at himself and said, "Ha, kid." Under Kim Trot's surprise, he still calmly said, "I heard that these past few days you have spent a lot of time collecting information about your opponent." Hearing that, he started to bid, "Dad, the intelligence I collected for Alf to sell, but out of respect for our relationship, he even gave me an 80% discount." He didn't listen to his son say that. Don't be surprised. Lam Uwin and Mo Tuat secretly got married in the back row. Although he was a bit angry, he still suppressed it and asked, "Let me say it again." Then he stood up and said, "Okay, for the glory of the demon beast land, I willingly share." Hearing that he said, "Very good." Tong Lam and So Tian Duk were both silent. Suddenly Tong Lam opened his mouth and said, "Hey, don't you care, the other player's intelligence?" Hearing that, he turned to look at Tong Lam. He gently said, "Your intelligence has failed you." He suddenly asked back, "Should I be interested?" Tong Lam looked at So Tian Duk and suddenly thought to himself, "This guy is too arrogant, but he really has the capital to be arrogant." So Tian Duk still didn't say anything but sat silently looking forward in a daze. Lam Uwin, sitting in the back row, thought to herself, what he said was right. When faced with absolute intelligence that was not worth mentioning, I became more and more curious about how strong he really was. Kim Trot started to pick up the paper and said, "Okay, I'll share the information with everyone." Holding the piece of paper in his hand, he said, "Except for us in Yanqing University, the famous universities that have been ranked at the top for many years include Tuk Shuyan University, Tiannam University, Quanvu University, and Talent University. Terrifyingly powerful, they are all strong opponents in this competition." The blue-haired person sitting in the back spoke up, "Wait a minute, only Yanqing University can compete with us, right? Other universities should also pay attention." Hearing someone say that, he looked annoyed. But even so, he still happily explained, "So it's not certain. This year is known as the Year of Genius Explosion. All schools have recruited many geniuses. Take Tuk Shuyan University for example." Then he pointed at the blue-haired guy and proudly said, "With your strength, you can't even rank 5th. He couldn't believe it. It couldn't be possible. My school once ranked 4th. Is it true that a small Sichuan university has a higher quality of freshmen than ours?" Hearing that, he took out a device and said, "The captain of Tuk Shuyan University. His name is Tran Truk Sun. Of course, he also has the nickname Kung Fu Panda." His response sounded extremely contemptuous. "Is that so? What a funny nickname." Then they imagined the scene of two panda bears fighting, and he continued talking, "Don't laugh too quickly. Tran Truk Sun has practiced martial arts since childhood, is proficient in Tai Chi and Wing Chun, and also integrated martial arts into the SSS level beast soul of the Great Earthly Cat. Speaking of which, he continued to analyze, his strength was at least the 6-star Beast King level. Moreover, his achievements after entering school were all about using weak to overcome strong. His highest achievements were positive, defeating a 7-star Beast King Senior. Their team with the lowest strength is also the peak of the 4 Spirit Beast Kings. Are you sure you can win easily?" Hearing Kim Trot's criticism, the blue-haired guy stammered, "I..." Principal Vuong then came up and said, "Yes, this year the gap between us and other first-class schools is not as big as in the thoughts of the first students. Being arrogant and self-righteous will only lead to destruction." Lam Uwin was thinking to herself at this time, she didn't expect that Tuk Shuyan University's combined strength would be so strong. Maybe my strength in this competition is not worth mentioning. I must work harder to win. Kim Trot held a stack of papers in his hand and said, "Let's talk about Yanqing University that everyone is most interested in. Roja's deputy captain's name is Tran Long Tuong. He came from a Beast Soul family. The Beast Soul is an ancient SSS level. The Beast's strength is ranked among the 8-star King level beasts." At this moment, the people in the car suddenly said in unison, "What, 8 stars?" The blue-haired guy just now said, "Is this a new student just entering the school?" Kim Trot smiled disdainfully and said, "Don't be so surprised, he is not the strongest person in the Yanqing University competition team." Only then did So Tian Duk speak up, "The strongest man." He suddenly asked Kim Trot who he was. Kim Trot happily answered, "His name is Tu Hao. He doesn't know his strength or the type of beast soul, but according to reliable information, when he fought with Tran Long Tuong, it was like he was crushed, and even scared Tran. Long Tuong lost to Tam Fook Fook. Don't look at me like that, it's scary." At this moment, the whole car compartment became silent. Kim Trot laughed and said, "Don't be so depressed," I said. "Even if we lose to Yan Keen, we won't lose face. We're old 2 years old, aren't we already used to it?" Hearing that, Vuong Din finally couldn't calm down any longer and shouted, "This brat," then gave him a sudden punch on the head. He said painfully, "Why are you hitting me? Aren't you sharing intelligence?" The principal said, "I want you to share intelligence, not to sway the army. What the hell? If you want to compete, then compete for first place for me." He put his hands on his head and cried, "Who wouldn't want to be number one? The problem is that the combined strength of others is stronger than him. This is not something that can be changed just by saying it." At this time, So Tian-duk firmly said, "I will defeat him, whether it is 2Q or Tran Long Tuong." So Tian-duk suddenly shouted loudly, "Let me be their opponent." On this side, Oh Wee and company also continued to speak, "We're afraid we haven't played yet, it's not our style, the competition hasn't even started yet, everything is possible, we're all geniuses, what's the point, but we are not as good as them, if we can see the distance, then we can risk our lives to catch up." On the other side, the red-haired man also said, "Well said, at best he risked his life with them, his whole body was full of wounds, and still managed to pull the emperor off his horse." As he spoke, he clenched his hands into fists. Principal Vuong was very pleased and said, "As expected of a student from my capital university, but you don't need to worry, when you get to Yanqing, there will be a special short-term training session for everyone." On the other side, Vice Principal Li said, "Principal Vuong, how about we take this opportunity to decide on the captain?" He said, "Well, then follow the rules of the Beastmaster, strength is respected, strong, fake heads." He continued speaking, "The position of captain." Then he looked at So Tian-duk and said, "Let So Tian-duk take charge." The vice principal stroked his beard and said, "I have no opinion." He continued to say that although So Tian-duk's strength was strong, he lacked the ability to handle chores, so let Oh Wee and company and Tong Lam act as vice-captains to help. As he spoke, he imagined the two of them. One person had experience in organizational management and was good at solving problems, the other person was meticulous and considered the problem quite thoughtfully. I think the two he is extremely suitable. At this time, there was a sound in the car. If Vice Principal Li has considered carefully, then let's make this decision. At this time, the leader of the Ma-Du Geography Department was So Tian-duk. The deputy captain of the Magic University is Oh Wee and company. Vice captain of Magic University is Tong Lam. A voice came out, started. At this moment, the car was extremely noisy. The sound of cars driving on the road was extremely fast. Lam Uwen now held the piece of paper in her hand and thought to herself, all of them are beast kings of 5 stars or higher. He still stared intently at the piece of paper and thought, with his current 5-star beast king strength, he was simply not qualified. Sit down with a thud. A finger pointed straight at Lam Uwen's forehead. "It's to Motuit," she pointed at his forehead and said, "You've been looking at this paper for more than half an hour, your eyebrows look like they're about to tie into knots." After speaking, she smiled and he looked at her with affectionate eyes. She said as she clasped her hands together to show certainty, "We still have 3 days of training, I believe based on your talent and ability, we will definitely break through as fast as the speed of light." He was surprised and asked again, "Do you trust me like that?" She looked at him and said, "Of course, because you are Lam Uwen." He looked at her and smiled. Suddenly Vuong Kim Trot ran in, causing their conversation to be interrupted. He panted while saying, "Sorry, I interrupted your time together, but I have something to do, I want to tell you guys." Motuit wondered, "What's going on?" He smiled happily and my dad said he would take us to the bathing center for training. Lam Uwen and Motuit suddenly exclaimed, "Are you sure? You're joking, right?" Vuong Kim Trot pointed at himself and confidently assured that, "In my opinion, my father and I really got it right this time. We were so tired from walking all the way, let's relax a little before the competition, really, is too good." When he heard that, he frowned and speculated, "But I felt that the principal had other plans." She puffed her cheeks and agreed with Lam Uwen's opinion, "That's right, the special training that the principal talked about definitely couldn't be done so lightly." He crossed his arms and laughed and teased Motuit, "So what training can you say that the bathing center can provide? It's just the husband singing along with the wife." She angrily stood up and cursed, "The fat guy died, he didn't want to live anymore, right?" Vuong Kim Trot happily ran away, not forgetting to continue teasing, "I'll leave now, won't bother you two anymore." Motuit sat down on the chair, puffed her cheeks angrily and said, "This fat Vuong, one day I will let him taste my power." Lam Uwen blurted out a compliment to her, "He is really very powerful now, from S level to SSS level." Motuit heard his compliment and was stunned. Then she smiled gently and looked at Lam Uwen, telling herself, because I don't want to always walk behind you, I have to be stronger, then stand next to you. He saw Mo Tuat staring at his face, so he shyly asked, what's wrong, is there something on my face? She shyly changed the subject, no, she was almost going to Yen Keen. Luke Uwen also followed suit and looked out the window. The Yen Keen sky outside the window was cool and blue. He quietly thought, Yen Keen, what kind of challenge will I take on in this city? At Yen Keen Station, Cheyu Sun Ha asked Vuong Din, the principal, everyone had arrived, next, are you ready to go to the hotel to check in? He immediately replied, no, next we will go to Tian Tri Bathing Center. Vuong Kim Tra crossed his arms proudly, glanced behind him and said, I'm right. 30 minutes later, at the door of the Tian Tri Bathing Center, Vuong Lan Ho exclaimed in surprise, is it really a bathing center? What does the principal mean by doing this? Tong Lam was so surprised that his eyes widened and he couldn't say a word. Vuong Kim Trot laughed and joked, replied, certainly comfortable and happy. He cunningly pointed forward and told them, if you don't believe me, look at those little sisters. The first thing they saw was a round, shiny chest. Same charming maid dress. The maid also respectfully raised her hand. Behind her was a row of beautiful girls. She spoke in a loud, sweet voice, welcoming guests to the Tian Tri Bathing Center. Tong Lam was startled and wondered, was this really not a decent place? Lam Uwen was about to look over. Mo Tuat ran over and covered his eyes and shouted, don't look, don't look. He was startled and protested, I didn't see anything. Huang Bin saw that they had arrived, so he went out to greet them. They finally arrived. Vuong Din happily greeted back, Huang Fat, long time no see, how are you? Lam Uwen suddenly exclaimed, they actually knew each other. Huang Bin was friendly and flattered him. Principal Vuong could bring a student to visit and say this, making Huang Mo see the arrogant demeanor of the demonic ghost university student. It is truly an honor for him, my Huang Bin. Vuong Din did not care about his flattery and asked, okay, Fat Huang, stop saying those useless flattery words. What I asked you to prepare, have you finished it yet? Huang Bin led them inside, very respectfully said, of course it's done, what you specifically told me, how could I forget, please? Arriving at the elevator door, he politely said, honorable guest. The elevator began to descend. Entering the elevator, Vuong Bin began to explain to them that basement number 2 was a secret bathing area and would not be open on weekdays. He pushed up his glasses and continued to speak, your principal came to me and said he had collected a batch of medicinal herbs. He wanted to borrow this space from me before starting the national friendship competition. Let you soak in the medicinal liquid once, and try my best to help you develop your potential. The whole group of them suddenly exclaimed, ah! Mo Tuat pointed at Vuong Kim Tri and said, Fat Vuong, you guessed wrong. He shyly rubbed his head, justifying himself, after all it was just a bath, there was no difference. Basement number 2, employees of the Tian Tri Bathing Center are pouring barrels of medicinal fluid into the bathing pool. The concentrated medicinal solution is poured into the lake and dissolved into the water stream. Lam Uwen seriously analyzed the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal liquid, the ghost flower, the horn foam of the bloody giant. One box alone cost at least 50 million. Using it this way would cost several hundred million in an instant. What else? He looked over to where Vuong Din was standing and thought to himself, although he was very grateful to the principal for being so generous, medicinal herbs were more precious. In the end they were just supplements to help improve his strength. When the medicinal liquid had been poured into the pond, he loudly shouted, okay, the medicinal liquid was prepared. Everyone took the time to go down and soak. Everyone was happily enjoying themselves under their shirts, when Vuong Din suddenly loudly announced, I declare in advance, this pond of medicinal liquid is worth more than 2 billion, all from my own pocket. If you dare, if you waste my efforts, don't blame me for hitting you. When everyone heard the price of these barrels of medicinal fluid, they were startled and shouted, 2 billion, the principal is too rich. Vuong Kim Trot muttered helplessly, the old man ruined this. Lam Uwen comfortably sat in the pond cultivating. He was engrossed in thinking, just a few minutes, but the fatigue from traveling had already disappeared. No wonder the descendants of the family developed so quickly. The precious medicinal liquid was like this can really greatly improve absorption efficiency. Suddenly some water accidentally splashed on his face. Vuong Din happily sat and relaxed in the pond. Ha, it was so comfortable. Vuong Lan Ho suddenly asked him, the principal, why did you come down here? Vuong Din squinted at him and replied, I paid for the medicine myself, but I don't get to enjoy it at all. Vuong Lan Ho shyly agreed, he was right. He sprinkled water on himself and suggested that the other teachers come down and soak. Chaeyu Sun Ha politely waved his hand to refuse. No need, everyone let's soak a little longer. Lang Suong Naguyat folded her arms and said arrogantly, I'm not in the habit of soaking in hot springs in front of others. Vuong Din said, okay, stop standing there nagging, let's all come down here. He naturally raised his hand, the water quickly flowed out from his hand. Vuong Din continued to say, the medicinal herbs I prepared, 30 people are more than enough to soak, I still need everyone's help later. This medicinal liquid, it only has a supporting effect, even if you soak it for 3 days and 3 nights, you cannot improve your strength to a large extent in a short period of time. Lam Uwan frowned and looked at him thoughtfully, so the principal had indeed prepared something else. Vuong Din held up a yellow crystal nucleus to introduce. The monster crystal nucleus in my hand belonged to an emperor-level beast of the new light cinema dragon. The beams of light surrounding it were dazzling. He continued, everyone knew how pure the energy of the giant beast was. Forcibly absorbing it would cause it to explode and die. Lam Uwan opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought, unexpectedly, he could see the beast emperor's crystal nucleus. The teachers standing on the shore saw the beast emperor's crystal nucleus and were stunned. Vuong Din slowly said, this medicinal liquid is actually... He looked at the crystal nucleus in his hand and spoke the last thought without delay, to prepare the children to absorb the energy of that golden beast crystal nucleus. Vuong Din put the crystal nucleus in the medicinal liquid, and the light from the beast emperor's crystal nucleus became even brighter. Little black dragon appeared. It happily enjoyed the energy from the crystal nucleus. The energy here was so comfortable. Lam Uwan looked in surprise at the streams of energy surrounding her body. The system's voice appeared in his mind. Jing, congratulations on your success in absorbing the Beast Emperor's energy. Received 10,000 evolution points. Jing, congratulations on your success in absorbing the Beast Emperor's energy. Received 100,000 evolution points. Lam Uwan clenched her fists, thinking with joy. In one absorption, she would receive 10,000 evolution points. If she kept absorbing for 3 days like that, wouldn't she have tens of millions of evolution points? Their group sitting in the hot spring had begun to absorb the beast's energy. Vuong Din looked up and exchanged glances with Lang Suong Naguyat. She thoughtfully looked down and immediately understood his intention. Lang Suong Naguyat grinned. She stepped forward, holding up a blue crystal nucleus to introduce. This was the nucleus of the majestic dark ice ghost face. Lang Suong Naguyat raised the crystal nucleus across her face. Her sharp eyes said, it is also Beast Emperor level, it is a bit of my heart. She decisively threw the crystal nucleus into the medicinal liquid. The power of the Beast Emperor's crystal core once again emerged strongly. Vuong Din turned his eyes to look at Li Hongqi and asked, Vice Principal Li, surely you also want our students to get good results, right? He thought angrily. He must have negotiated with Lang Suong in advance. Naguyat, I just want to spend another Beast Royal crystal core. Li Hongqi didn't show any expression. He took out another crystal nucleus and agreed, of course, I also hope everyone can get good results. This is the crystal nucleus of the haunted ghost. Surprise, give it to everyone as a meeting gift. Li Hongqi threw the Beast Royal crystal core into the hot spring. The thick stream of power surged up again. Everyone was extremely surprised. We were not mistaken. Just a few minutes passed and there were already 3 golden beast crystal cores in the pond. Vuong Din loudly ordered, okay, you guys quickly take advantage of the time to practice. Teacher Chaeyu and Vice Principal Li, you two also go down. The energy is not so great, you have to help the students pay attention. Chaeyu Sun Ha and Li Hongqi's faces turned serious. He firmly responded, yes. Lang Suong Naguyat stood alone on the shore, silently looking at everyone cultivating diligently in the hot spring. Oh Wei and company raised his eyebrows and smiled sinisterly. He took out a medicinal pill and thought sinisterly. The high tian pill that his uncle gave him helps him quickly absorb energy in a short period of time, just in time to use it in this situation. Oh Wei and company swallowed the sea-loading pill, clenched his fists and determined that he must stay far away from them. He began to frantically absorb all the energy into his body. Li Hongqi silently watched Oh Wei and company absorb energy. He coldly snorted in his heart, humph, Vuong Din, even if you forced me to give up an Imperial Beast crystal core, so what? Li Hongqi leaned his head back and lay on the shore, happily relaxing in the medicinal liquid. In the end, it was not a free gift to my grandchild. Chaeyu Sun Ha looked away and called out to Vuong Din, the principal. He was closing his eyes and relaxing, softly answering, I saw it. Vuong Din said without taking it to heart, I understand that guy's thoughts very well. This depends on talent. The higher the talent, the higher the absorption rate. You look at So Tian Duk, there's no need to use it. What kind of medicine is that, but the speed is still much faster than others? So Tian-duk is sitting in a corner diligently cultivating. He turned to look at Tomo Tuat, who was absorbing a significant amount of energy from the crystal nucleus of the majestic dark ice ghost face, and continued to say, another way is to only focus on one type of energy. The energy and attributes are extremely extreme. If appropriate, of course the effectiveness will also double. He looked up at Lang Suong Naguyat, who was sitting far away on the shore, smiling softly. Haha, I knew right away that Lang Suong Naguyat had other ideas. She didn't know anything, still sitting silently enjoying the cup of tea in her hand, when Vuong Din's firm voice rang out, that crystal nucleus was prepared for Tomo Tuat. Cheu Sun Ha asked in confusion, but if the principal knew that Ween Company was using Haidan, why didn't he stop it? Vuong Din happily explained to him, hey, what was there to stop? I hope everyone will try their best to absorb it. However, borrowing too much energy from the medicinal pill will have the risk of being counterproductive. Whether it can be converted into your own internal energy or not is a matter of concern. Just look at each person's creation. Li Hungqi closed his eyes and said, that guy usually considers himself smart, but at this point he can't see it and thinks he's taking advantage. He really believes too much in Ween Company. Vuong Din reminded Cheu Sun Ha, just pay attention to the others. Didn't you notice that your disciple's performance was even more amazing? He exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Lam Uwen is closing her eyes, intently absorbing all the energy. Waves of energy formed around him. Cheu Sun Ha's heart jumped, his sweat poured out like rain. He speculated loudly, could it be that his E-level talent was so crippled that he couldn't absorb the Beast Emperor's level ability? Vuong Din calmly reminded him, take a closer look. Cheu Sun Ha calmed down. He squinted his eyes and looked closely. Suddenly opened his eyes wide, guessing. Is because the energy absorption rate is too fast. Around Lam Uwen's body is a circle of powerful energy. It kept rotating for him to absorb, and Cheu Sun Ha's voice of horror mixed with surprise rang out, so a vacuum formed around its body. He was scared and unconsciously asked again, hey, how did he do that? Vuong Din calmly replied, you are the instructor, you asked me, I know who to ask, don't think too much. Above, this kid definitely has a secret, but who can become a strong person doesn't have a little secret. Cheu Sun Ha thought carefully. He curled his lips and smiled in agreement, saying it was right, as long as it could grow up smoothly that was enough. Li Hungqi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He now realized the problem. It wasn't right. Why was the energy moving faster and faster? When Li Hungqi realized that the energy was strongly absorbed by Lam Uwen, he couldn't help but suddenly think, how could it be due to that kid Lam Uwen? How could he do that? Ween Company's painful cry suddenly rang out, whoosh. Li Hungqi was sweating and looked over and called, Ween Company. He absorbed the energy, trying his best to break through. Li Tan Nam heard the scream and looked over in surprise. Cheu Sun Ha and Vuong Din also frowned and looked over. Ween Company was screaming, trying his best to absorb energy to break through. A moment later, he let out a breath. Ween Company glared. He clenched his fists in joy. I finally broke through from level 5 Star Beast King to level 6 Star Beast King. Ween Company proudly looked over at So Tian-duk, who was cultivating, and thought, even a genius like So Tian-duk, the speed at which he can absorb the energy of a king-level beast is not as good as him. Indeed, he is the true genius. Main is selected. He turned to wonder again. Lam Uwen. Ween Company widened his eyes and thought to himself, why is this guy's energy absorption speed so slow? Suddenly he broke out in sweat and realized, trembling, that it wasn't right. Lam Uwen was unaware of Ween Company's thoughts, still diligently absorbing energy. Why was he so fast? He glanced sideways and guessed, perhaps this guy also prepared Hai Na Dan, but Hai Na Dan did not achieve such an effect. Ween Company was not satisfied. How could he lose to an E-level beast spirit? He had to be faster than him. He closed his eyes again and continued to absorb. Ween Company gathered all the power of the Royal Beast Spirit Core, roared crazily, and the three powers converged. He opened his eyes wide and greedily shouted, it's all mine. Ween Company accelerated the absorption process, ordered his body to push, and continue to break through for me. But it backfired and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Vuong Lan Ho and Tong Lam looked over in surprise. Cheu Sun Ha worriedly said, Principal, if this continues, kid, but before he could finish speaking, Vuong Din spoke up to reassure him, rest assured, Li Hungqi is here, he will not let his grandson nothing happen to me. True to his word, Li Hungqi immediately helped. He stood behind him to help stabilize the energy in his body. Are you crazy? Who let you absorb such energy? Oh Wei and company gritted his teeth and retorted, I was not convinced, how could he be able to absorb it so quickly? Li Hongqi angrily cursed him, sleeping stupidly, I gave you the high pill to improve your strength, not for you to compete with others, do you want to explode and die? Oh Wei and she's so speechless that she can't form a sentence, son. He looked at Lam Uwen who was cultivating, and analyzed for him in a harsh voice, have you not noticed that although that kid Lam Uwen absorbed a lot of energy, his strength did not have any, what change? Lam Uwen still quietly closed her eyes to absorb the beast's energy. Oh Wei and company gritted his teeth and looked over, his heart also began to waver, that's right, how could an E-level beast soul like him absorb the crystal nucleus of an emperor-level beast, even if he could absorb it, he would be able to ascend, how many levels? Li Hongqi saw that he had wavered, so he gently lectured, don't waste your energy on useless things, remember, your biggest enemy is yourself. Oh Wei and company gritted his teeth and replied, he taught me, right. So Tian-duk used his strength to scream to break through. At the same time, Tamo Tuat also absorbed enough of the beast's energy to break through. Tong Lam also kept up with the two of them to make a breakthrough. Vuong Lan Ho roared and also broke through. The royal court was pleased to praise, very good. Cheyu Sun Ha and his grandfather frowned and nervously turned to look at Lam Uwen. But after a while he still didn't see any movement, he worriedly called out in his heart, Lam Uwen. 2 days later, still at the hot springs. Tamo Tuat was standing on the shore chatting with Lang Suong Nguyat. Vuong Lan Ho and Tong Lam are also happily talking. Vuong Kim Trot rubbed his head and excitedly boasted, Dad, I've made a breakthrough, thanks to your medicine and crystal nucleus. Vuong Din was angry and pinched his ear hard, he cursed loudly, I was satisfied with just a little breakthrough, is it okay to have some future? Vuong Kim Trot was in pain and begged for forgiveness, I knew it, but, Dad, please let go. Lam Uwen stood alone, looking at everyone happily talking and laughing with each other. Suddenly a voice rang out calling him, boy. Lam Uwen looked back and asked, what's wrong with teacher Cheyu? Cheyu Sun Ha definitely asked him directly, I wanted to ask you, why hasn't there been a breakthrough? Lam Uwen's face turned pale. Then he replied carefreely, right, I forgot. Cheyu Sun Ha was shocked by his answer, his face was full of question marks. Lam Uwen calmly used telepathy to order Little Black Dragon, to use evolution points to break through. It excitedly agreed, okay. He immediately broke through his power right in front of Cheyu Sun Ha, he unconsciously took a step back, gasping in surprise. Cheyu Sun Ha frowned and asked, what's going on? Can this matter be controlled by the realm of breakthrough? In the end, he only confirmed one thing, your current strength is a level 6 Star Beast King. Lam Uwen seriously replied, yes, but secretly calculated in his heart. In fact, he still has 2 million points left, evolution hasn't been used yet, it should be enough to break through to level 8 Beast King. Oh Wei and company loudly laughed at Lam Uwen, ha ha ha, Veen Leiden also joined in mocking him. Lam Uwen looked at him and analyzed that upgrading too quickly would cause his foundation to become unstable. Currently he has reached level 7 Beast King, but in reality it is difficult to say. The royal court was also looking at him attentively, praising him in his heart, not bad. He thought gloomily, this kid is truly miraculous, he absorbed a third of the energy in vain. Vuong Din loudly reminded everyone, okay guys, we should go to the hotel. At the door of Yen Qin Hotel. The interior is decorated splendidly and modernly. The environment is extremely clean and neat. Lam Uwen's group was waiting to check into the room. Vuong Kim Trot excitedly introduced that he had heard that Yen Qin had completely booked this hotel. All the guests here were students participating in the competition with the teachers, miss. But then he sadly put his hand on his stomach and said, I just want to eat something right now. Tamo Tuat heard that and happily suggested, wait until the check-in procedure is complete, I will take you out to eat, there are countless specialties in Yen Qin. Vuong Kim Trot crossed his arms, a strange look appeared on his face and asked, how do you know? She was both embarrassed and angry and loudly objected, I saw it first, okay. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. They curiously poked their heads outside to look. Then I saw another group of people coming in. Lam Uwen asked softly, who are they? Vuong Kim Trot frowned and replied, they are students of Yen Qin Beast Eye, the first two are. He introduced the tall and muscular man in charge, Tran Long Tuong. Coming to the second mysterious person, 2Q. At Yen Qin Hotel. Tong Lam turned to ask So Tian-duk, the team leader, they were Tran Long Tuong and 2Q of Yen Qin. He nodded with serious eyes looking at them. Oh Wei and company snorted, showing his displeasure. He walked up to So Tian Duk and said in his aggressive voice, "I'll go over there and say hello to them, after all we'll meet each other later in the competition." He walked directly to Tran Long Tuong's place, extended his hand to greet, "Hello, I am the representative of the demon capital, I am the vice captain of Oh Wei and company." Unlike his aggressive appearance, on the contrary, Tran Long Tuong very warmly shook hands with him. It turned out to be a student of the Demon Dojo. "Hello, I am the vice captain representing Yen, Great Beast Sutra." But with just a few seconds of Oh Wei and company's carelessness, he had to feel pain from his hand. It turned out it was because Tran Long Tuong used his hand strength to press on his hand. Immediately, his initial arrogance disappeared when he realized that the opponent in front of him was very strong. This guy was really strong. When he had the chance, he immediately pulled his hand away. He just smiled, "Haha, hello, hello." Then he turned to look in 2Q's direction and asked curiously, "This person must be the captain of 2Q guys, right?" Oh Wei and company extended his hand to greet each other, "Hello." 2Q saw it but didn't care. He put down his hat and turned away without saying a word. Oh Wei and company was also very shocked by 2Q's attitude. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet, even a leaf passing by could clearly hear the sound of the wind. He was very uncomfortable like that, thinking in his heart, "What does this guy mean? He doesn't give me any face, does he look down on me?" Tran Long Tuong's warm face apologized to him, "Sorry. Our president's personality is introverted and doesn't like interacting with strangers. I hope you guys will forgive him." His strong hand grabbed Oh Wei and company's hand, making him grit his teeth in pain, but he still had to say something, said slowly, "It's okay, but in my heart I secretly wished for him to let go." When Tran Long Tuong's big hand was released, he looked at him with unpleasant eyes. Tong Lam happily asked, "Where are you guys going now?" "We plan to go to the arena in the Soul Beast Hall, where there will be many students competing against each other," Tran Long Tuong happily replied. Cheyu Sun Ha had the idea to go with them. He went to their place and said, "If so, then we will go with you guys. Let's check in, remember not to cause trouble outside." So Tian Duk shouted clearly, "We know." They moved together to the Beast Soul Hall. In the courtyard, a match was brewing between the captain of Thuchuan Beast Eye Tran Truk Sun, Giant Beast Panda, and the vice captain of Keen Hang Beast Eye, Fuing Si. Tran Long Tuong said, "It seems we came at the right time." Lin Yuan said, "That giant panda beast, probably the one mentioned before, was the captain of Thuchuan Beast Great Tran Bao Mountain." But he didn't know who the opponent was, so turning his question into a question, he asked who the other person was. Vuong Kim Trot answered his question, "That is, the vice captain of Keen Hang Beast Eye. Fuing Si. Right at this moment, use your strength and put force into your body." Vuong Lan Ho is very excited about this competition, the competition between the captains. This time there is a good drama to watch. Fuing Si immediately used his strength to create two hands with fire power. Fast as lightning, Fuing rushed towards his opponent with his fiery hands. This type of panda is Tran Truk Sun. He saw that his opponent had a move, and he himself was ready to exchange moves with his opponent. Fuing Si rushed to punch Tran Truk Sun, but luckily he dodged. He turned his head back carefully. What happened to the ground? The referee's voice rang out, "What a sharp fighting mind, without any unnecessary movements." Lam Uwen began to pay more attention to the movements in the match going on. Tran Bok Sun absorbs the power and pushes it all into his hands. His strength is most clearly shown in his fists. He immediately threw his blow towards the direction. But Fuing Si was able to stand firm and stand up, ready to fight. When people in the stand saw this strength, they were also very surprised. This pressure was not too great. Tran Truk Sun rushed forward and used his other hand to punch Fuing Si's stomach. Fuing Si was punched in the stomach like that. His body was seriously injured, and his physical strength also lost a bit. Tran Truk Sun maintained a defensive posture because he knew the enemy had not been completely defeated. Just as he predicted, Fuing Si attacked from below and he also used his real fist to block Fuing Si's attack. Then there was a blow to Fuing Chi's stomach. Vuong Lan Ho was quite surprised by Tran Truk Sun's boxing technique. He stuttered when he saw this boxing display. "What is this boxing technique?" Lam Vuong put his hand on his chin to think for a moment and then said to them, "Wing Chun, don't forget that Tran Truk Sun has perfectly integrated martial arts into animal soul fighting. Wing Chun boxing has both attack and defense, both softness and hardness. Taking one hit 10 is no problem. The armor on his claws is probably a magical beast." Vuong Kim Trot thought about it and saw that it was right. The pair of gloves worn on Tran Troop Sun's hands was a set of armor. He replied, yes, it was a set of king-level divine weapons and beasts, called Tan Mak Huyen, which could be taken. Take a portion of the enemy's blood and energy and transfer it to yourself. Lam Yuan also gradually understood, so to speak, the effectiveness of this set of magical beasts, somewhat compatible with Li Tan Nam's beast soul. They all drew the same note, that's right, so when fighting with Tran Troop Sun, it's best not to let him approach. Fuing Si was beaten and his limbs were almost paralyzed and he could only resist. But at the same time, Fuing Si activated his ability, secret technique. Immediately, Fuing's body turned into fire, covered with fur and fire along with the heat of the burning fire. Tran Bok Sun stood firmly in a defensive position. Fuing Si gradually approached Tran Troop Sun, but Fuing Si's body had changed. This was the body that used the power of secret techniques. Vuong Lan, who was a bit startled, he didn't expect that this guy Fuing Si even had a secret skill. Vuong Kim Trot said, revealing secret skills before the competition is not a good thing. The so-called secret skills are the special skills of Beast Soul Masters. In addition to natural talent, they can also be acquired by learning. The stronger the secret skills, are also considered priceless treasures. Lam Uwan also commented in general, as Fuing Chi is the vice-captain of Keen Hang, if he lost here, it would lower Keen Hang's morale, so it was just a helplessness. During this time in the competition field, Fuing burst into flames and rushed towards Tran Troop Mountain. Rushed forward and punched him, but Tran Troop Sun turned halfway around and dodged the move. The enemy was not forgiving, choosing to punch from bottom to top, but Tran Troop Sun was able to get that punch. Fuing was very angry and raised his voice. How could this fat bear's reaction be so flexible? However, Fuing Si accidentally revealed an opening. Immediately, Tran Troop Sun caught the opportunity. Immediately he punched the uppercut from below, punched Fuing Si's chin. When he punched him, he also punched Fuing Si's chin. Say something, apologize, excuse. That wasn't enough. Tran Troop Sun also changed his hand to hit Fuing Si's body. Fuing Chi's face was beaten so painfully that he could not resist. With just 2 hits from Tran Troop Sun, Fuing Si was sent flying far away. When he determined that his opponent could no longer stand up and fight, he let out a sigh of relief and abandoned his defensive posture. Vuong Lan Ho shouted loudly, what a pity, if he had used his secret technique earlier, he might still have been able to fight against Tran Troop Sun. Vuong Kim Trot also agreed with his opinion. That said, it's a pity that Tran Troop Sun's secret skill hasn't been used yet. This is truly a pity. Vuong Lan Ho looked over and saw him with an expression on his face, regret. Vuong Kim Trot and Lam Yuan helplessly looked at him, who was angry. Both of them had the same thoughts. This guy was indeed specialized in gathering intelligence. His way of thinking was not like ordinary people at all. Tran Troop Sun also turned back to his human form at this time. He raised his arms to stretch his muscles, and said with a calm expression, I don't know who is here and wants to go up to the ring and fight me. After a fierce match, the referee's announcement was also made. The winner was Tran Troop Sun. Vuong Kim Trot was a little confused. This Tran Troop Sun is really difficult to understand. If he keeps fighting alternately like that, his trump card will be revealed sooner or later. Lam Yuan explained to him. He doesn't have never mind that. He is the #1 Beast Spirit Master, also the #1 martial artist. He explained to him a little better. Martial artists want to constantly improve themselves through battles. Vuong Kim Trot also understood a bit, so he conveyed and asked Lam Yuan. He means, Tran Troop Sun wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to break through his limits before the competition started. Timo Tuat intended to ask him, what about you, do you want to try? But he also had no intention of trying. Because he and I have different cultivation paths, it would only be a waste of time. Wu Wei and company sat behind him and smirked, with a proud and boastful look, relying on Lam Uwan. Is it worth it? Even a level 7 beast king like Vuong Chi is not Tran Troop Sun's opponent. I'm afraid Lam Uwan is I couldn't stand even a minute. Timo Tuat immediately turned around and scolded him. Why am I talking to you? You talk too much. But he was very carefree in answering you. I told the truth, just to make him realize himself. Isn't he just a trash? What's the point of pretending? When the competition starts, his true form will be revealed, he said in his disdainful voice. This angered Timo Tuat. She stood up and was upset with him. Before he could speak, Lam Uwan sitting next to him grabbed her wrist. Then he pulled her to sit down, confused and still not understanding what he was going to do. He glanced over at him. His arrogant look was still there, and even when he saw him turn to look at him, he became even more proud. But he didn't care and turned his face up. Oh, Wei and company was very dissatisfied with being avoided like that, thinking in his heart, damn Lam Yuan, what does that look mean? Vuong Kim Trot also looked at Lam Yuan's face and secretly judged. According to Lam Yuan's personality, if he was really not Tran Truk Sun's opponent, he would definitely say it directly, but he didn't say. Did we prove that his strength was strong enough to fight against Tran Truk Sun? So Tian Duk suddenly stood up and loudly challenged me. I wanted to go to the snow arena to fight. His expression was quite excited about this decisive battle. Tung Lam sat next to him and reminded him, "You are the captain of our group of demon beasts. Winning or losing will affect our team's morale. If we win, we don't say anything, but if we lose, the orange-haired person will also agree." Thinking about Tung Lam, he replied, "Tung Lam is right, we are now one vow. No matter what, after the competition starts, we will always stand by each other." While everyone was still arguing with each other, Wei and company stood up and walked closer to the ring. He turned around and said to everyone, "Captain can't go, I'll go, no need to panic, hand." He is very confident in himself, relying on me is enough to defeat him. Tung Lam helplessly slapped his hand on his face. It was not easy to convince So Tian Duk. He did not expect him to come on the field. Lam Yuan also felt that this guy wanted to express himself too much. Wuxuang's 7-star strength relied on the Haina Dan to barely break through. His foundation was not that stable. Against Tran Truk Mountain, the situation was probably not very positive. But he looks very confident, unless he has some trick up his sleeve. He clasped his hands and introduced himself to his opponent, the vice-captain representing the great demon beast, Wuxuang. Tran Truk Sun was also quite surprised when the person in front of him was the demon beast Dai. He secretly thought to himself, coming at the right time, the genius of the demon beast Dai and Yantan beast Dai were also the target of the challenge, mine. He also introduced himself, Captain Tuk Shuyan Great Beast, Tran Truk Sun, please advise. At this moment Tran Truk Sun used the technique, the beast soul merged, transforming into his beast soul form. Wei and company is also very confident. He used magic, the beast soul merged, transforming into his beast soul form. The people watching in the stands knew that the beast spirit form of Wuxuang was the Golden Chi Centipede King. This beast spirit was very rare, worthy of being the vice-captain of the Demon Dojo. The people in the stands were very excited when they saw it. Watching this match, I don't know, the duel between the two of them, who wins and who loses. One is the captain of the Thuchuan Beast Dai, the other is the vice-captain of the Demon Beast Dai. Both sides are evenly matched. Strength. Wei and company was in a ready-to-fight posture. In an instant, he rushed to the spot of Tran Bok Sun with the purple venom he sprayed. But Tran Truk Sun quickly used his armor to reduce damage and avoid being exposed to his venom. Vuong Kim Trot realized that this was the divine weapon of the Beast King level. The green bamboo armor not only reduced the damage he suffered, but also had the ability to purify impurity. The poisonous mist had no effect on him. Tran Bok Sun holds the armor to block the poisonous mist of Wei and company. He stepped back and took a defensive stance. Tran Truk Sun with a punching stance rushed towards Wei and company. Knowing that he was going to punch him, Wei and company immediately jumped up to avoid the punch. He still looked arrogant as he said, "Even if your magic weapon spell has some effect, but next time it won't be that simple." He proudly boasted to him, "I have broken through to level 7 Beast King well. The control over flying gulps has also increased. Let's see how you deal with it." Hearing his pride, Tran Truk Sun also secretly thought to himself, logically speaking, Golden Chi Centipede King's flying ability is very poor. It seems that he also has some strength. But in the time he was thinking, the poisonous mist of the ancient umbrella had already been released. The poisonous mist covered Tran Bok Sun's entire body. He said, "It's just a magical beast weapon, I also have it." Vuong Kim Trot wondered, it was a top-grade king-level beast spirit weapon, poisonous bone food brooch. How did he get it? Lam Yuan said, "Of course it was his uncle who gave it to him." He thought to himself, this kind of tactic also seems like he has some prestige. Tran Bok Sun now exudes its own strength. But suddenly there were many brooches pinned to his body. He couldn't move because the brooches were poisonous. Wei and company was very pleased when his move successfully affected Tran Truk Sun's body. He realized that the poison hairpin worked. It was time for us to win. He tried to remove the poisonous hairpins from his body, but failed. He specifically said that the poison of the food bone poison brooch is not that easy to solve, let alone. The brooches were pulled out by Wei and company. Tran Truk Sun thought he had escaped, but he said, "The toxin has entered your body." Tran Truk Sun also realized that he could no longer move. At this moment, Wei and company took the opportunity to wrap his body around him tightly. When Tong Lam was surprised, Wei and company had the upper hand. It seemed he had some skill. Lin Yuan told everyone that currently, Wei and company has the upper hand, but to say that Tran Truc Sun can win, I'm afraid it's premature. Li Tan Nam pushed his glasses while insulting Lin Yuan. People did not dare to go on stage, but sat there commenting, it was really interesting. He also told him not to criticize or insult me. If he likes to compete with me so much, let's play an interesting game. He was a bit surprised, a bit unable to react in time, but still wanted to ask about the game and how he wanted to play it. He said, very simply, bet on who will win this battle between Wei and company and Tran Truc Sun, and will receive a set of king-level magical beasts, weapons, and beasts. Li Tan Nam did not hesitate to bet. I bet on Tran Truc Sun Thang. Li Tan Nam felt that the surrounding atmosphere was darkening. He was sweating, his eyebrows were furrowed, a bit uncertain as he thought. Tran Truc Sun was poisoned. Lam Uwen thought he could win. Star. After thinking about it, Li Tan Nam exuded confidence, sat in the row of seats above the stands, waved his hand and smiled and said to Lam Uwen and to Mo Tuat, okay, I bet you. To Mo Tuat widened her eyes in surprise. Lam Uwen's eyes were extremely arrogant, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Li Tan Nam opened his mouth, his gloomy face showed a dangerous smile and said loudly, if you give me the beast soldiers for free, I will definitely accept them. Li Tan Nam sat in the stands, a row of seats one level higher than Lam Uwen. He confidently used one hand to push his glasses, lightly snorting. Ha! Lam Uwen's sharp eyes glanced at Li Tan Nam, sharply, extremely gloomy face. At this time below the arena, Wei and company was in his divine beast state as a big green centipede, confidently shouting, my poison has penetrated your nerves, give up, ha 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 ha. Then his eyes emitted a bright yellow light, bursting with a huge source of power. His whole body emitted countless beams of light. He used his clamping legs, and used his body to tightly wrap Tran Truc Sun in the divine beast form was a panda. Tran Truc Sun painted his face in discomfort, clenched his teeth, eyes closed, his whole body emitting a golden aura to fight against Wei and company's tight grip. Tran Truc Sun concentrated all his strength, closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, braced his arms, his whole body emitting light blue light, resisting Wei and company's attack. The siege was loosened, his legs Wei and company was slowly separated. Wei and company was surprised by Tran Truc Sun's strong counterattack. His eyes emitted a bright yellow light, flashing a bit incredulously, thinking that he had not been poisoned by the poisonous bone food. Broach Star. Star can still use power. Tran Truc Sun exerted all his strength, his ears strained, he shouted loudly, his whole body's strength emitted strong beams of light, sending Wei and company flying out. Tran Truc Sun concentrated his power into his hand. Tran Truc Sun's hand slowly contracted, each thread of power turning into strands of light flying into Tran Truc Sun's hand. Then, with extremely fast speed, Tran Truc Sun continuously punched Wei and company's body with powerful punches. In the stands, when witnessing this scene, Li Tan Nam was so shocked that he stood up, his eyes widened and he was about to fall out, his head was full of sweat, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a chicken egg. The young man next to him expressed his expression, no less, big eyes, eyebrows raised, mouth open as wide as Li Tan Nam. Li Tan Nam was doubting life in his heart, how could this happen? Other spectators also suddenly stood up, widened their eyes to look closely, and commented in loud and enthusiastic voices, is Tran Truc Sun so strong? The poison has penetrated into his body, but he still has the power to exert his strength, so, it seems that Wei and company's strength is too weak. He definitely has tricks, but it's just a small talk. Is that the vice captain of Demon Du Thu Dai? Really disappointing. Ignoring the heated comments in the stands, at this moment in the arena, Tran Truc Sun was punching Wei and company's body with all his might, and Wei and company could only grit his teeth and endure the battle. His armored body, he crack appeared. Wei and company was attacked continuously. He thought, damn I can't lose. Then a purple power burst out from his head. Wei and company burst out with purple power on his head. His whole body seemed to grow bigger. The cracks on his body also disappeared. He rose up strongly and used all his strength to rush towards Tran Truc Sun, rushing and screaming, big, I'll kill you. Tran Truc Sun calmly concentrated his strength in his hand spread out, blue rays of power curled up and concentrated on his hand. Wei and company attacked. The surrounding air covered the entire orange-yellow color that was the power of Wei and company's attack. Tran Truc Sun used the power of white light to surround his arm, using all his strength to throw a punch, extremely strong into Wei and company's body. Wei and company's whole body was surrounded by light blue light. After being hit by Tran Truc Sun, Wei and company roared. His whole body flew out. His whole body was covered in cracks, some fragments of his armor, scattered around. The yellow eyes were now hazy and out of focus. Tran Troop's son gritted his teeth, continued to focus his strength in his hand clenched, his index finger was pointing towards Oh Wee and Company. Oh Wee and Company lay down on the ground, seeing Tran Troop's son's movements, his eyes widened, eyes, mouth and mouth. I admit defeat, admit defeat. Tran Troop's son raised his fist high, absorbing force into his fist, preparing to punch down, listening to Oh Wee and Company's admission of defeat and thinking to himself, is this guy really a level 7 beast king? It seems a bit weak, yes. Vuong Kim Trot looked at this scene and couldn't help but shout in panic at Lam Uwin, FCK, how do you know that Oh Wee and Company won't be able to win? Lam Uwin coldly analyzed, people say that 1 defeats 10, in the face of absolute strength, the tricks are just trivial. Oh Wee and Company has just broken through to 7 stars, and does not have a stable foundation, facing someone honed in combat like Tran Troop's son of course cannot be compared. Faced with the different reactions of people around, So Tien Duk shook his head, Li Tan Nam covered his face in disappointment, Tamo Tuat covered his mouth and laughed, Lam Uwin smiled and looked at Vuong Kim Trot. Vuong Kim Trot raised his face to the sky, crossed his arms, winked, his eyes glanced at Li Tan Nam and said loudly, so as a person you should still be a little humble, arrogance makes people fall behind, only by being humble can we advance, the main thing is morality, you say that right, Li Tan Nam. Below the arena, Tran Troop's son returned to his human body, clasped his hands in front of him, and respectfully said to Oh Wee and Company, I give up. There were a few scratches on his face. Tran Troop's son smiled and held his fist sincerely and said, your poison is very powerful, I almost lost. Oh Wee and Company had many wounds on his face, his eyes were black, the blood on his mouth had not yet dried, his whole body was trembling, but he also held his fist and said to Tran Troop's son, not as good as others, it was right to lose. After speaking, Oh Wee and Company quickly turned around and rubbed the wound on his face as he walked. Tran Troop's son was looking at Oh Wee and Ko's back when suddenly a voice rang out, his current condition, is it possible, accept my challenge. Tran Long Tuong appeared with a face full of excitement, smiling and holding the right to introduce himself, the vice captain of Yen Tan Thu Dai. Tran Long Tuong asked for advice. Seeing Tran Long Tuong appear in front of Tran Troop's son, Lam Uwin's group in the stands looked back in bewilderment only to discover that Tran Long Tuong, who was originally sitting behind Lam Uwin, had disappeared. Lam Uwin saw a scene in the arena, a thought arose in her heart, Tran Long Tuong also took action, at the same time I was also very curious about the rumored Tran Long Tuong's strength. Suddenly a hand reached out, using the index finger and thumb to pull Tran Long Tuong's shirt. Tran Long Tuong turned around to face 2Q and asked, Captain, what's wrong? 2Q was wearing a black shirt, black hat, and long hair. At this moment, he pulled down his mask and turned his head to signal Tran Long Tuong. Tran Long Tuong looked bewildered but still obediently bent down. 2Q crossed his arms, one hand placed on the mask on his face, and said in Tran Long Tuong's ear, Tran Long Tuong, the principal previously specifically told me to look after him. Watch out for you guys, don't let you cause trouble. After listening, Tran Long Tuong smiled happily, it's okay, just happy, if the principal holds you responsible, I'll be the one to shoulder it, it has nothing to do with your captain. Tran Long Tuong put his hands on his knees and smiled happily at 2Q. 2Q looked very small when standing next to Tran Long Tuong. He crossed his arms and said, it's up to you. Lam Uwin looked down from the stands and saw 2Q and Tran Long Tuong arriving in front of Tran Troop's son. Lam Uwin thought to herself, it seems like their captain is really introverted. The giant Tran Long Tuong in a blue martial arts uniform is walking step by step in front of Tran Troop's son. When he arrived in front of Tran Troop's son, Tran Long Tuong had a happy face, smiled and held out a carefully wrapped yellow box, saying, give it to him. Tran Troop's son looked at the carefully wrapped yellow package given to him by Tran Long Tuong himself and asked in surprise, this is it. After Tran Troop's son received the package, Tran Long Tuong carefully explained that this was Tan Bik Dan that could help him quickly detoxify and restore his physical strength. If he fought him now, even if he won, it would still be fine, nothing glorious. Tran Long Tuong happily pointed his thumb at himself and said loudly, this Tan Bik Dan is considered a gift from me to you. Once the medicine takes effect, the toxins are eliminated, my physical strength is restored, I will fight with you, uncle. Seeing this, Vuong Jin Trot couldn't help but shout in admiration, as expected of a descendant from the Beast Soul family, he acted so generously. One Tan Bik Dan cost up to 230,000. Lam Uwin, along with Tamo Tuat and Tong Lam, had extremely depressed expressions on their faces. Lam Uwin said, as if he were not a descendant of a family. Vuong Kim Trot raised his index finger and shook it loudly, saying, I am not like you, them, they are destroying money, and this young master is making money, he has never spent money carelessly before. Timo Tuat also raised her index finger with an extremely depressed expression and said, "So, I wonder who invited Lam Uwin to dinner last time for hundreds of thousands." Lam Uwin, Tong Lam, and Timo Tuat all giggled. Vuong Kim Trot was speechless and patted his head to deflect. Hey hey hey. At this time, under the arena, Tran Truk's son received Tran Long Tuong's package, held his fist and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, I won't refuse any more. Thank you for your gift. When I fully recover, I tried my best to fight him." Tran Long Tuong generously replied, "Yes." Half an hour later, the wounds on his body were gone. His strength had completely recovered. Tran Truk's son held his fist. His voice was loud. "Thank you Tan Bik Dan, I have recovered." Tran Truk's son stood opposite Tran Long Tuong in the arena, surrounded by rows of tall bleachers. Tran Truk's son hugged. Long Tuong invited. Long Tuong also hugged. Yes. Tran Long Tuong closed his eyes and focused on summoning the power. A blue light surrounded Tran Long Tuong. He excitedly shouted, "Come on." Then Tran Long Tuong transformed into the ancient Man Tuong, which was a huge elephant with two horns near the eye sockets on its head, excited eyes ready to fight, threw its trunk and shouted a long time, starting gain momentum and quickly attack forward. From his hose, Tran Long Tuong ejected a stream of pink air mixed with a few spots of light. This scene made the spectators in the stand stunned, gasping loudly, glaring eyes and shouting, "The power is so terrifying, I'm really just a king-level beast spirit master beast." Lam Uwin's group, except for Tong Lam, quietly observed, while the rest of the group sipped their food and looked down at the arena. Vuong Kim Trot spoke while biting the chicken thigh. "If I remember correctly, according to intelligence, is he a level 8 beast king?" Lam Uwin was chewing a hamburger and replied, "Yes, but the possibility cannot be ruled out. This time he has improved." Timo Tuat silently sipped the water from his glass. "Have no ideas." Tong Lam stroked his chin, his eyes intently looking down at the arena. "We can make a breakthrough in a short time. There is no reason for them not to progress." Sumo Tuat, holding her hands and tilting her head, said, "The master said, if the enlightenment is suitable for you, even if you are a king-level beast, you can still compete with a master-level powerhouse." Those words just seemed to enlighten something in Lam Uwin's mind. He pursed his lips and thought, it seems enlightenment is more important than he thought. At this time, from Tran Truk's son's side, he clenched his fist and made a punch. The force turned into pieces of bamboo that flew out. The air around Tran Truk's son's arm was strongly impacted, creating a vortex that hugged his arm. "Older brother." Tran Truk's son stepped up with one foot, stepped down to attack, raised one hand forward, the other swung high back, ready to fight. All his internal strength burst out, creating a shield made of arrows. Pieces of bamboo assembled in front of Tran Truk's son. He shouted loudly, "Come here, use all your strength, fight me." Tran Long Tuong roared loudly, stomped on the ground with his foot, exerting his maximum strength, excitedly said, "Hit with all his strength, very much to my liking." Tran Truk's son mobilized his force to take out many pieces of bamboo, put them together, and a green light covered the pieces of bamboo. Tran Long Tuong stomped his foot down, emitting a yellow light of power that attacked Tran Truk's son's bamboo segments. Tran Truk's son's bamboo segments continuously flew towards Tran Long Tuong. Tran Long Tuong continuously stomped on Tran Truk's son's bamboo segments. The place where the two forces met emitted yellow light. There was a few sparks flew out. Tran Long Tuong rushed forward with his giant body, exerting all his power, stomping hard on Tran Truk's son. Tran Truk's son used all his strength to release a large shield made of bamboo, strongly resisting against Tran Long Tuong's attack. Lam Uwin's group of people on the stage of this tragic scene was not at all intimidating. All four of them stared with wide eyes. When Tran Long Tuong's beast spirit form smashes through his opponent's blue barrier, immediately causing it to crumble, shatter into pieces and then send Tran Truk's son's beast soul form flying outside the wall of the stands. Tran Truk's son immediately spat out blood. Then he hit his head hard against the wall, creating a crack, and he sat down, accepting defeat. Seeing this, the spectators in the stands all gasped in amazement. Then one by one they said that this was the strength of the great quiet beast. How could it be killed in the blink of an eye? Compared to the vice-captain of the great demon beast, the opponent's strength is really not at the same level. Wow, and he is only the vice-captain, so how strong will the captain be? Wei and Company's body was covered with injuries. He was holding his head and hiding behind the crowd of onlookers. Seeing this, he was worried and thought that he could not defeat Tran Truk's son, but was easily solved by Tran Long Tuong like that. The gap in strength between me and Tran Long Tuong is heaven and earth. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt scared and quickly glanced at Tran Long Tuong, who was standing with his hips propped up, smiling proudly and wondering, this is the talent of the great Yentan beast. While he was scratching his head and hiding in fear in a corner, So Tian-duk immediately stood up and shouted, "Come, I will fight you." Hearing that made Wei and company immediately jump. Seeing that, Tran Long Tuong immediately turned to look up and asked him. Hearing that, So Tian-duk immediately frowned and replied, "Great demon beast, So Tian-duk." Seeing this, Vuong Lan Ho, who was sitting next to him, immediately spoke up to advise the captain not to get excited. Meanwhile, Tran Long Tuong was standing there smiling and excitedly said that the demon beast was great, which suited me very well. 2Q from behind immediately spoke up and told me, "Winning one match is enough." Hearing the familiar voice, Tran Long Tuong was stunned and suddenly turned around to look, shouting and asking the captain, "When did you come from?" Then, among the people present, there was a person who wondered and asked. It was the captain of Yen Tan Ma Du. Hearing that, another person standing next to him immediately covered his mouth with his hand and said in a low voice, "It seems like that." Seeing that everyone was paying attention to her, 2Q suddenly felt worried and silently took off her hat, thinking that she hated the feeling of being noticed by everyone the most. Then he continued to glare at Tran Long Tuong and said, "If we continue to beat the principal, we will really be punished." Hearing that, Tran Long Tuong immediately begged, raised a finger, smiled and asked, "Can't we fight one more time?" Seeing that he did not listen to her, 2Q immediately frowned and angrily continued to say, "If you want to find someone to fight with, I can fight with you." Hearing that, Tran Long Tuong quickly smiled and waved his hand and said, "Then I won't fight anymore." In his mind, he just imagined what it would be like if he fought with 2Q and then thought, I don't want to abuse myself. Afterwards, after talking with 2Q, Tran Long Tuong immediately clasped his hands and looked up at the stands and quickly said, "Sincerely sorry our captain spoke up and did not allow us to continue fighting." He continued to shout, "Our battle must wait until the match starts." While he was speaking, 2Q stood next to him and tried to hold his hat to shield himself. Seeing that, So Tian-duk immediately frowned and looked down silently. Then, on the other side of the stands, Vuong Kim Trot saw this and immediately turned around to talk to Lam Uwin and said, "I said this 2Q is very strong. Tran Long Tuong in front of him always obeys." Hearing that, he sat next to him and frowned and agreed, "Yes." After finishing speaking, Lam Uwin continued to speak with a serious face, "The fact that the giant bird is so strong is no small blow to us." Hearing that, Vuong Kim Trot looked down at the stands and continued to say, "According to his strength, Tham Tianj is still stronger than Wei and company. This vice-captain is probably equal to Tham Tianj." Hearing him say that, Lam Uwin immediately suddenly blurted out a sentence, "But Tham Tianj lost to Mo Tuat." Having said that, both he and Vuong Kim Trot immediately looked towards Mo Tuat, who was drinking water, and smiled and asked, "Yes, why don't you play for a while?" Hearing that, she immediately held a shaking cup of milk tea in her hand and pouted, saying, "If you don't come on the field, I'll go on the field. What's the fun in that? Even if we beat them, it doesn't mean anything." Then Mo Tuat immediately touched her face, pouted, looked up and continued to say, "But the only people who could beat me just now were probably Tran Long Tuong." Hearing that, Lam Uwin suddenly opened his eyes and quickly asked, saying that he was sure he could defeat Tran Truk's son. Seeing him admiring like that, she was holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and raised her finger with the other hand to answer, "Only 7 parts." Hearing that, Lam Uwin continued to ask, "He is 7, he is 3. Seeing that he looked down on her and said that, Mo Tuat continued to pout and puff her cheeks angrily and shouted, "Of course I'm 7 and he's 3, Lam Uwin, you look down on me too much." Hearing that, he couldn't help but suddenly show up and continue, "So you're even stronger than I imagined." Then in Lam Uwin's heart suddenly thought, she must still be hiding some trump card. Seeing him say that, Mo Tuat happily clasped her hands and replied confidently, "Of course I don't care who I am. If you meet an opponent that you can't beat, just leave it to me, I will deal with it. Help you?" Hearing that, Lam Uwin immediately smiled and said that was great. Then in his heart he continued to think, his current strength is not Tran Truk's son's opponent. If he uses up all his evolution points, breaking through to level 8 Beast King should not be a problem. Then while the two were talking, Tong Lam appeared and shouted to announce that the principal was here. After speaking, everyone in the stand stood up to look at Tong Lam and the person following him next to him. After that, Tran Long Tuong and 2Q were standing on one side and immediately bent down to say hello to the principal. Hearing that, Lam Uwin was immediately surprised and exclaimed, "Principal." Then, seeing him like that, Vuong Kim Trot, standing next to him, quickly explained that he was the principal of Yan Tan Thu Dai Dai. To the DM, then as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately saw to the DM enthusiastically walking towards here. Right after seeing him, Mo Tuat suddenly stood still, afraid to hide behind him. Seeing that, Lam Uwin was confused and asked why. Then, he looked at her in suspicion and quickly thought, at first Tomotuit didn't want to go to Yentan Madu because she didn't want to meet someone. Could it be that the person Tomotuit didn't want to meet was the principal of Yentan, Ghost? Then, when he saw the DM, Vuong Din, the principal of Lam Uwan School, happily raised his hand to welcome and said, Principal 2, Yantan Madu, is truly famous. Tran Long's performance in the match just now, the statue is very pleasing to the eye. Hearing that, the DM smiled politely and replied, it was just a match, it was just luck. While the two principals were standing there together, Lam Uwan from afar was quickly thinking to the DM Tomotuit, could it be that there was some kind of relationship between the DM and Tomotuit? I remember teacher Chayu said, Tomotuit's background is not simple. Thinking like that, Lam Uwan immediately looked up and asked Tomotuit, is the principal of Yentan Madu a relative of yours? Hearing that, she immediately lowered her face and hesitantly answered, he is considered her father in name, my. After saying that, she frowned sadly, clasped her hands tightly and continued to say, but there is no relationship between me and him at all. There wasn't before, there isn't now, and there won't be in the future. Then towards the other two principals, Vuong Din was now smiling and talking to the DM and continued to say, I think we should go first or else we will put pressure on them and affect their development. Their commander, hearing that, the DM could only hesitantly respond. But in his eyes at this moment, when Vuong Din was smiling and talking in front of him, the DM only paid attention to the back of Tomotuit. She was hiding behind Lam Uwan. Seeing her, his face immediately turned sad and thought, Tuit and he, you still refuse to forgive me. The DM suddenly noticed something. So he saw Tomotuit hiding behind the shadow of a boy named Lam Uwan. Seeing this, the DM immediately became angry and suddenly became angry. At the same time as Lam Uwan also saw it, he saw the anger from the father towards his daughter, and immediately glared back. His whole body seemed to radiate a ray of powerful power. The two looked like two opposing sides angrily glaring at each other. Lam Uwan was on the blue side, and the DM was on the red side. Then, after glaring and whistling for a while, the DM immediately turned around and said let's go. Upon hearing that, Principal Vuong Din quickly chased after him while glancing at Lam Uwan's group behind inquiringly, why don't we look further? Hearing that, he immediately closed his eyes and answered an unnecessary question. Then the DM opened his eyes, quickly frowned and asked the boy standing in front of Tutni, what was his origin? Hearing that, Vuong Din immediately replied that Lam Uwan was a student of Chayu Sun Ha, a reserve member of our great demon capital. Hearing the principal say that, the DM immediately turned around and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, in reserve. Then he frowned and continued to look surprised, saying that the brat's aura was not like a reserve at all. After Emperor DM and Vuong Din left, Tomotuit was hiding behind Lam Uwan, still uneasy. Her hand was still clasped tightly. Lam Uwan shielded Tomotuit's body. He gently said, let's go back to the hotel. Tomotuit's eyes were sad. She softly said, okay. Vumak Wien stood high up in the stands looking down at the two people Lam Uwan and Tomotuit. Lam Uwan felt an unkind look directed towards them, raised her head and looked around searching. Vumak Wien angrily gritted his teeth so hard that his facial muscles twisted, his face darkened, his eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. At this time, Lam Uwan discovered Vumak Wien's angry and malicious eyes. Lam Uwan told Tomotuit that it was Vumak Wien. Tomotuit stepped forward, standing parallel to Lam Uwan. Both of them looked towards Vumak Wien. Lam Uwan confirmed with Tomotuit, yes, Vumak Wien seemed to be the last person to arrive at Dukbokdai. Thu, Tomotuit said, this school's reputation is very low, but his strength and talent can be ranked among the top there. Lam Uwan recalls the image of Vumak Wien in a match being knocked to the ground by his opponent and continuously receiving many attacks from his opponent without being able to stand up. Vumak Wien was still standing high up in the stands, staring at Lam Uwan and Tomotuit. Lam Uwan said, I thought something was up, he doesn't go to school anymore, don't worry about him, let's go. Tomotuit agrees, yes. The starry sky at night is not as beautiful as the Yankin Hotel when the lights are on. The Yankin Hotel sign is lit up along with the two buildings behind it that are also brightly lit. At this time in the room, Lam Uwan had just finished showering. He was wearing shorts showing off his toned abs. He was using a towel to dry his hair, sitting on the bed and talking to Tu Hak Long. After showering, he felt really comfortable. Tu Hak, next to Long Bei, asked if he was still practicing today. Lam Uwan replied, well, seeing Yankin's strength, he felt that he was much worse. Lam Uwan's eyes widened with determination and he said, Vuong Kim Trot said that he will be back a little later tonight. I want to take advantage of the remaining 2,000 evolution points. I must definitely break through the 8th level of the Beast King. 2 days later, the morning was very beautiful, the sky was clear, the sunlight was warm, the 2 buildings of the Yanqing Hotel were as tall as 2 skyscrapers. Inside the hotel at this time, it was 8 o'clock a.m. In the hotel lobby, many people gathered. Students of different schools stood in separate clusters with different colors of uniform. They were chatting loudly and doing things, causing the hall to become noisy. Lam Uwen and Vuong Kim Trot in orange uniforms are admiring the blue uniform of a neighboring school. Their school is also too green. Luckily there are no hats otherwise, Lam Uwen said. You every day, just thinking what is that? A voice, sorry interrupted, Tamo Tuat in an orange uniform, was using her hand to stroke her hair. Tamo Tuat raised her hand to stroke her hair behind her shoulder, beautiful in an orange uniform that made her skin whiter. Tamo Tuat smiled a little shyly and said, I'm late. A group of boys from another school had to look at her in bewilderment without blinking. Among them, I don't know who complimented her, she was so pretty. Tamo Tuat ignored those passionate eyes and rushed towards Lam Uwen, smiling at him and saying, What are you busy with these 2 days? I originally wanted to take you to visit Yanqing, but Vuong Kim Trot say you're busy and shouldn't bother you. Lam Uwen looked straight at Tamo Tuat and answered her, I've been busy practicing these past 2 days, so it seems like I've had some results. Tamo Tuat was happy, her sparkling eyes looked towards Lam Uwen. He had an explosion. While Tamo Tuat and Lam Uwen were talking, 3 people walked up, Li Tan Nam, Oh Wei and company and one of their classmates. Hearing Lam Uwen's story, Li Tan Nam used his hand to push his glasses in his eyes. Oh Wei and company and his friend stood thoughtfully with their hands in their pockets. Oh Wei and company pursed his lips tightly, his eyes enviously thinking, what kind of explosion could an E-level demon beast like him have? Perhaps he also has the strength of a level 7 beast king. Lam Uwen seemed not to notice the other 3 characters' indifference. He held his hand with determination and said to Tamo Tuat, Yes, I will take a few days to try to digest all that Beast King's energy. Now that he has reached the middle stage of level 6 Beast King, Tamo Tuat's face turned blue when he heard him say that. The 3 people, Oh Wei and company, Li Tan Nam and their classmates, couldn't help but hear that. Oh Wei and company crossed his arms and laughed. Li Tan Nam used his hand to push his glasses and smiled faintly. Their friend smirked and looked down. Oh Wei and company couldn't help but feel proud. His eyes were full of contempt. He smiled sarcastically. From the level 6 Beast King early stage to the middle stage, is this still considered a breakthrough? This kid really does not come to that clown act is just trash. Seeing that the other 3 people were not shy about gesticulating but also laughing loudly right before their eyes, Tamo Tuat glanced at them with sharp eyes, frowned, turned pale with discomfort, but in her heart felt a bit of disdain. These 3 people, these kids are too honest. Lam Uwen said that of course as a joke, it can't just be midterm like he said. Suddenly, 3 people walked up there, Cheu Sun Ha, Vuong Din, and Li Hung Kui. Vuong Din spoke. His voice was loud and clear with a bit of majesty. Are you guys ready? Vuong Din's face was extremely serious. He continued solemnly, seize this opportunity well. This may be the brightest moment in your life. I hope you can reveal your full potential, so that everyone knows, you are from Ma Du Dai Thu. Everyone in the hall was ignited with determination by these words. Everyone clenched their fists to clearly show their determination, shouting loudly and clearly in unison. Scene changed to Yanqing Dai Thu Arena. Today's sky is very beautiful, clear blue sky with white clouds, warm sunlight shines down everywhere. TDDM steps onto the stage on the upper stage. TDDM's face was extremely serious, each word was clear and he shouted loudly, from now on, please invite the players from the academies onto the field. The introduction rang out. The team representing Yanqing Dai Thu, invited to enter the field. Next was 2Q leading followed by Tran Long Tuong who was grinning holding a red flag. The whole team dressed in white jute rope along with wearing black shoes, walking strictly and neatly in a row. The introduction rang out again. The team representing Ma Du Dai Thu, please enter the field. Fuing Luong led the way holding the purple flag, followed by Tong Lam, Oh Wei and company, Li Tan Nam, Vien Lidan, Vuong Lan Ho, Tamo Tuat, Lam Uwen, Vuong Kim Trot and a classmate, lined up orderly, in bright orange uniforms, walking solemnly. Next introduction, the team representing Tuk Shuyan Dai Thu, invited to enter the field. A group of people in blue and white uniforms and blue flags entered. Next, the introduction of the next team rang out. The team representing Keen Hang Dai Thu, invited to enter the field. Leading the group was Han Nong Dong, standing out with pink hair and a body that was too small compared to everyone, surrounded by a young man seriously holding a blue flag. Han Nong Dong's group in white and light blue uniforms walked seriously. Seeing that the team had just entered the pitch, they were a bit surprised by Han Nongdong's appearance. Lam Uwen and Vuong Kim Trot turned their heads to look back. Lam Uwen's sharp eyes assessed the opponent. He was the captain of Keen. The stars, it seems, are just elementary school students. From Lam Uwen's perspective, Han Nongdong is a lovely boy, with beautiful pink hair, sleepy eyes, and a black mask covering his childish face. Vuong Kim Trot raised his index finger to signal, telling Lam Uwen, his name is Han Nongdong, only 14 years old this year, really a genius. Hearing that, Lam Uwen was a little surprised and glanced at Vuong Kim Trot and asked again, 14 years old, but the beast soul awakens at 18 years old. Vuong Kim Trot covered his mouth with his hand, frowned, his face was extremely serious and he whispered, most of them were like that, but have you heard of the thing called Heavenly King Beast Soul? Lam Uwen asked, Heavenly King Beast Soul. Image of a child sleeping soundly in a water environment, with many air bubbles floating around, golden light enveloping the entire child, Vuong Kim Trot explained, meaning that when they were born, they were awakened, beast soul, coupled with high-level talent, equivalent to 18 years of cultivation for an ordinary person, far surpassing 90% of the world's population, plus an excellent growth environment. Wang Jins couldn't help it, said loudly excitedly, completely the essence of the beast soul master world. Vuong Kim Trot continued, take that kid as an example, although he is only 14 years old, his strength has already reached level 8 Beast King. The beast soul is also very special. The name is Beast. Lam Uwen's eyes looked like looking towards Han Nongdong. He pursed his lips tightly, his eyes a bit distant. Han Nongdong was still walking. Behind him appeared a large shadow, light blue in color. The higher he went, the darker the color became. Vuong Kim Trot's words continued to explain. He had the ability to speak at will. It can almost be said that it is a perfect beast soul, able to attack, defend, and support. Hearing these words, Lam Uwen's eyes opened wide in surprise, thinking in her heart that she could speak according to the method, and yet she had this kind of strange ability. Many people were watching. Lam Uwen walked in front of Vuong Kim Trot, bowed his head in deep thought. Vuong Kim Trot stroked his chin and winked, but did not expect that Keen Hang would actually bring that guy out onto the field and let him do it. Captain, it seems that Keen Hang is definitely going to win this time. Lam Uwen turned around and asked, why wasn't a genius like this accepted by Yen Keen and Ma Du? Vuong Kim Trot frowned, raised a finger to his face and said seriously, that's too close to home. Lam Uwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this also considered the reason? Vuong Kim Trot shrugged, spread his hands and said, Han Nongdong is a natural beast soul. His parents are also beast soul masters, so he spent time cultivating from a young age, leading to the ability to live independently. Too poor, forced to have my mother take care of me. The important thing is that his connection with the beast soul is very high. He can't open his mouth to speak casually, for fear of bringing disaster to himself. Lam Uwen stood quietly beside listening to Vuong Kim Trot's constant chatter. Han Nongdong's eyes were sharp, one hand in his jacket pocket, one hand hanging freely at his side. His whole body seemed to emit a pale blue light. Vuong Kim Trot continued, of course his parents want a child. Boys can go to a good school, but Han Nongdong doesn't want to, so Keen Hang has already won. Lam Uwen looked down and thought, it turns out that his nature is too strong, and the young master cannot leave his parents' care, but the strength of the beast soul master is very powerful. As long as he is strong enough, other private matters do not need to be discussed. After all the teams have finished marching to greet the audience around the stadium, each team is assigned a position. The teams hold their flags, solemnly and neatly at their positions. Under the sunlight, gold was everywhere. In the sky there were several flycams flying back and forth recording for live broadcast. On stage the DM's voice rang out very loudly, guys, no matter what school we come from, we all welcome you to participate in this first national friendship competition for new students. Dear friends, you are a new student, representing a generation. Then let's start from this place, opening up a new era. At this time, live images from the stadium were broadcast on media devices. On a busy street full of people were also paying close attention to this competition. Many people were attentively watching their phones. On the screen of a passerby's phone, images of Vuong Kim Trot, Wei and Company and Fuing Luong appeared. To DM's voice from the stadium was also transmitted to communication devices. We are old then. The responsibility in the future will rest on the shoulders of each of you. In the big square, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, the weather was beautiful. The images of 2Q and Tran Long Tuong were broadcast on the big screen. Many people looked up, and to the DM's words echoed, in fact, you will become the new leaders, inheriting the fire of hope of humanity. To the DM's face had a few wrinkles from time, his eyebrows slightly frowned, his expression was serious and he continued very solemnly, gradually becoming stronger. To the DM stretched out his hands. Behind him there was light as if giving the contestants a heroic spirit of determination. He shouted loudly, creating a future that belongs to you. Do you have faith? All the contestants lined up neatly, as if motivated by TDDM's words. Lam Uwin and the contestants, with serious faces, shouted loudly in unison, yes. TDDM was very satisfied, but he still squinted his eyes and looked down at the contestants with extremely stern eyes, continuing to shout loudly, very good. Next I will introduce the rules and regulations of this contest, when I already explained, also means. Under Lam Uwin's eager and expectant eyes, TDDM's words rang out. This time the contest officially began. Lam Uwin heard the contest announcement and her lips curled up into a slight smile, her eyes full of anticipation. I couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, this day has come. TDDM, a man with a long beard, announced that below, I will introduce to everyone the rules and regime of this national inter-conference newcomer competition. This competition has a total of 3 stages, namely survival battle, arena battle and team battle. Battle in the arena is a 10-on-10 fight. The winner can stay in the arena until there is no one left on one side. The combat team's rules are to use the school as the unit to conduct mixed combat. The purpose is to test everyone's ability to combine teams. His eyes became dangerous as he talked about the battle for survival. Through negotiations between teachers at the schools, the chosen location was Longkot Sun Mok on the outskirts of Yanqing. Lam Uwin heard this and wondered where Longkot Mountain Range was. Vuong Kim Trot, standing behind him, immediately spoke up. Longkot Mountain Range he didn't know. So did he know before the Yanqing Central Base was built. There was once a combination of 10 royal-level monsters preparing to destroy the entire Yanqing base. Lam Uwin only replied with one word, knowing. Then Vuong Kim Trot continued to add that among those 10 monsters, the strongest was Changyan Black Dragon Emperor. Just one breath can easily blow away a small city. Lam Uwin couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. Suddenly, she thought to herself that a move could blow up an entire city. With such amazing ability, I'm afraid that among the royal-level monsters, there is also a terrifying existence. Vuong Kim Trot covered his mouth and whispered that Chung Yen Black Dragon Emperor was also known as Ni Dukhoak Cac. There was information that others used despicable tricks to extradite him from the Western world here and there. Lam Uwin immediately turned around and asked me how this could be done. Vuong Kim Trot said with an angry face that there was no way to destroy them, and seeing our China growing stronger, he gave birth to malice, wanted to use the power of the dragon to destroy us, but luckily in the end they were destroyed by 10 nuclear bombs. Over a long period of time, Nun Dukhoak Cac formed a special mountain range, called Longkot Mountain Range. It was shot by countless nuclear bullets, which also led to the birth of space in this Longkot Mountain Range area. Few mutated beasts have great power. After telling the story, Vuong Kim Trot whispered behind Lam Uwin's back that he heard there was a lord-level ferocious beast inside. He silently listened from beginning to end, silently understanding that it was no wonder it was like that. Choose that place again. Lam Uwin then said yes. Does Longkot Sun Range still have nuclear radiation? Hearing him ask that, Vuong Kim Trot just scratched his head and replied that after a few hundred years, most of the nuclear radiation had dissipated. At most it only remained a little bit deep in Longkot Mountain Range. Don't worry about your body, animal soul masters like us are not affected. Hearing that, Lam Uwin suddenly clenched her fists, her heart filled with thoughts about the nuclear radiation created by that nuclear explosion, which could exist for thousands of years, even 10,000 years. For her, this is the cultivation resource given by God. Right now TDDM is constantly popularizing the rules of the survival battle. As long as the students participating in the battle can live in the Longkot Mountain Range during their time, within 10 days, you can gain 10 accumulated points. This also includes additional students. Everyone who survives for 10 days can get 120 points. In addition, each time they kill a local level monster, they gain a limit of 10 points, but when they kill a lord monster, they receive 2 unlimited points. As soon as these words fell, the students below became excited about the lord level beast. Is this something we can kill? We can't say that. Just because we can't doesn't mean others can't either. Stupid, you can't kill a lord level monster alone. We can do it together. Seeing the reaction of the people below, TDDM smiled sinisterly and thought that they were all very enlightened. It seemed that this survival battle was very interesting. He then quickly informed the students that after the survival battle begins, they will be taken to different places outside of Longkot Mountain Range. Regardless of whether they kill animals first or find teammates first, everyone can freely choose. His eyes became dangerous and threatening. Don't even think about finding a place to hide and wait quietly for the past 10 days. After all, the competition between schools is fair. As long as you can eliminate your opponent's advantage, the body at school can become bigger. The players below heard all the rules and slightly frowned and lamented that they still had to fight with others. So what should we barbers do? Right now Vu Mak Wien on the other side thought to himself, Ha Lam Uwin. He smiled cunningly, glaring at him with a terrifyingly dangerous look, silently warning him to be careful not to die in my hands. To the DM continued to say so, the battle of survival officially began. Everyone turned around and followed the school unit to line up to board the vehicle. Lam Uwen turned to see the trucks already lined up in a row with their doors open. The back door couldn't help but wonder when did these cars come from. Each player climbed up in turn with the urging of the man in black to quickly get on the bus. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lam Uwen's arm. Tomo Tuat firmly said that no matter where you are dropped, I will go find you first. Her eyes were filled with determination. Don't worry, I will protect you, we will definitely pass this survival test. In her heart, she was secretly thinking that this time she should change to protecting Lam Uwen, already. Lam Uwen heard Tomo Tuat say that and could only respond with one word. After that, the bad player sat in the car. A man in a black shirt stood seriously and said that it was my first time meeting everyone, let me introduce myself a bit. He stood in front of everyone and loudly announced that I was Chen Hokfo, a leader-level beast spirit master under the Chinese military command who was in charge of everyone's safety. Tran Hokfo held up the watch that was emitting blue light and said that if everyone in Long Kot Sun Circuit encountered any unresolvable danger, they could immediately contact me through the watch, will immediately come to your location, but once you choose to ask for help from me, you will also choose to give up in the survival war. Lam Uwen held the watch in her hand and thought. The first function was to remember the number of monsters to hunt and kill, the second function was to call for help. While Hokfo was continuing to explain, Lam Uwen was still deep in thought. Each of these vehicles had a safety officer, that is to say, the Chinese military nominated more than 20 leader-level beast spirit masters. Tiger is the nation's largest competition and is very regulated. Tran Hokfo then held up the black ribbons, still with a stern expression, and said okay before the car reached the Long Kot Sun Mok area. Everyone had to wear blindfolds. Vuong Kim Trot wondered why he had to wear a blindfold. Tran Hokfo immediately explained that it was fair to wear blindfolds for everyone, so that everyone could not see where others got off the bus. The car rolled along with the sound of voices before entering Long Kot Sun Mok. If you have any questions, you can quickly ask me. Lam Uwen now raised her hand and said, Senior, I have a question. Seeing that, Hokfo replied. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to ask if the monsters he killed in the Dragon Circuit Crystal should be given to the school. It seems that this is a good question that everyone is curious about. Tran Hokfo affirmed, don't worry, everything you gain from killing monsters belongs to you personally. On the outside, it looks normal, but in his heart, he has paid attention to what this student is like, and is most concerned about it, this problem. As for Lam Uwen, after hearing the answer, she happily said good. Seeing that, Tomo Tuat sat next to her and smiled. A moment later they all covered their eyes. The car was still on the road approaching Long Kot Sun Mok. Tran Hokfo stared at Lam Uwen. He was tapping out the rhythm on his knees. Tran Hokfo carefully observed and thought to himself that this kid is not simple. Where did he come from? The car on the way suddenly stopped somewhere in Long Kot Sun range. Even though Lam Uwen was blindfolded, she still felt like she was about to stop the car. 257,615 was also a route of more than 7 hours. At this moment, Tran Hokfo coldly grabbed a player's arm. Then he accidentally threw this red-haired young man onto the street and said get off. Inside the car, Lam Uwen felt and confirmed that it was not Vuong Kim Trot and Tomo Tuat. The car now begins to restart. Vuong Kim Trot, following inertia, fell into Lam Uwen's body and exclaimed that this was too great, while Lam Uwen was thinking deeply that this car intentionally turned around and around because he was afraid that we would remember the location. It's worth it. Unfortunately, I was an assassin at this level in my previous life, no problem. He stared at Vuong Kim Trot and mentioned you. The car passed through a dense forest with many lush green trees. In the car, Tran Hokfo aimed at Tomo Tuat and said to relax. Lam Uwen also understood that Vuong Kim Trot and Tomo Tuat had both gone down. It wouldn't be long before they arrived, and Tran Hokfo told his classmates to relax. Saying that, he touched Lam Uwen's shoulder. He started to sweat. Tran Hokfo also quickly and mercilessly threw him onto the street like many other players. As soon as he landed on the ground, he did a spin. Lam Uwen tore off the blindfold and wondered why he was so violent. Looking at the car that had gone quite a distance, Lam Uwen guessed that based on the speed of the car just now, she was at least 15,000 meters away from Tomo Tuat. He thought about hurrying up and said the beast's soul merged to transform. Just as he transformed into a giant green beast, the little black dragon appeared and announced his congratulations on his success in collecting radiation and achieving 100 evolution points. Lam Uwen saw a stream of orange-yellow energy surrounding his body. This means that there is indeed radiant energy. Lam Uwen began to calculate that although the refraction here was thin, every 10 seconds he would get 100 points. If he got 600 points in 1 minute, he would get 864,000 evolution points. If he stayed in this Longcot mountain range for 10 days, there would be 8,614. Thousands of evolution points can be promoted to Beast King 9 stars. We are still outside right now. If we can go deeper into the Dragon Cot mountain range, the amount we can absorb will be higher. Little Black Dragon heard what he said and asked if we should leave right away. Lam Uwen immediately shook her head and couldn't refuse. I had to go find Mo Tuat, Tong Lam, and Vuong Kim Trot. After all, more people meant more power. Little Black Dragon heard it and wondered how he was looking for it. Lam Uwen replied that I remembered where they got off the bus, so first I went to Mo Tuat, who was closest, to see if she hadn't gone far. 10 minutes later, somewhere in Longcot Sun Mok, Lam Uwen is on the journey to search for Mo Tuat, but currently can't see any footprints. If I remember correctly, Mo Tuat probably got off the bus nearby. The second he raised his head, he spotted the footprints again. Looking at this, Lam Uwen can confirm that it is Mo Tuat. Going this direction is not wrong. Lam Uwen quickly accelerated and ran forward. Luckily, the places where the nine-tailed snow lake pass left traces, otherwise it would have been difficult to find. His steps became more and more urgent. In the distance, a strange sound suddenly appeared that Lam Uwen immediately recognized as the sound of the nine-tailed snow fox. Not far away is Mo Tuat in the form of a besieged beast spirit master. The frog-like animal with blue eyes is Mak Dok Ma Cap, Yumin Ling Mu is a blue cat breed, and the three-headed Yankian is a tiger with three extremely ferocious-looking heads. Mo Tuat at this moment silently lamented how unlucky she was. Just starting out, she encountered 3 Beast King level beasts. Even though she was also a 7-star Beast King, it was difficult to deal with 3 people at the same time. In this place, there are not only the 4 main characters in a 3-on-1 battle, but also the existence of 3 men hiding behind a tree witnessing the incident. The brown-haired man smiled evilly and said, "Boss, our luck is not bad. We have already encountered 3 king-level beasts so early. This man of the Sea King beast is Captain Tian, Shu Yan. Next to him is a fat man who also belongs to the Sea King beast Vice Captain Tu Han. This boy with round glasses is also a member of the Hai Vuong Dai Thu team member Fuang Luong. He looked outside and said that Red Snow Fox seems to be a new student of Ma Du Dai Thu. Do we need help? If she was okay." Tian Shuyan was upset and asked Fuang Luong, "Are you okay? She is our opponent." Tu Han looked tense and added that Tian Shuyan was right that in the survival war, all schools were enemies. If it weren't for those interesting people, we wouldn't be able to forgive her. Lam Uwen was on a high tree and saw the presence of the other 3 guys. He couldn't help but be angry at their filth. It's not wrong to want the fishermen to benefit, but if you want to attack Mo Tuat, don't blame me. Dad was gradually pressed closer by that king-level beast. Mo Tuat also understood that she could not sit still and wait for death to strike first. After that she continuously crystallized. Just a few seconds later, the emission immediately emitted sparkling blue light. 3-headed flame dog's eyes lit up, and in his mouth was a small lump emitting yellow light, which was the accumulation of energy. Then 3 bright red flames were emitted. The purple and then blue powers are approaching each other. Soon they were completely mixed, covering the entire space. Mak Dok Cap Ma's eyes lit up quite dangerously. It then releases a thick, dark purple mucus. Looking at the pile of slime lying on the ground, Mo Tuat was quite surprised that Mak Dok Ma Cap's toxin had such a corrosive ability. The 3 king-level beasts continuously pressed her, making her mind confused. This situation made it impossible to escape, but if she chose to ask for help, she would be eliminated immediately. Her eyes were full of determination. I couldn't be eliminated, I still had to find Lam Uwen. Lam Uwen still stood on the side watching the match take place, thinking to herself that she hasn't given up yet, so I'll wait a little longer before taking action. I just need to keep her safe. At this moment, Yuhuk Ling Mu jumped up and attacked Mo Tuat. She also discovered it but was still scratched by it. It left long scratches that continued to bleed. Mo Tuat was really angry, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Not letting herself stand still and take the blow, Mo Tuat stepped forward to counterattack. Yuho Ling Mu also had to be wary of the anger clearly shown on her face, so he backed away. She then used a freezing technique to attack Ling Mu, tightly binding its front legs. Just a second later, Tomo Tuat rushed up and scratched it, causing it to split into two seemingly disproportionate parts. Seeing this, Lam Uwen had to admit that she was really much stronger, and in this situation of being surrounded, she even seriously injured an enemy. Manhwa Recap took the opportunity when Tomo Tuat was fighting Ling Mu to shoot mucus towards her body. Tomo Tuat was not in a hurry to dodge like last time, her eyes lit up. Then it releases a dense layer of ice to fight that terrifying layer of corrosion. Countless large and small ice blocks surrounded her body, protecting her. The group of Sea King Great Beasts couldn't help but gasp when they saw Tong Diem's supernatural power, wondering what she had just created to break the ice wall. From Tomo Tuat's body, many boards were created that rushed away at quite a fast speed. All of them are used to attack Yuhak Ling Mu directly. Looking at Tomo Tuat's own achievements, she smiled slightly, successfully. Tomo Tuat looked at the last opponent in this arena who was extremely ferocious and thought that the three-headed flame dog only had one remaining person who was the most difficult to deal with. At this time, Yuhu Ling Mu was in a parallel battle. The three-headed flame dog was roaring around, constantly burning with fire. Tomo Tuat did not wait for it to attack before counterattacking, but immediately used the silver frost flying knife. But it is not as easy to eat as Yuhak Ling Mu. Tam Daovium kind can perfectly dodge left and right. Then it directly sprayed fire. Tomo Tuat responded by spitting ice. Two opposing things, fire and ice, are meeting. Because Tomo Tuat tried to fight the other two guys, it didn't seem right. She gradually swayed unsteadily. Tian Shuyan shouted with a panicked face, "Boss, that girl's strength is stronger than we thought." Looking at the somewhat unbelievable scene, I would say that 1 against 3 can defeat up to 2 people. Tuhan frowned. Giving orders was a waste of words. This person is a new student of the Imperial Capital. Great Beast's strength is very normal. Prepare to merge and retrieve us. We can now take action. Fuling Luong is quite good. Surprised by these 2 words now. Seeing Fuling Luong's surprise, he seemed irritated, or maybe he wanted to wait until she defeated the 3 Beast Kings and then accumulate points before making his move, competing fairly. After divining, he immediately merged the Beast Soul to transform into the unique S-Class Beast Soul Silver Moon. Tian Shuyan also fused the Beast Soul and immediately became an armored soldier while Fuling Luong was a lightning and water model. Tomo Tuat saw their appearance and was also worried that the first step would be to encounter animal spirit masters from other schools, which might not be a good thing. After everyone had finished fusing the Beast Souls, Tuhan ordered Fuling Luong to go first and hold her back. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. He started to shoot out the blue light as if it was carrying electricity. This thing attacks around Tomo Tuat's body. Then Fuling Luong used the freezing move. Tomo Tuat became surprised and shouted something. Was there electricity? Tomo Tuat was already tied up with a blue wire that had an electric circuit. She couldn't do anything but close her eyes tightly and scream in pain. Tuhan saw this and immediately praised Fuling Luong for being very good. Tomo Tuat was extremely angry and scolded, "You despicable kids." Her eyes were closed tightly, immersed in the hateful feeling of helplessness. Should I end up here? Suddenly, a voice came when someone else was in danger and took action, which was not an act of the army. Where is death? Discovering that the voice belonged to Lam Uwen and that he was appearing before her eyes, Tomo Tuat immediately called his name and reminded them to be careful. A sharp thorn stabbed into his body. Tuhan's eyes lit up, thinking that no matter who the opponent was, as long as his poison needle penetrated his body, his whole body would be paralyzed and lose his ability to fight. Lam Uwen rushed in front of Tomo Tuat, protecting her, causing everything to collapse. The part of his body that was poisoned by them was completely unharmed. Tomo Tuat now called Lam Uwen again. Tuhan couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. How could this be possible? He couldn't even force his tail to defend. Could it be that he, like Tian Shuyan, was also a defensive beast soul? Lam Uwen was not hurt or injured by him, so she confidently provoked him. No wonder she resorted to sneak attack. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. He turned out to be a weak chicken. After being suddenly attacked by Tuhan, Lam Uwen was unharmed. He glared at him with his sharp fangs and raised his provocative voice. Since he dared to sneak attack, he had to prepare for failure. When he heard the challenging words, he could only stand there in silence because his attack was ineffective. Not giving him time to react, he used his claws to give him a fatal scratch, sending him flying far away. The attack was so powerful that he immediately released his beast spirit form with his body full of injuries. Tian Shuyan and Fuing Luang, standing next to each other, witnessed the whole incident and couldn't help but shout out loud to boss in unison. That's why Fuing Luang's chain tendrils released to Mo to it. The situation gradually stabilized, both he and she regained their spirits. Seeing that she was released, he turned around and asked with concern if she was okay. She blamed herself and replied that it was okay, I was negligent. Suddenly, the roar of the three-headed flame dog screamed extremely fiercely. Seeing this, he mockingly asked him why he wanted to die in such a hurry. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed towards the three-headed flame dog, at the same time raising his sharp claws ready to finish it off. However, the three-headed flame dog also fought back very fiercely by summoning sparks of fire that flew straight towards him. On the other hand, its attacks seemed to have no effect on him, because he rushed forward with his hands to block through the red flames. At this moment, the horn scales lit up, energy streams slowly focused on his claws, and he also repelled the flames in the opposite direction. With a very powerful scratch, in a scream, he defeated the three-headed flame dog, causing it to be completely destroyed and blood pouring out from its mouth. Just then, Little Black Dragon appeared with a cheerful face. Next to him there were also gold chests. He immediately spoke up to announce congratulations on your success in winning the beast-level Soul Master. The king received a gold chest as a reward, successfully defeated the mutated beast-level beast. He seemed quite satisfied with his reward, saying he had good luck and received 2 chests of gold. Suddenly he turned around and looked at Tian Shuyan and Fuing Luang with sharp eyes as if he wanted to attack them at any moment, and then coldly said, "You guys are giving up your rights." With an extremely fierce face, he continued to say it would be better for me to say goodbye. At this moment, both boys were so scared that they were sweating, quickly dispelling them and stammering them, "We gave up our rights." A moment later, all 3 boys supported each other and ran away, while on this side, Lam Uwen and Motu were discussing the next strategy. He suggested that we go find Vuong Kim Trot. His strength, he is weaker than Tong Lam, I'm afraid he will be eliminated. Hearing this, she agreed but had some questions. Okay, but do you know where to find him? He replied that when I was in the car, I recorded the approximate location, when everyone got out, otherwise how would you think I would find you? Looking at Lam Uwen decisively, she secretly praised Lam Uwen, really very beneficial. On the way to find Vuong Kim Trot, the 2 of them chatted back and forth. She asked first, "So what kind of strength do you have now?" He answered back with a serious face, "Roughly the middle stage of the 8th level Beast King." Immediately, she looked at him in bewilderment and surprised eyes, exclaiming, "How strong?" After going some distance, their speed decreased because he reminded them that the front was where Vuong Kim Trot got off the car, and she immediately responded after receiving the order. Right at this position, both of them looked back and forth but couldn't find him, so he guessed that he didn't seem to be here. On the one hand, she analyzed, after all, it had been a long time since he got off the car. No, you can just sit and wait in one place forever. Suddenly he discovered something, from where that light came from. There was a mark on the tree trunk. She looked closely at it and deduced that this school badge was the symbol that Vuong Kim Trot left behind. At the same time, he proudly praised this kid for being so smart. We could follow the trail he left to find him, but she thought of another situation, so she quickly considered the method. This is very dangerous. If someone from another school sees it, they will likely pursue him this way. Realizing the danger of Vuong Kim Trot in front of him, he was determined, so we must find him first. On the side, she observed the surroundings and saw the footprints and immediately reminded, Lam Uwen, look, there are monster footprints here. Seeing this, he said, it seems that there is not only one monster chasing Vuong Kim Trot. No wonder his symbol was interrupted, but luckily he saw the monster's body shape. This monster is not very big. Footprints were printed on the ground, almost pointing in one direction. In the deserted forest with only sunlight passing through each leaf, a resounding sound came from the sky. Hearing the harsh sound, he suddenly looked up and exclaimed what the sound was. At the same time, she also discovered the origin of the sound and couldn't guess clearly, but it seemed to come from the direction of the footprints. Suddenly they both said in unison, could it be Vuong Kim Trot? A moment after Lam Uwen and Motu went to the place where the sound came from. What caught their eyes was Vuong Kim Trot in beast spirit form, along with the monsters surrounding him trying to attack from every side. When the two arrived, they attracted the eyes of the beasts. But what was even more surprising was that when he witnessed it, he quickly asked Lam Veen what that egg was. However, she did not know like him, and replied that I don't know either. Two familiar images made Vuong Kim Trot with an enthusiastic and happy face shout Lam Uwen, are to Mo to it really you guys, that's great. Due to the surprise of that scene, both he and she fell into a state of disbelief. Shouting in unison was the sound of Vuong Kim Trot. Isn't this the beast soul of Vuong Kim Trot? Seeing the two of them standing motionless, he didn't mind blaming them. Why are you guys still standing there? Hurry up and chase these birds of prey away. Without hesitation, Lam Uwen opened his wide mouth to concentrate a stream of blinding bright energy from his throat. The attack was launched so that the birds of prey had no time to dodge and directly received his attack. Vuong Kim Trot was touched by that action, and at the same time warned that this group of brats could eventually be dealt with. These guys are like hyenas. Once they are targeted, they will definitely not let go. At this moment, Tamo Tuat turned to ask, "Are you injured?" He proudly replied in an exaggerated voice, "Do I look like I'm injured? Just relying on those kids. He still wants to hurt me. What a joke." At the same time, when he was done, he crossed his arms and made a disdainful face, teasing him that he was chased by several groups of birds of prey and early king-level beasts to the point that he could only run. "So why don't you hesitate to say it?" After hearing that, he immediately angrily retorted that I didn't see it. My beast soul is an egg. Just looking at an egg can have any fighting ability. How could it be possible? Rolling back and forth crushing those kids to death. After listening, he immediately imagined the scene of Vuong Kim Trot's egg rolling back and forth to crush the birds of prey and thought to himself that it was quite difficult. Glancing over at him, he stroked his chin and kept examining it. I always felt that my E-level beast soul was already strange enough. I didn't expect there to be a beast soul egg. But this egg could. What do you do when you're hungry? Can you cook it and eat it? As a beast soul, you have to have a place to use it. On this side, Vuong Kim Trot was extremely scared and his whole body trembled and sweated before his judgmental eyes. He timidly told you, "Why you keep looking at me like that? I can't eat." At this time, Vuong Kim Trot slowly swayed and said proudly, "Hey, don't keep looking at me like that. Don't see that my attack ability is weak but my defense ability is number 1, otherwise let's try." Hearing that, he raised his sharp iron claws and jokingly said again, "Just try it. I'm afraid that if I touch it for a moment, I will hit your yoke and make it fall out." At the same time, Tamo Tuat smiled from ear to ear when thinking of the scene where Lam Uwen only needed to swing a light blow to make Vuong Kim Trot crack so much that the yolk spilled out, and said happily, "What a picture, powerful photo." Seeing that everyone looked down on him, he got angry and shouted, "What are you laughing at? If you can really break my eggshell, from today on I will have your last name." Without hesitation, he immediately clapped his hands together, preparing to strike and said, "Since you are so confident, I will take action." On the other side, he also confidently reminded him to calm down and be bold. At this time, Lam Uwen's sharp iron claws had gathered together a bright source of energy ready to attack. It was also the time when he secretly thought to control the power within 5 parts of the attack level. At this level, Vuong Kim Trot can definitely accept it. The attack was now launched directly at his body, creating a loud echo. However, his eggshell, after receiving that terrible attack, was not damaged at all. Seeing the egg's defense made him surprised and unable to believe his eyes, silently admiring something. Unsurprisingly, Vuong Kim Trot quickly spoke up and provoked him, "Why don't you eat? Come on." Those challenging words made his eyes become serious. Immediately, he raised his hand to the sky to gather his strength, using the spear and lightning claw skill with lightning appearing around that large hand. In contrast to his previous attitude, when he saw that skill, he immediately turned around in panic and suddenly shouted to the heavens, "Did you really do it?" The power of the attack was thrust straight into his body. The attack just now sent him flying away, spinning 360 degrees into the trees, causing all of the obstacles to shatter. Indeed, his strength is not average. Seeing him being knocked out and lying motionless, with smoke coming out of his body, Tamo Tuat quickly ran over to ask, "Vuong Kim Trot, are you okay?" She thought to herself that Lam Uwen was really moving. "I'm sorry, I'm really not joking at all." At this moment, he turned around, still looking very pleased, and replied, "Sigh, what is this? It's normal, on the outside like that, but in his heart he was secretly scolding this kid. Lam Uwen, I consider you a brother, yet you attack me like that." A second later, he stood up, happily and proudly saying, "See, your attack is no harm compared to my eggshell." On this side, he raised his claws to reply, "If that's the case, continue, one more trick." Hearing this, it seemed like he was also afraid, cautiously avoiding other things, asking us to quickly find Tong Lam, so that our team had enough people gathered. Lam when attacked, I was on guard, defense, Tamo Tuat is in charge of control, Tong Lam supports us. Your plan isn't bad, but unfortunately, after running back and forth in the forest just now, I can't determine Tong Lam's specific location anymore. On one side, she has a worried look on her face, wondering what to do next. What? At this moment, his eyes turned to a distant direction and he suggested that we should continue walking. When it was time to attack the Dragon Bone Mountain range, she hastily replied, "Do you want to take us with you to kill the beast? Lord level, there are only 3 of us, can we do it?" The scene in the deserted forest, Lam Uwen's voice echoed out, "I guess most of the students have already accumulated points in the round of killing the Beast King, which also means that the number of people going to the mountain range is very small. By that time, we can kill monsters without having to worry about being attacked by others, it's safer for us." She agrees that's true, I just met a group of students sneaking attacks. He then continued to say that within the Dragonbone Mountain range there are indeed quite a few Lord-level monsters, but only our place is quite far from them, or if we are discovered, we can run away. In short, it's better than being blocked and attacked at both ends. As soon as it's over, everyone agrees and Vuong Kim Trot also accepts it. "I agree with you." Grasping the direction, he looked at it with distant eyes, thinking that if he smoothly entered the Dragonbone Mountain range, he might be able to rely on breathing to become stronger. And 6 hours later arrived at another place in a gradually dark afternoon. Lam Uwen is in the state of beast spirit, on his back are Mo Tuat and Vuong Kim Trot. He is running forward to get to the next location. At this moment Vuong Kim Trot asked if they were coming. He enthusiastically ran as fast as he could and replied that he hadn't. He still hadn't seen a Lord-level beast until now. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and said the direction was right. He was very close. The 2 people sitting above were so surprised that their mouths were open. He whispered in his heart that now every second there could be 200 points of progress, chemistry. At that moment, a drone appeared flying in the air. Seeing this object getting closer and closer, he suddenly remembered, almost forgetting that this competition was broadcast live. Knowing that everyone was watching in front of the screen, he was more serious than ever, with worry on his face, thinking that he had to be more careful. If the secret was revealed, it could be very troublesome. In another development, Mr. Tudidiem and Mr. Vuong Din were directly observing from the screens, clearly showing all of his activities. Mr. Tudidiem approached to type on the keyboard with a thoughtful voice. As expected, it was a bit reluctant to let her participate in the contest. The principal standing next to him was also watching. The children smiled softly and reassured principal to not to worry too much. "Don't you see my son is also there, plus Lam Uwen, nothing will happen." But Mr. Tu, with a skeptical expression, asked if they complement each other. "Is it trustworthy?" As soon as his words ended, the atmosphere of the 2 people's conversation looked very tense. The principal explained that he was the student Cheu Sun Ha introduced. "Do you think Cheu Sun Ha's eyes are bad?" On this side, he gave his opinion that Cheu Sun Ha is indeed not bad. He has great hope of breaking through to become the Beast King level, but it seems that that kid keeps too many secrets. One evening, when the moon rose over the top of the mountain, deep inside the Dragonbone Mountain range, all 3 children were sitting and grilling meat together around the open fire, talking happily and in harmony with each other. Lam Uwen opened her mouth to speak, but not to mention, the meat of these beasts didn't taste bad at all. Hearing his compliments made him show off his face, sprinkled with many spices, triumphantly saying that was my skill. On this side, Mo Tuat was extremely excited and clapped her hands to praise the principals. "Can I always bring this with me?" Suddenly he raised his hand and looked towards the cave entrance, smiling brightly with a bright face, greeting the guests and close friends. "Hello." This unintentionally attracted her eyes. It turned out that the drone came to film live. On the control side, Mr. To helplessly asked to quickly let the drone go, unable to stand this person. When it was gone, Lam Uwen turned back and reminded him that by evening the temperature would drop and there would be many dangers. "We'll go outside later to prepare more firewood and water." He immediately accepted the order warmly, replied, "No problem, it smells so good." A moment later, when the meat was completely cooked, he picked up the piece of meat and asked with a serious expression, "Why do I feel this sudden increase in my aura? Is it a breakthrough?" His words made me angry. She was interested, and by saying that, I also felt it, perhaps from the middle 8-star stage to the late stage. The 2 people's conversation made Lam Uwen excitedly laugh out loud and say, "I don't know anymore, it's just that sitting here suddenly became stronger." Right at this moment, Vuong Kim Trot rushed to hug Lam Uwen's leg, sobbing and begging to teach me. I vow to call him my foster father. Lam Uwen was helpless to explain that it wasn't that I didn't teach him, it was that there was no way to teach him. As he spoke, he used his hand to push his chubby face away. Receiving his answer made him cry, a little disappointed. I gradually accepted the truth, agreed okay, I went looking for firewood. Then he turned and gently asked Mo Tuat to come with him. "There is someone with me here to watch the barbecue." She took orders and did not nod to follow. In the distance Vuong Kim Trot was still very gloomy. "Go." When both of them left, he turned around and whispered that there was no one there. Then Little Black Dragon opened all the gold chests from before. Suddenly the little black dragon appeared with the golden chest and a recipe book appeared in front of his hand. This was also the time when his voice spoke out announcing, "I am here to congratulate you on successfully opening the chest. Gold to receive 50,000 evolution points. Congratulations on successfully opening the golden chest to receive a Beast King level Beast Demon Slaying Claw that can attack opponents and injure other souls. Congratulations to you on opening the chest. Gold to receive 50,000 evolution points. Congratulations on successfully opening the gold chest to get a copy of the Beast King level skill." Then he brought up the introduction book and asked if this was a Beast King level secret book. The Beast God 9 Transformations, Fierce Tiger Transformation. There are a total of 9 books. This is the first book. Do you want to learn it? Otherwise, he didn't think about it and resolutely answer yes. The secret book gradually took effect and saw a bright spot of light appear in the middle of his forehead. Then he sat down in the posture to learn the martial arts taught in the book with streams of golden light surrounding him everywhere. Attacks and techniques are absorbed into his body. After learning all the moves, suddenly the book suddenly disappeared and he looked very strong and full of energy and said he had mastered it all, while the little black dragon happily asked to try it quickly. How powerful! A moment after he entered deep into the cave, there was no one here, only him and the little black dragon. When he reached a certain depth, he secretly thought that since there was no one present, he would not hesitate to summon the fused beast soul to appear extremely powerful. Then he flew to the side and looked back, explaining that the effect of the tiger transformation was enough to increase his explosive power in a short time like an angry tiger. Right at this moment, the secret appeared on his hand with red marks and a set of extremely sharp claws. The fierce tiger move was performed. He stepped down with his body covered in red marks that looked very powerful, making a loud noise. Next, he swung a fierce claw forward with a fire in his eyes. A rock had to endure the full force of Lam Uwen's attack, causing it to shatter. Witnessing the shattered scene after Lam Uwen's attack, made Tu Hoklong exclaim, with his current physical strength, he could even at least hold this fierce tiger for half an hour, although compared to the secret, the impressive skill of stepping on the mountain still lacks a bit of momentum. After that, it turned to Lam Uwen and explained further, of course this is only the first time of the Beast God's 9 transformations. If several levels of transformation have been completed after being gathered, then the beast's power will increase. The God of 9 changes also changes according to the substance that arises. Hearing this, he immediately reached into his palm and replied with excitement, "What a change in quality, I'm so excited." At that location, a few days later, also at the time the moon was high. All 3 children were gathered around the fire to warm themselves when Vuong Kim Trot complained. He said, "We have been here continuously for many days, not even a lord-level monster has been seen. Is this really a place? The lord's table is empty. I guess everyone is tired of watching us grill meat, and the drones aren't coming anymore." On one side, he was trying to encourage his teammate that not having to face danger is a good thing. Then, he was quite stubbornly thinking that, good is good, but lacking something, stimulate. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold feeling down his back, trembling all over his body, stuttering to say something, suddenly so cold. At the same time, he pointed at his body and asked suspiciously, "Vuong Ma Tu, has anyone ever said that you are the crow-mouth guy?" Immediately, he was startled and shouted, "No, yes." Then even Mo Tuit, with the same surprised expression, pointed at him and said, "You, behind you." Everyone's gestures in an instant made him see the seriousness of the situation. He was suspicious, his whole body trembled, he was sweating, he slowly looked back, scared, hesitant, without saying a word. Don't scare me." At this moment, from behind appeared a large creature, with bright yellow eyes and a continuous clucking sound. After Vuong Kim Trot turned his head completely, he was shocked to see that right next to him was the head of a monster, with a huge body and incessant screams. He was so frightened at this moment that tears flowed from his eyes and he quickly shouted loudly, "The divine beast merged." Immediately, he transformed back into his egg form for greater defense, but the panicked expression on his face remained. His actions just made the monster suddenly agitated. At this moment, the monster launched an attack, making him spin many times in the air. The attack was so powerful that it caused the egg to hit a rock in the distance. Unexpectedly, such a normal attack caused Kim Trot's eggshell to crack at one corner. Seeing that the situation had become dangerous when he was knocked far away with just one blow, Mo Tuit eagerly called Vuong Kim Trot's name. The monster's body slowly revealed itself, as its huge foot stepped forward, causing a shock throughout the cave. It gradually approached everyone, with an oversized body, 2 heads, and sharp fangs, looking very angry. Without hesitation, both Lam Uwen and Mo Tuit activated the Beast Soul Fusion. she quickly used her skill, gathering an ice aura. That attack sprayed hundreds of sharp ice blocks forward to stop the monster. He also used his skills to support her. With his sharp claws, he readied himself to attack, raising his arms behind him. Then he hit it hard at its center of gravity. The monster was hit by the attack and couldn't stand the pain and screamed. Because he saw that Lam Uwen's pressure was too great when attacking directly, the monster fled straight underground to switch to attacking from below. In a daze, both he and she were unable to react. Seeing that, he immediately shouted loudly, announcing to everyone that this was an earth dragon. Everyone pay attention on the ground. A loud noise erupted from underground, along with many large pieces of rock flying straight towards where the children were standing. These stone fragments rushed towards Mo Tuyat's slender body with incredible speed. Seeing the danger ahead, she immediately used her ability to summon an ice wall to block these bullet-like rock fragments. However, there were still stones that made it past before the ice wall was erected, continuing to rush towards her. At this point, she was motionless for a few seconds, staring blankly because she didn't know how to handle this situation. Unexpectedly, Vuong Kim Trot had now recovered and immediately rushed over to assist everyone. He used his large and sturdy body to rush in front of Mo Tuyat to block the stones. In front of her bewildered face, he screamed to heaven and earth, "It hurts to death." Seeing that everyone seemed to be safe, he immediately spoke up for the next plan. "We have to think of a way to force the Earth Dragon to appear, otherwise we will only be more passive." On the other hand, he had thoughts in his heart, that, "I can't feel its aura, it seems that this is the special ability of the Lord." Suddenly, he turned around and quickly announced, "Let's run." With one sentence, he immediately turned around and ran, surprising the two of them. They didn't have time to understand what was going on. They asked in panic, "What?" On the other hand, he bowed his head and rushed forward while shouting, "There is no time to explain, quickly run after me." Before he could go far, there was a huge explosion from behind, causing the ground to crack and shake the entire area. Ironically, with the round body of an egg, Vuong Kim Trot had difficulty moving. He could only roll away in fatigue, screaming, "No, Lam Uwen, this guy's speed is too fast for us to judge, you cannot escape." But I couldn't believe he already had a plan in mind and loudly said, "Who told you we really wanted to run?" At this moment, he stood facing the direction of the explosion and stood in front, spreading his arms out to shield the attack to protect everyone. In his mouth, streams of energy immediately converged. The next second, he used all his strength to launch a stream of destructive energy straight into the explosion in front of him, causing the rocks below to crumble. At the same time, the monster from earlier was also hit by that attack and rose from the ground. Just after finishing the move, his breath was still filled with smoke, so he quickly asked Mo Tuyat to hurry. Her soft tail curled, creating flying snowflakes. The monster was hit by her ultimate move, causing it to freeze into a block of ice lying motionless on the ground. At the same time, he also coordinated very smoothly to move his feet up high to prepare for the next decisive blow. Because the monster couldn't move, he swung his tail from above and straight at the monster. That attack seriously injured the monster below, causing it to stand up unsteadily, causing it to spit out a pool of bright red blood. The battle was now tilted in favor of Lam Uwen's group, so he took the opportunity to grab one of the monster's heads and raised his voice full of challenge. No matter how tough his outer defense was, the inside was very strong, weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his other hand to firmly grasp the upper and lower jaws of the opponent and spread them out, saying that this was the law of biological evolution. Then he immediately used the crystallization skill to gather a ball of energy to appear in the nasopharynx. Without hesitation, he immediately launched that beam of energy into the monster's open mouth. The source of energy was so powerful that it caused its neck to explode, slapping its head and leaving the corpse on the spot. But because there were two heads sharing the same body, the other head exploded and at the same time sent a piercing pain to the other head, causing the monster to gradually lose consciousness and collapse to death in pain. At this moment, a message appears congratulating you on defeating the Lord-level monster and receiving a chest of white gold as a reward. When witnessing the entire process of him defeating the opponent behind him, Vuong Kim Trot couldn't help but praise Lam Uwen. Lam Uwen already had the power to fight boss-level monsters alone. After finishing off his opponent and receiving a generous reward, he was a bit tired but had a satisfied look on his face.